Sacred Symbols is sponsored by AG1, the amazing health supplement that can help get your body, mind, and energy levels on the right track. If you want to take ownership over your health, try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/sacred. That's DRINKAG1 like the number .com/SACRED. Again, go to drinkag1.com/sacred for a health supplement that can help you live your best life right now. That's drinkag1.com/SACRED. Check it out. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 261. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I'm good. I'm well. So I'm a big iced tea person, right? I'm a big Arizona iced tea guy. And somebody sent me this. It's hard Arizona iced tea. I had no idea this was real.
Me neither. Interesting.
I haven't tried it yet. I'm a little scared.
What's in it? Is it like gin or something?
It's got to be malt.
Malt. Yeah, it's malt beverage.
I thought it was like a mixed drink of some sort.
No, I don't know. It's been sitting on my desk ominously. Like I don't know if I want to recontextualize Arizona into an alcoholic binge. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Totally, man. Totally. I love booze. Yeah, it's not that I used to drink a lot, but I just try to keep that stuff out of my life just because it's too easy. It's what I've said this before, and it's why I tell people not to take pills. It's because, like for fun. It's because when I was in college, my friend gave me a few Percocets, and I was like, this is wild how easy this is. You don't have to do anything, Yeah. And to her credit, I haven't talked to her in 15 years, but my girlfriend at the time, she was like, you got to not do this after a couple of days. And I was like, yeah, you're right. And that was that. And that's when I became a full-time pothead. Actually, I was already a full-time pothead at that time.
Yeah.
Dustin Furman, executive producer. Welcome to the show, my friend. How are you?
Doing all right here in Western PA, where I was telling Chris we're getting our own fair share of the smoke right now. So just trying to breathe that in, all that chemical smell outside. Fell up the steps a little bit today while I was carrying both my water and my coffee. Now, could have been a lot worse. But
did you do the thing where you hold them up and just let your body, your body has to just ragdoll?
Let your face cave into the step,
right? But you need to keep them upright.
Yeah, that wasn't happening at all. Luckily, it didn't. I was holding them like this, and then it just kind of shuffled them up. I didn't fully drop anything, but I have these new Evangelion slides that I've been wearing, and I just that they caught me. They tried to kill me with that.
Those are really fitting slides to wear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Evangelion shirt too.
They almost did you a big favor, or at least they were trying to.
They almost
you were asking to fall.
Not
Chris,
today, bitch.
Chris, take that gun off the back of your wall and do what you need to do right now.
Yeah.
It's time to bring this back to the original two-man show. Goodbye, Dustin. How are you today, Dustin? Otherwise, are you all right, my friend? Everything good?
Me? Am I good? Yeah, I'm fine. Right? Just fine. I'm getting ready to leave for Virginia for a few days for over 4th of July.
Oh, that's fun.
So we're seeing Yellow Card do Ocean Avenue. I think I mentioned that a few weeks ago. So excited about that. But other than that, just playing a lot of Final Fantasy 16. Excited to talk about it. Preview for later. But
we'll talk about that later.
All consuming.
Lots to say about Final Fantasy 16. Can't wait to eviscerate everyone that says it's not a real Final Fantasy game. That'll be fun and easy. It's actually so easy that I'm surprised anyone says that. But we're going to save that for later in the show. It's good to be here with you boys today. I was going upstairs. I was downstairs with Micah for a little while. And I'm like, all right, I got to go up and deal with these fucking monopolists. And that's what we're going to be doing today on the show. But before we get to that, I want to welcome everyone to the show. Sacred Symbols, PlayStation podcast, up each and every week. You can get it 3 days early, ad-free. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. 13,000 plus of you do each month. We appreciate you. We couldn't do it without your kindness and support. Your financial contributions allow us to do this show each and every week, in addition to 2 episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus every week, which are Patreon exclusive, and deep dives, 1 hour, 2 hours, sometimes even more, into various topics. I just had Vince Ingenito, my old buddy from IGN, who unfairly lost his job at IGN back in the day, to talk about Street Fighter 6, and that was a lot of fun. We had a deep conversation, about 2 hours about that. The Light in the Darkness, I had Luke Bernard on to talk about his game about the Holocaust. We actually made that live and free for everyone because of the important nature of that conversation on YouTube, so you can check that out as well. We did our favorite and least favorite E3 moments, or the best and worst, as we should say. I did a deep dive on Mortal Kombat. Upcoming episodes, let me think here. I don't know. Final Fantasy 16, I sent an email out to 5 people that I think would want to, actually 4, so I would be the 5th of people that would want to do Final Fantasy 16. I think we're going to be able to get that going right after the 4th of July, probably the week after that. And I'm looking at the schedule here. Do I have anything? Okay, so I'm actually doing a GTA 3 episode of Sacred Symbols Plus because I want to talk about it because I just played it and beat it for the first time in a long time. I'm doing another episode about gaming in Russia because apparently shit is totally fucked there now. Like even worse than it was the last time I did that episode as far as how people are getting their games and they're buying Turkish Game passes, and it's like it's really really interesting like what they have to do there. Nintendo's totally out of there, so now they're just pirating the shit out of Nintendo games, and the government's encouraging them to pirate things. It's very interesting, so we're gonna have a conversation about that. Lots of different things going on in Sacred Symbols Plus, so please do come check it out. Merch, laststandmedia.store, t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, stickers, free shipping on all stickers domestically here in these United States. And finally, please leave us nice reviews on podcast services. Leave a comment on the video. Like us on YouTube. Follow us. Do all that kind of stuff if you'd like. I'd especially like it if you left us nice reviews on podcast services, as it really helps us. So if you're bored, you're on the train, commuting to work or something, get in there in the iTunes and do what you have to do, my friend. Thank you for that. Now, typically we open the show by stretching our legs. Is there anything in particular you guys want to talk about? Because this is one of the rare episodes where I'm going to get right into it because I feel like we have so much stuff that the show will be ridiculously long if we actually did the rambling beginning. Although I could be wrong. Maybe the show will be the quickest one we've ever done. So before I move on, is there anything anyone wants to say? Anything? A sounding board for anyone? Dustin?
Sounding board.
Oh, yeah. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Anything I'd like to say? I wasn't prepared for this. I don't. Most of the stuff that I came thinking like this is what I want to talk about is why I like Final Fantasy, man, is the obsession right now. But as far I'm off topic stuff, I mean, there is one question here, though, one write-in of that's a little off topic and a correction.
Yeah, these are corrections and other things that usually come afterwards.
No, I will just, in the most long-winded way possible, say I have nothing to say.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was very, very long-winded indeed, but I appreciate that. Chris,
welcome.
Do you have anything on your mind? I saw you did we were talking before the show about Miranda Sings. Is that her name?
Yeah.
And the ukulele song. But then you did one with an electric guitar. Dropped? Or was that tuned normally?
That was just I think it was tuned normally.
Yeah, because you were playing normal chords, but it sounded so muddy when I was listening to it.
I'm working with like this amp I got when I was like 16 through a mic in the background. It's not supposed to be. Yeah. It was just like a quick, lazy, very easy joke about the stuff about Colleen Ballinger doing a weird ukulele non-apology video for 10 minutes. And I don't know, man. It's just weird. It's weird. I thought it was easy. And so I did it, and it was. And it's doing pretty well.
Cool.
It's always the stuff that you do like off the cuff without even thinking about it, without even putting any thought into it, that does well. It bothers the hell out of me. You know?
Yeah, it does. It bothers me too. That's what I always say about like how Constellation does all this traffic and I don't even bother preparing almost anything for that show. And meanwhile, I make my life about some of these other shows and they don't do as well. Although Sacred Symbols does much better.
Yeah, like this video took, I think, like 2 takes max. And I was just like, that's good enough. And then I posted it, and then it's like, it's 200,000 views or something.
Doing numbers.
Stupid. World is dumb.
But I wanted to ask you quickly as a parting shot here. Is it true that Fallout, because I saw that you wrote about this, Fallout Boy did because of course we didn't start the fire by Long Island's own, probably the most famous person ever from Long Island, Billy Joel. And that's probably people, it's funny, man, because I don't think a lot of people realize that Billy Joel hasn't released a new song of any consequence in like 30 years. That everything he like is known for and plays is from the 70s and 80s, except for a couple of songs in the 90s. Or towards the late 80s and early 90s. And one of those is We Didn't Start the Fire. The other is River of Dreams. And so We Didn't Start the Fire is a fucking amazing song.
Yeah, it's great.
But did they rewrite the lyrics or something?
Yeah. So Fall Out Boy did a modern version, which isn't like the worst thing. Like it's weird because they did a modern version, but they completely ignored like the basic structure of what the song is. The song is like a chronological kind of retelling. It's a retelling of the tapestry of 1989, of that year. Or I think like the years leading up to it.
It's the time leading up to it, like the decades.
It's the time leading up to it, right? And so there's a chronological lead up, and it's more than just a list of things. You know, they're organized in a very specific way. And Fall Out Boy just did like a new one to like update it, but it's literally just a list of things, and it's not chronological at all. Michael Jackson dies at the end of it. It's like it's bizarre. It's I don't know. It's a popular song to like rewrite because it's very easy and it's very like it's a fun song, you know. But I don't know, man. It's something about seeing Fall Out Boy butcher it like that. I was like, wow. I've seen YouTubers do better. Mm-hmm. Like College Humor did a better job in like 2011 or something.
It's not surprising. I mean, Fall Out Boy butchered their whole band years ago.
But still, like, I don't know. Just the sheer the ignoring the basic fundamentals of what that song is and then rewriting it is crazy. Like, because it's literally just a shopping list.
Yeah, I agree.
At a certain point.
I loved there was I've said this probably in the past. Someone can tell me what it is if they want, but there was a comedian that had like a routine where they were talking about that song, and then he was laughing about how Billy Joel ends it with rock and roller cola wars, and then he's like, that's the thing he couldn't take anymore. He was talking about like Dien Bien Phu, JFK assassination, all these horrible things, but then by the time he gets to the rock and roller cola wars of the 80s, he's like, I can't take it.
Yeah.
He walks out. I always found that funny. But Michael Jackson ending is that would be 2009 or something like that. So it's not.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all over the place. It's not chronological. It's boring. It's not good. Like I did a better version of it, which is crazy because I don't think very highly of any of that stuff that I did as far as like musical stuff. But like Jesus Christ, get your shit together.
Well, that's that.
That's it.
Let's get into the show, my friends. There's a few corrections, things that we need to talk about before we get into the news at hand. Joseph Gedgaudis. I'm sure I didn't say that right.
No.
I have a small correction to bring to the attention of the League of Sacred Gentlemen, although it's mostly relates to Colin. On last week's episode, Colin couldn't remember if Last of Us Remake was his 2022 game of the year. Eventually, Dustin misidentified the choice as Far Cry 6, and Colin agreed. But that was Colin's 2021 game of the year. Colin's actual pick for 2022 was Horizon Forbidden West. Normally, this wouldn't need addressing. However, as Colin is the only member of Last Stand to really give this game its flowers, I think the record needs correcting. I totally agree with you. And the reason that I couldn't remember that is because I look at my trophies and just look at the dates of them. And Horizon wasn't in there. So I didn't think about it because Horizon got bumped to this year because of the DLC. So it just wasn't in that list of 2022 games. So I just didn't think of it. But you're absolutely right. Horizon Forbidden West is awesome. And Hawtang wrote in and said, hey guys, on the recent episode of Constellation, there was a question about whether or not Five Guys exists outside of North America. I wanted to write in to let you know that it does indeed. I have traveled to several cities in Europe and they are usually located in tourist hotspots. My most recent encounter was in Barcelona. I went to look at the La Sagrada Familia. Familia.
That's awesome. Have you seen that church before? Like a photo of it?
The largest unfinished Catholic church in the world. I'll look it up. I'm sure I'm not saying it right. Anywhere close to me, right? I get there, look to my right, and what do I see? Five Guys, Taco Bell, Burger King, and McDonald's, all right next to each other on the same street. I just wanted to let you guys know that if you decide to come to Europe, you can find a piece of modern American culture next to these ancient cultural sites. Love it. Love to hear it.
I mean, it's one of the most beautiful buildings ever created. And right next door, we've got Five Guys.
Yeah, that's like that's like it's like a circuit city next to the pyramids.
Oh wow, yeah, this is.
But I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed that he just he just wrote in to tell us that it existed and not to tell us how it was.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like, because I'm very curious as to how those burgers are outside of the US, because there are people who, you know, in Japan, 7-Eleven is like amazing, apparently. You know, like you get amazing food at 7-Eleven in Japan.
You do.
And all these other well, yeah, but I'm saying like these different things. Like I'm curious as to like, is Five Guys in Barcelona better?
Yeah. Doubtful.
I'm curious.
Because it can't get much better than it already is. You know?
I know, but what if it is?
Yeah,
Colin?
I see. Yeah,
it's like Italian pizza. You know what I mean? Where like I swear by New York pizza a lot, but I've never had an authentic Italian, like from Italy, like a slice of pizza.
I sense that their pizza is more like the margarita or whatever. You know,
I don't like that.
Which is fine, but it's like that's not what I suspect that you're not getting a New York slice in Italy. But
no, of course not.
You should.
I wonder
why
how.
not?
I just wonder how delicious it is.
Well, I'm sure it's great. All right, let's get into the news now. I want to talk about a few things here. So usually we structure our show, chicanery, smaller news items, things we're playing, bigger news items, end of the show questions. We're still going to do that, but the show at the beginning is going to be dominated by FTC stuff having to do with Microsoft and the Xbox brand, PlayStation's participation in this, and of course the FTC's lawsuit to get a preliminary injunction. Now, I want to say a few things here before I begin and get into things, because I want to go around the horn and just see how everyone feels, and we can get into these in a more granular way. But I wanted to say that we're not going to speak to the virtue of the FTC's case. It's still ongoing at the time we're recording. By the time this goes live on free feeds, it might have been decided whether there's going to be an injunction or not. Mm-hmm. The last day of the hearing, I think, is today, the day we're recording, and I don't think they're going to do anything on Friday, so I think it goes into next week, so we'll see what happens. So I don't want to speak to that. I also don't really care. I mean, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you and tell you that I just kind of want this thing over with. I think we've all felt that way for a while, but
yeah,
this particular trial has given us so many things to talk about and so much fodder that's kind of ancillary to the subject, but also very telling, I think, about the way about the type of company Microsoft is and their strategy and all the rest, and how this pertains to Sony. Of course, Sony's participation, some bad redactions. There's a ton of shit to get in through here. So I don't want to talk about the case itself, because I don't know that that's really germane to our show. That's probably more germane to Defining Duke. And I know that Maddie wants to have Hogan when everything's decided. I'm going to be on that episode of Defining Duke Ultimate as well. And I'm going to have Matt Stoller on the show in a couple of weeks, who's an economic analyst, Harvard-educated economic analyst that writes a really popular Substack about trusted, monopolist and antitrust issues and all of the rest. So we're going to get into all of it from different perspectives. But for today, for Sacred Symbols, for the mainline show, I wanted to really focus on the high level stuff, what we think about some of the granular things in the creases, and how we feel about the way everything's going as far as what's being said about these various companies. So with that said, and by the way, these are just my notes for this part of the show. So, and I shared them with the guys. I added to them a little bit as well last night, but there's so much to say, because as an analyst, I'm so fascinated by this entire ordeal and what's being said about these companies. And frankly, and I was saying this in Discord, and I'll throw it over to you guys, I've always been really confident about my analysis because I've been doing this for a long time, and I feel like I know what I'm talking about, and I've found a lot of success. But this last week has made me feel really good about the things I've been saying, because I've been right about so many things that have been categorically confirmed during the course of the discovery surrounding the FTC case. And I want to get into all of that, because I think a lot of that stuff's really interesting, and we should underline and reiterate those things. So with all of that said, let's go around the horn first. Dustin, high level thoughts about what's going on with the FTC and Microsoft.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see the small tidbits that end up coming out through this that I guess seem small because they just usually come out in 1 or 2 sentences or something like that. But they are really interesting details. Like, I know one of the details from a few days ago was about them saying about how they expected next gen to be in 2028 and stuff like that. So to see those, the details that are relevant to the case, but not exactly, whether it's for or against Activision, are always cool to see come out. And then just to see also, like, I think a lot of this, Colin, what you're talking about as far as like some of this, the analysis you've had about Game Pass and hearing about how other publishers feel about it, how Sony feels about it, and also just the surprising things you hear people say, right? And some of it's not surprising, but it's just interesting to hear it from that person. Like, there's the part where there's when Jim Ryan was on the stand saying that he's like, I don't like that this is exclusive, but I don't think it's anti-competitive, right? stuff like that is always interesting. And so as far as covering or, following this story over the past few days, it's been tough just because when part of the conversation that the three of us were having is that you had mentioned all these notes. I'm like, send me the notes and I'm going to read all the notes because I've been just absorbing this through Twitter and through random articles and stuff like that. I'm like, there's so much out there that I want to make sure we're all at least on the same page, since it's hard to keep it all straight. But I'm curious how this will turn out, just because with every other aspect of this deal, people still are acting so confident. I'm seeing people like, man, Phil Spencer just destroyed the FTC. They're done. See, so I'll see that. And then the next day I'll see something like, this was really damning for Microsoft. It's like, the overall strong confidence and just the morons on Twitter really saying some of this shit is just amazing, because I still feel like from everything I've read, anything could happen. I was just reading stuff right before we started recording where there's talking about making Game Pass games better and first on Game Pass, and how that was going to be a really damning thing, like stuff going on right now. So
yeah,
it's a lot to take in. And like you said, I don't know a lot about the FTC's case overall, but it's about all this other information we can glean from.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by AG1, the amazing health supplement that can help get your body, mind, and energy levels on the right track. Learn more right this instant at drinkag1.com/sacred. Whether you're a health nut, only somewhat conscious of your health situation, or throw caution to the wind entirely, there are always beneficial things you can do for your body. An easy win for nutrition comes in the form of AG1, a supplemental powder you mix into a glass of water. When you drink AG1, which actually tastes good, believe it or not, and not like dirt or a factory conveyor belt like some other health supplements, your body is flooded with a staggering 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food source ingredients that truly do a body good. AG1's high-quality ingredients boost energy, support your immune system, promote gut health, and can even help you recover from strenuous physical activity or even just from a normal cold or flu, flushing your system with the likes of vitamin C, zinc, and more. AG1's inclusion of rosemary can help brain function and facilitate better circulation. Ginger is great for your stomach and even reduces gas. Citric acid regulates your body's pH. Copper helps with energy and heals connective tissues if you work out like me. Vitamin B6 is considered essential for healthy hemoglobin production. I mean, I could go on and on. Like I said, there are 75 of these types of ingredients in every scoop of AG1. But from a personal level, I've drank AG1 before my late afternoon or early evening workouts, when my energy level is lagging, especially because by that time, it may be 22 or more hours since I've even eaten last. AG1 helps me plumb the depths of my energy reserves and find the stamina to get through my weightlifting sets and my cardio routine. But if you browse the thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews for AG1 online, you'll find a constellation of things people love it for. My friends, I think AG1 can help you live a healthier life, and it's so easy to drink that you'd be foolish not to. If you want to take ownership over your health, try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/sacred. That's DRINKAG1 like the number .com/SACRED. Again, go to drinkag1.com/sacred for a health supplement that can help you live your best life right now. That's drinkag1.com/SACRED. Check it out. Yeah, I think my big takeaways here, and we have lots of questions from the audience and then lots of things to get through, and we'll just get through all these documentations, lots of interesting quotes, lots of revelations. A lot of these things are unrelated, so we're going to be kind of ping-ponging around to just what I think is the interesting data and the interesting things that were said. But my high-level thoughts are, there are a few things. Number one is to what you're saying about social media and stuff. You have people like that Florian Muller guy, Foss Patents, who's a total shill, right? And you have that on one side. Then you have, whether he's right or wrong, I mean, it's complete shill behavior. Then you have the people that are kind of associated with that live and die on every word that he says. There's a whole equivalent subsection on Twitter of the other side, where the FTC is murdering Microsoft. Mm-hmm. And that all the FTC needs to do, according to these people, and it's true, I mean, is that they just have to have a little bit of doubt. And then the preliminary injunction is in there. Now, I was talking to Hogue, and he said before the CFO took the stand today, Microsoft CFO, which I think has made the case worse for Xbox, although I don't know. I mean, I have no fucking idea really. But I was talking to Hogue, and he said it's total coin flip. That like there's really, the FTC seems to be struggling with some of its case, but it just needs to get like a few chinks in the armor. That's all it needs to do. It doesn't need to like dismantle the deal right now. It just needs, because I think what they realize is that Microsoft's going to walk away if this doesn't go through. If the deal isn't sealed by July 18th, they owe Activision $3 billion, which we now know would make 15 The Last of Us Part 2s. So, like we know that categorically with some of the data. So that money is going to really mean something. And one of the most fascinating things, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to have Matt Stoller on the show and what we're going to get into, is that, and I don't know if you guys are seeing this, that there was a theory specifically being floated by economists and people in the, around the industry and analysts, that specifically Bobby Kotick's testimony looked like he was trying to kill the deal. That like he was having second thoughts, and we're going to get into that by like the things he was saying, because it was wild, the things he was saying. It was crazy to me. People were like, oh, it doesn't matter. When he's like going on and on saying like, I would never in a million years put our games on Game Pass. And they're like, why? And it's because it doesn't make any money. Right? Like things like that. It's like, and then the judge asks him, why are you, she asks, why are you selling the company to them?
Yeah.
To which she has to answer. It's like the shareholders voted. It's not really his decision as a publicly traded company. But here are the few things that I wanted to say above and beyond just the social media commentary and all the rest. Microsoft is exactly the company that I thought they were. Whether for better or worse, this shows that a lot of the things I've been saying about Microsoft are totally true. No strategy to which studios and publishers are going to buy. They want anything they can get their hands on with no rhyme or reason. Overpaying for things, which they're clearly doing, losing money on a lot of the operation, which they clearly are. It was interesting to hear Jim Ryan. I don't know if you saw this quote from Jim Ryan where he specifically said about Game Pass. Let me see if I have this here.
Is it the unanimously do not like Game Pass?
Yeah, there's that. But he says something about, I guess I didn't write it in here. He says something about how, as I understand it, they're losing a lot of money on it. And I thought that was a really interesting thing to say under oath, because he doesn't know Microsoft's internal financial workings, but he definitely understands how games are financed. And he's definitely talking to other CEOs. And by the way, 3 of the 4 CEOs of the biggest video game publishers in the world in console gaming are all on the record saying they don't like Game Pass after this thing. So I feel like a lot of what I was saying about Microsoft was 100% true, that they are interested in whatever they can get their hands on. Again, no really rhyme or reason to any of it other than content. When I saw that list of publishers, which we'll get into, and developers that they wanted to buy, I started laughing to myself, like in my office. I was like, this is insane. And someone's like, oh, Sony probably has a similar list. And I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Because they couldn't.
Well, they couldn't. Well, they could buy most of those developers. A lot of them are small, but it goes to show that it's like, where is the evidence that Sony would have a list like that? Like, what were the random purchases before this generation exactly?
Yeah.
So no, they don't operate the same. But a big question comes to me here, and OBKid09 writes in about this, and this is what I wanted to get into, I think, the most, because this is what I find the most interesting. He says, hey, CDC. So my question is this, given the whole FTC versus Microsoft case, have you ever seen so many people hold water for a corporation? I mean, I thought the general gist was that we didn't like corporations and we're supposed to hate rich people. But it just seems to me that we're just foregoing it because it's Microsoft and they're trying to compete against the bad guy, Sony. I don't know. It just seems really weird to me, and I wanted to get your guys' thoughts. Thanks for all that you do, and I hope you're having a great day. This is something that resonates with me because I as I listen to the testimony and read the stories and read all the documents and the discovery, the thing that I'm brought back to, and this is just my honest take, and people can take it however they want, is that why are you so vociferously rooting for the company that's telling you they're so bad at this that they need to go buy things? Their entire course of operation throughout the entire case is how bad they are at it, that they can't do it. In fact, Phil Spencer had said about mobile gaming that they couldn't do it, quote unquote, organically, right? Like admitting it. Now that's maybe true, maybe not. But my biggest thing is not that you're rooting for an entity, right? I think about small market baseball teams. This is a weird example, and I know it's out of your wheelhouse, but in the MLB, unlike the NFL and the NHL, there is no salary cap, meaning that teams can spend whatever they want, like on players. So the Yankees often spend hundreds of millions of dollars more than other teams, while in the NFL, everyone spends the same amount of money. And so in the NFL, you have a lot of it is general management and coaching and obviously player skill and making the right choices, but it's all a level playing field. In the MLB, it's not. And the most impressive teams to baseball fans are not the big market teams that win, but the small market teams that win. You know, there's especially Tampa Bay Devil Rays. I think they're just called the Rays now. they are a notoriously small market team that doesn't spend any money and just drafts players and wins and does really well. That's impressive. And so when I look at the situation, I'm like, why are you rooting for someone who's bad at it, an entity that's bad at it, that has had more money than anyone to make this work and can't, that has since the very beginning tried to buy its way in? Of course, we always talk about Nintendo, but so many other things, and just blatantly throwing its money around. And of course, as we see here in these quotes, which we'll use, they have every intention of trying, or at least had every intention of trying to spend whatever they could to get whatever they wanted. This to me is a weird thing to root for. I don't get that. It's like they're basically going like, we suck. We can't make it work. Look how badly we're getting our asses beat. We need much more. It's like, why would you ever want any of these entities under their control when they can't do it? That doesn't make sense to me. Like that's not a fanboy thing. That's not anything. That just doesn't make sense. Like from a logical perspective, that doesn't wash at all. 22 years to figure this out. And consistently in third place, consistently, except for the Xbox 360 generation, way in third place.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate that people like the content. I appreciate that people like Game Pass. I appreciate that people like Xbox. There's nothing wrong with any of that. The reality, though, is that you have to look at yourself. This is kind of like Sega back in the day being like, we want as much as possible. We're failing at delivering what the core thing of what we want to deliver right now. We just want more of it so we can figure it out that way. And it's like, okay. There's an ample opportunity to make things work that way, but it doesn't mean you have to respect it. I think it's a weird thing to root for. It's like rooting for the biggest baseball team or the biggest Premier League team in soccer or whatever, not because of the quality of players, but because they spend the most amount of money.
Yeah.
That it is what it is. If that's what you're into, that's cool. That doesn't seem like a winning thing to me, though. Like, I don't know. It seems desperate and strange that people would root for that. And so that to me is a big takeaway from this, is not that Xbox is doing what it needs to do to survive or Microsoft is doing what it does. That's one thing. It's that people want it to happen. They're literally saying, we fucking suck. We can't do it. Like, we're so inept. Oh my God, look at how bad our data is. Like, that's the entire FTC case. And then they say that with one side of their mouth, and then with the other side of the mouth, they're like, but if we can just get more.
Yeah.
I don't see how that works.
More content, right? I mean, I guess the idea, would be eventually to have enough content on Game Pass that you have enough subscribers. Because that's like, it reminds me of, you remember Movie Pass from a few years ago?
Yeah.
Where they were just trying, if they hit a certain amount of subscribers, it would have worked. But they never quite hit that max, and they also had people abusing the system. So I guess the strategy is like, hey, we need to get as much content as possible, whether we make it, help make it, or whatever, and then hopefully that drives enough subscriptions that eventually this pays for itself, which right now, based on these documents, is not paying for itself right now, not by a long shot.
Yeah, but let's stick with it. Because there's so much to get to it. I don't want to skip any of it, and I want to get into these notes and all of that. And Again, a lot of this is going to be non sequitur because it's kind of just written. I actually wrote a lot of my notes day by day through the FTC stuff, so a lot of it is just, this is day 1, day 2, day 3. Yeah. I didn't really fuse them together. Maybe I should have done that, but I already did so much work on this. I don't want to do anymore. But let's stick, Dustin, on. And I'll ask you this, and then we'll go to Chris on this as well.
Sure.
What do you think about my argument about Microsoft being celebrated as an entity that should get more under its belt and more power when it could not do it the way the other two companies did? Simply a fact. Whether or not you care or not is one thing. I think it's way more impressive that Nintendo bought Monolith Soft for like $500,000, and then they made all of these amazing games for them. That's much more impressive to me than going around and buying, after working with them for a long time, by the way, than just going and making a list of 120 entities and being like, let's just keep an eye on all these guys and see what happens. To me, that's a strange thing to root for a strange entity to root for. And I say that as someone, I'm no longer a Microsoft shareholder, which I know that was a joke. I've divested a long time ago and made my money back, but a lot of money back on it, which I appreciate. But I am someone who looks at Microsoft as a consumer because I use Microsoft products. I have a Microsoft laptop, which I love. I use Windows, which I love. I have no problem with Microsoft as a company. I just don't look at them. It's kind of that old Steve Jobs quote about how they have no substance or style, whatever the hell he said, like that devastating, like they don't do anything with style or whatever the hell he said. That is the way I feel. It's a brute force company. It's always been a brute force company. They serve a purpose. It's very much like Amazon. And Microsoft to me is like Amazon. It's like, yes, I use your stuff. I like your stuff. It doesn't mean I like you or think that what you're doing is necessarily good. It's just so undeniably useful in some ways that you can't avoid it. But I don't root for it to consolidate itself. When I go on Amazon, it's like I'm buying dog food, for instance. Like I shouldn't buy this here. I'm going to go buy it on Chewy. Or when I'm trying to actively spread that around. I just find it a very, very strange entity to root for. And the only kind of maybe material and real way I can see people rooting for it is like, well, it's an American company. And I'm like, I guess. I mean, so I don't know that I care about that either. But anyway, I'm saying a lot here. What do you think about that particular argument about Microsoft as an entity, its behavior, its inability to succeed without doing certain things, and its long repeated behavior of acting like this? It's acted like a monopolist for a long time.
Right. Well, and we've mentioned on the show before in the origins, the early days of Xbox, they wanted to go and buy Nintendo. So and like you said, this isn't just gaming that they've done this type of stuff. It's overall been all about brute force and buying stuff. And I think you're right in that if, let's say, a hypothetical situation where they are really successful and whether it's this deal or 12 deals from now and they acquire all these different companies, I think that right now an important thing to look at, and Colin, this is something you and Maddie brought up in the staff server that I've been thinking about, is that look at Embracer. Look at what happened to them and how they just kept eating up and so many companies buying up whatever they could, right? Just, hey, that's a good deal. Let's buy that, And like I was saying a few minutes ago about this idea of like content. It doesn't matter who it is or where it come from. We just need to get more content to feed this subscription where people are waiting for a Twitter post with 12 new games on it or whatever, that they're instantly judged immediately for the value of their worth. Like, just continually doing that while also not being able to manage and I guess I don't want to say Microsoft in recent years has never been successful making some new games, because I look at stuff like Forza and Gears of War. They have successfully made some games. I think that's easy to say, but we also see a long list of failures as well. And as they continue to buy more and more things, and just recently we saw how they basically admitted, like, we've been letting Bethesda, other than Starfield, kind of just do whatever they want, and we release a total fucking turd out for everybody. It's stuff like that where it's like, okay, well, you're already not hands-on with the companies that you're buying, and you want to just continue to buy up more, and just again to feed this subscription, to feed more and more and more content. And maybe some of these companies will manage themselves properly, like Activision, but I don't know. The thing for Microsoft has always been, at least under the Phil Spencer era, is this idea of like, maybe you're giving a little too much rope. Maybe you need to be a little bit more hands-on. So
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, that's it.
I was looking for the thing I couldn't find, because one of the interesting things about that too is that I don't think the relationship between Microsoft and Bethesda is necessarily very good.
Oh yeah, the Pete Hines.
The Pete Hines email is nasty, and people are saying like it's not him saying that he wishes the games were multi-platform like they used to be, and I'm like, yeah, it is. That's exactly what it says. I mean, like, I don't know how else you can read that email, because I'll pull it up real quick. I know Jason Schreier tweeted it out, so let me pull it up. I got to pull up an incognito window though. Jason Schreier.
Oh yeah,
because he blocked me on Twitter. Let's see. Here it is.
As he does.
Yeah. So Pete Hines in February of 2022 sent an email to. Does it say sent? It actually doesn't say who it was sent to. Was surprised to see the blurb below, he writes. Bold emphasis is mine, he says, in yesterday's Xbox blog post. And it says, quote unquote, so this is what they wrote at the time when they were announcing the Activision deal, which I can't believe was over a year ago. To be clear, Microsoft will continue to make Call of Duty and other popular Activision Blizzard titles available on PlayStation through the term of any existing agreement with Activision. And we have committed to Sony that we will also make them available on PlayStation beyond the existing agreement and into the future so that Sony fans can continue to enjoy games they love. We are also interested in taking similar steps to support Nintendo's successful platform. We believe this is the right thing for the industry, for gamers, and for our business, end quote. So that was the quote from the blog post. Now it's back to Pete Hines. I understand that there is likely nuance here, but at its core, it's being read as the opposite of what happened with us. As is mentioned in this article covering the blog post, and so now he's quoting again. This is different from how Microsoft approached acquiring ZeniMax Media, parent company of Bethesda Softworks. While Microsoft is seeing through any contractual obligations for timed exclusives like Deathloop, future Bethesda titles like Starfield are exclusive to Xbox and PC, or more specifically, platforms where Game Pass exists, end quote. We're going to get into that because that's another Colin was right moment. And then Pete gets back into it and says, just want to make sure I understand how I think about the above when speaking to devs employees who ask, as well as Todd myself and anyone else who might get asked about it about interviews. And then he wrote in another email that was sent out to Todd Howard, Jamie Letter, and others, and he says at the end of it with some similar stuff, did anyone at Xbox think about giving us a heads up on this? Todd's going to DICE in a couple of weeks. You don't think a journal might find him and press him on why the below is okay for COD or any Activision Blizzard games, but not the Elder Scrolls 6 or Starfield or any and every future interview he does? Pete Hines was pissed. He was pissed for two reasons. He's being told now, like, why are we... I know this is hard for people to understand, and I can say this as someone who owned a small game developer, obviously, an indie game developer. We don't want to do exclusives. We want to be in many places as we want. Like, there's some idea, and I think it exists in some developers. Like, I'm sure Naughty Dog's very proud of being a PlayStation and stuff. But if you went to those developers and asked, like, would you want your games on Xbox too if you could do it? And they'd be like, yeah, absolutely, pretty much to a T. These are business machinations, which is what Satya was saying when he was giving his testimony on day 3 when he was saying, like, we would get rid of exclusives completely. I actually believe that because that would be to Microsoft's benefit. But the idea that these studios are all like homers, in other words, to use another sports terminology, is, I don't think, true. And I think Pete Hines is kind of saying that, like, why is it okay for them to do this, but not us? They want their games everywhere. So it was really interesting. That's a really damning email because a lot of people are saying he's just looking for PR guidance. And I'm like, no, he is looking for PR guidance in addition to saying very clearly, why is it okay for them to do this and not us? And so I thought that was really interesting. Like, the relationship with Bethesda seems a little bit off tilt. And frankly, I don't think Redfall made it any better. And by the way, it looks like Arcane Austin lost more than half of the staff of the
it was like 70% of the staff, I think.
And this was another thing that was being said internally in Sony's emails. I think Jim Ryan was saying it, and this is something I said in the Discord as well, Dustin, which was, he was basically being like, it's what you were saying about Embracer as well. He's like, they're assuming all of this publishing costs, assuming everyone's going to stay, but they're going to get vested and leave. And that's what has already happened with Arcane and others, especially if you're making bad games, which, Call of Duty will never be a bad game. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. Chris, I want to hear from you about this specific idea of Microsoft as kind of the entity people are rooting for, knowing all we know about them and knowing that it's not that they failed in gaming, they failed relatively in gaming. Those are two different things. Right, and I want to be very clear about that. There have been abject failures in gaming that are nowhere close to Xbox's worst performance. Like, they are a very solid third place, much more solid than Sega ever was.
In comparison, right, to the big successes they have failed. But right.
But I just want to be clear. I'm not body blowing them. It's just relative. Go ahead.
Xbox still makes a ton of money. It's crazy, but like it's I don't know. I think there's a lot of psychology at play here, and I think what's interesting is there's a separation between Sony and Microsoft and Xbox and PlayStation, in the sense that Microsoft is the big entity in comparison to Sony, but PlayStation is the big dog in comparison to Xbox. And I feel like that's really at the core of what's going on, because if you're looking at it from a Microsoft and Sony lens, no one's going to be rooting for Microsoft. They're the biggest, they own everything. But when you look at it in the sense of, here's this third place console, like they've managed to put together this image that they are struggling, or that they are the underdog, which is not false either, which is fascinating to me, because it's all true, but it's also like it feels contradictory. And so you have Sony going up, it's like, hey, we're gonna, even though we're dominating the competition, even though we are like schooling Microsoft like crazy, we're putting out these great exclusives. Let's take Final Fantasy. Let's have an exclusive for Deathloop. Let's take an exclusive for this. Let's take an exclusive for that. To the point where, if you're looking at it as Xbox is the underdog and PlayStation is this kind of this entity that's just sort of buying games to keep them timed off of Xbox, a platform that is struggling, I can see the perspective where it's like, yeah, well, that's such overkill to have God of War, you have Last of Us and Horizon, these like big Spider-Man. And then in addition, to rub salt in the wounds, you keep like Final Fantasy out of Xbox, and you keep Deathloop out of Xbox, and you keep these arbitrary games that arguably mean nothing that you don't have to do. And so when Microsoft goes and says, yeah, well, we had to buy Activision so that we could ensure that games remained on our platform because PlayStation was going to take Starfield. That's from that perspective, that is a resonant argument.
Definitely.
You know,
this is,
I think
I'm sorry.
It's
go ahead.
Oh no. Well, I'm just going. It's the separation between the entities and their platforms and the differentiation of both of their successes that I think is really, really core at play here.
Yeah, it's that dichotomy. It's what I wrote down here in my notes as you were talking, because that's exactly what it is. I was going to I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to reinforce your point by saying that one of the things I really like about Matt Stoller's writings, again, the aforementioned economic analyst that I'm going to have on the show in the coming weeks, is that he draws this dichotomy in his writing and calls Sony, quote unquote, a pig in his writings by saying that, like, though it's what you're saying, though Microsoft is this, Sony is still doing this. And it's exactly what you said, that they just can't, enough is never enough for them. Like they can't, and it's about not buying the cow, but the milk.
Right.
And Sony's very, very much willing to do that. Warning out there, don't use that term in office settings, as some of you have and gotten in trouble. Remember that?
Yeah.
But I totally agree with you that Sony acts, this is in a universe where many things can be true. And one of the things that's true is that Sony is mega aggressive. And in fact, they talk about that later. I think it's Phil Spencer himself that says that, like, they are a mega aggressive competitor. Yeah. It's like not
under testimony, he was like, well, the implication of the testimony that Phil and these other people gave is that Sony's aggressive pursuit of third-party exclusives is the initial instigator of the deal, which I don't necessarily, I don't think he's lying necessarily, but I think they would have at some point started to acquire a bunch of studios anyway. But I do think Final Fantasy VII Remake and these big tentpole games, and even some smaller tentpole games like Deathloop and Ghostwire and these other things, I do think they led to an acceleration of the M&A in the industry. And I do think it's fascinating. Like, I didn't really get a chance to talk earlier about like my overall feelings on this.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, please go on.
I just think it's so.
I didn't mean to skip you. I'm sorry.
No, you guys were on a roll. I just think it's so fascinating, everything that we're learning, and just the way that these companies view each other and the way that business is done. Obviously, you talked about like the list of
every developer and publisher in the industry.
Yeah, literally every single one. IO and Supergiant.
It would be easier to name the ones that are not on that list, honestly.
Yeah, literally. So, and it's, I don't know, man. I'm really fascinated by all of this, not only from just a business standpoint, but from a spectator standpoint, because there's a lot of, I for lack of a better term, simping going on for every single aspect of it. There's people who are like, yeah, the FGC, yeah. And I'm like, what's going on? Why are we cheering anything? Why are we not just like looking at like what's in front of us and being like, that's interesting. I wonder how that's going to shake up, because there's no doubt like the first 2 days were really not that good for the FTC. Like the FTC really bungled those first 2 days. But right now, and you said it earlier about, was it Hogue that said it was like a toss up, like a coin flip? I feel that, I feel like that's accurate. And we'll just have to see, because they just have to cast doubt, which they could do. We'll see.
Yeah,
some of those FTC, man, it was really frustrating watching them like not clearly not understand the industry as well as they probably should. Because you're just thinking like, Jesus Christ, my taxes are going to this.
Yeah, it is a little annoying because this is politically complex, because this is Lena Khan, really a Democrat, Biden, kind of aligned person. Biden, I think the Biden administration wants to come off as anti big corporation. So this does get wrapped up into a whole political realm where because you were talking about like it's so weird. Okay, so PlayStation's with the smaller company, Xbox is with the bigger company. It goes into like where if you're rooting for the FTC, you're kind of like with a democratic point of view. If you're rooting for the business, you're kind of with a Republican point of view. It's very messy, you know?
Yeah.
My take is that it is shitty to have to root or like get involved in. There's two entities that I hate more than any, and it's the government and big business. Like I couldn't think of two other entities that I hate more than that in all of the world. So when they're fighting each other, it's like you kind of want them to both die. But obviously that's not possible. And frankly, the corporations are not beholden to people in any way, shape, or form, and anywhere close to the way the government is, in quotes, accountable to the people that elect the various representatives who put these people in place, like Lena Khan. So in that fight, I'm going to typically want to side with the government, I think, which would be the Democratic point of view. And this is what I'm saying, which is ironic because I am a conservative. Right. So, but I am very wary of big business and also know that a lot of the roots of the Republican Party at the turn of the 20th century were in antitrust, trust busting. I mean, it's Teddy Roosevelt and started with William McKinley and a lot of interesting things. It's very similar to how environmentalism in the United States really began with Ulysses S. Grant and Teddy Roosevelt Republicans.
Yeah. It's crazy it's crazy how things just like completely like flip over time.
Exactly.
It's wild.
But that's, and by the way, I want to say, because people like environmentalism, I mean government environmentalism, like saving parks and all of that. And like the land that you live in, like I famously said, Teddy Roosevelt, when McKinley was assassinated, Teddy Roosevelt was somewhere in Wyoming and no one can find him. And they're like, you got to come back. You're president. And he's like out hunting buffalo or whatever. Very interesting and different time. But right, it's exactly totally awkward bedfellows all the way across the board. But my consistent view is that the bigger the business, the more I hate it, regardless of what it does. It's the same thing with government. The bigger the government, the more I hate it. It's just I become wary of everything. I become wary of the bureaucracy. I become wary of the intent.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
It's not to say Sony is a good guy, because I don't think Sony is a good guy. They're just not nearly as big, and so they're not nearly as dangerous.
Well, the main takeaway that I kind of want to put forward here is I think Microsoft has done a strangely exceptional job at decoupling Xbox from greater Microsoft, despite the fact that they are inherently synonymous, because that you can look at Xbox as a small, like kind of fledgling, underdog at all is amazing that they managed to do that.
I totally agree. This is, I guess, the nugget of it, Chris, isn't it then interesting that the company with the most means couldn't make it happen? It's what I said earlier, that money isn't the winning modifier in this equation, because if it was, then they would have won, which is why now that they're spending, everyone's like, well, Sony bought Bungie. And I'm like, Sony bought Bungie for 22 times less or something like that than they're buying Activision Blizzard. Like, these are not even equivalent.
And Bungie was on that list of potential Microsoft acquisitions as well before they got they got taken off the board.
And imagine the possibility. I mean, this is just total conjecture, but everyone talks in the industry. That's how I learned so many things I shouldn't know. But imagine the people at Bethesda being upset about being purchased from the perspective of exclusivity, where they want their games everywhere. Although a lot of them got paid out enormous amounts of money when the buyout happened, depending on, of course, their own vesting in ZeniMax. But imagine a situation where that kind of is sneaking out. And so Sony approaching Bungie, it makes a lot more sense, where it's like Bungie probably says, like, we want under no circumstances to ever be a PlayStation exclusive studio. Like, this is not even happening. We're not even putting ourselves anywhere close to this position. And Sony leads with that, right? When they announced the deal, it almost seems like you can kind of plug things together behind the scenes about how things are coming together just by fleeting knowledge.
But then there was, I can't remember if I'm making this up or if this was just an assumption on our part, because we talked about this on the show, where like, how do you think the other PlayStation studios feel about the fact that Bungie can do that and they can't?
Well, I think that now that it's clear Bungie can shut your game down as well, I think that there's probably going to be more internal drama than would otherwise be there. Assuming the reporting about Bungie's involvement with factions is true, that's not only a parallel studio that does what it's wanted, it's a studio that is more powerful than all the other studios. And that might be a problem. And I do wonder. I haven't heard anything, but I haven't really asked. And I would be interested to know that, because it is categorically true. We made Twin Breaker as a timed PlayStation exclusive when we released it in 2020 because it was a Sacred Symbol episode or game. And the fact that we released it on all the other platforms is actually hysterical because it has nothing to do with those platforms at all. We just wanted to be everywhere because we're a fucking game developer. We want to make as much money as we can so we can make the next game and so on and so forth. So I do believe that at the highest levels at these companies, they do want to sell, most of them, because they make a lot of money. Bobby Kotick's going to make $450 million if this deal goes through, by the way, which is what makes it doubly interesting that it looks like he's trying to sabotage it from some people's perspectives. But if you're in the trenches, you're not vested, you've been at fucking whatever for, you were at Housemarque for a year. It's like, you don't give a shit. I don't think. It probably makes your life a lot easier. You get to rally around some. I think the one thing is the je ne sais quoi of being in PlayStation Studios because it is such a meaningful publisher. It's like, well, that gives me big dick energy. I'm sure it probably does. So maybe there is some trade-off there. But the game developers I know, they want their shit everywhere. Me as a game developer, a writer of games, I want my games everywhere. You would have to come pay me a lot of money to not do that. And that's what happens. All right. Did you have anything else you wanted to say, either of you, before we get into this? I'm going to go into, we're not even anywhere in this yet, so.
I know, yeah.
Buckle in. I'm excited about it personally. I love this shit. Because that's one of the things I wanted to say as a postscript before we get into this, is people being like, I understand we want to get over it, we want to get through it. I want the deal to happen because it's lingering. But when new information comes out like this and you're not excited and interested about this, I wonder if you love games at all. Like, I don't know. Video games are not just about the playing of video games. It's about the manufacture of them, about the creation of them, about how we pay them, who we're paying for the games, and the marketing and all. It's about all of these different things. That's what this is. That's what the show is.
I think you can like games and not care about this personally. I like a lot of movies. I don't give a single fuck about that industry.
Oh, really? I don't read. I should back up and say you're probably right, but I am personally interested in the minutia of virtually anything. Like if I had that, if there was a suit going on in the movies right now that was giving all this dirt, I would definitely be reading it. I wouldn't have any context.
You're a Minusian.
Yeah, a Minusian. That's right. Minusian. Well, it's just so interesting. Like when things are said that don't want to be said, when things are seen that aren't meant to be seen, that's automatically interesting. Doesn't matter what it's about.
Yeah. This reminds me a lot of, that Activision lawsuit from like 2012 or something, where we got all that.
Is that Respawn?
Yeah, the Respawn lawsuit where we saw that was before we knew what Destiny was, and we got all this like, oh, this is the plan for Destiny. It's crazy. It's always interesting whenever there's stuff that we were never meant to see that is suddenly just kind of out there. Definitely. Even if it is heavily redacted. I'm interested in it to a T. Like we have conversations about this a lot, where it's like, I'm not a data person. I'm really bad with data. Like the second data comes into play, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on as far as that goes. But this stuff is interesting because it's like tangible. Like they're more individual kind of concepts. Like, oh, Jim Ryan kind of saying that, oh, it's not anti-competitive, but also like kind of.
But I don't like it.
But I don't like it.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
Yeah, I mean it's honesty, right? It's like, of course, like of course he doesn't like it, Yeah, it is totally interesting, and I want to be clear. I don't want to know things about people. Like, remember when Ashley Madison got hacked like 10 years ago? Yeah, no. And I was like, that's fucked, man. Like, that's not the information I want. I don't want to see your dick pictures. I don't want to see the email from Phil Spencer to Jim Ryan where he's like, man, I was deep dicking some bitches last night or something. Like, I don't need anything like that. That
would be an amazing email to see, though. You get that on a shirt.
Yeah. I was deep dicking some whores last night. And it's like, I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for. Is that
your Phil Spencer
impression? Yeah, that's my Phil Spencer impression.
It's me, Phil
Spencer. I'm like the Penguin.
IO Interactive, looking pretty good. Yeah. I wish he sounded like that.
Me too. That would be amazing. All right. A few things I thought, well, not a few things. I'm going to start going through these notes just so we can get through some of these things that I think were incidentally interesting. I thought it was interesting that Jim Ryan had noted in his deposition, which was only released recently, but the deposition was on April 6th. He said, quote unquote, we simply could not run the risk of a company that was owned by a direct competitor having access to that kind of information, end quote. And they were talking about PlayStation 6 development kits. And then when he was asked about it in his testimony, he says, Quote, the development kits allow developers to have visibility and to work on the feature set that our new console will deploy. It would typically mean a developer may bring its content to the new platform later than would otherwise be the case. The commercial risks associated with this knowledge of these feature sets leaking to our principal competitor is not something we'd rely on any contract to enforce. Thought this was very, very interesting. And I wanted to start with this because there is bad blood between these two companies, man. Like, they're basically saying, like, we wouldn't need, like, no contract is going to allow you to have access to a PlayStation 6. Like, there's no way we trust that you'll silo yourselves off. However, I thought it was very, and of course, that's sensical. It only takes one rogue employee. It doesn't even take Microsoft intentionally doing anything to do that. But I thought it was interesting. I remember saying this a while ago, and it was true. When I was writing the history of Insomniac, and I was going to Insomniac every so often to, like, get more information at IGN, they were developing a PS4 game and an Xbox One game at the same time before the systems were out in the same building. And they were siloed. In fact, I remember that I wasn't even allowed to go to the Xbox side of the building at all because the Xbox One was basically unseen at that time and no one really knew what it was. And that game was Sunset Overdrive, of course. But so they've been together. Also, San Diego Studio has access to Xbox Series X and S and did pre-release. So the trust goes in the opposite direction ostensibly, although I think it has to. So I don't know if you guys have anything to say about that, but I wanted to note that I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, I got to jump ahead though a little bit, Colin, for my point, because it is related. Phil Spencer, you wrote here, I'm just going to read your notes. Phil Spencer confirms that Minecraft isn't on PS5 because they didn't get dev kits. Quote, Sony was reluctant to ship us PlayStation dev kits, put us behind on our development of Minecraft for PS5. Spoiler alert, Minecraft isn't available for Series X either. So what have you been doing? You know, this was one of those arguments, and you see both sides. We talk about this constantly, that both sides lie and say shit in order to look better. But this was so stupid to me. It's like, no, what have you been doing since the launch of the Series X? You should have had that ready to go. It's your game. Would have been a big boost. Hey, here's a Series X version of Minecraft. Nothing. So,
and this where it gets into the FTC having enough knowledge to ask that question, you know?
Right.
That's like, why didn't they have someone like one of us on, just like there at the table, you know, like everyone in their suits, and like whenever something confusing comes up, they just go and consult you, and otherwise you don't say anything the entire time. Like you're just there for like the game knowledge.
Is it not on Series X?
There is no Series X. I looked this up.
I think it's patched for it, like some PS4 games would be, but I don't think there is a native version though.
Oh yeah. That's weird. I don't know why you would need either version.
That's what I think
too.
too. That's why I think would have been their argument if they brought back, then that's what they would have maybe said next. But anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, just know that I'm curious about what that Minecraft version would even look like. But yeah, I'm not surprised that they would want to play hardball with this. Be like, yeah, we don't trust you, and we wouldn't give you dev kits. Though the thing about that, I'm getting ahead a little bit here again, but that would put Call of Duty behind, which is interesting in that they wouldn't be able to develop Call of Duty on PlayStation if they didn't have dev kits, or like PlayStation 6, they wouldn't be able to get dev kits. So when that initial Call of Duty comes out on PlayStation 6, PlayStation would get it late.
Yeah.
And that would be PlayStation's own doing.
Yes.
Yeah. It would be like they kind of like manifest the feature that they're afraid of by withholding the dev kits.
Right. But it could also, this is what's so interesting, is that it could be argued of like, I hate 4D chess arguments, but it's almost like your Microsoft is playing a really smart game here and saying like, well, we know you're going to put us in a position where we won't be able to deliver it on PS6. So we can promise it, but you won't give us access to the dev kits anyway. So, and I think that's why Phil Spencer had said something in his testimony, like along the lines of, should, you know, basically all things being equal, which I think everyone assumes they won't be by that point. So, before I move on, Chris, do you have anything you want to add about this dearth of trust between Jim Ryan and Microsoft?
No, I mean, you did say something along the lines of the trust goes one way, and I think and because it has to. And I think you're right. Like they can't afford to not. They can't, like Microsoft. Well, Xbox. This is what I'm saying. This is fascinating. Xbox can't afford to withhold multi-platform dev kits from studios that are also working on PlayStation games. You know, they can't do that because they're in the underdog position from a console perspective. And so obviously they have no issue. PlayStation has more to lose, which inherently makes them a little bit less trusting, which inherently makes them a little bit more guarded, as they should be.
So there's a few more things to get into here before we move on to the next topic in this, which is this email from, and this is considered a bombshell email, and I agree, I think it's a very telling email that again underlines something I've been totally right about, which is that PlayStation will always have access to Call of Duty, and Sony itself is very confident in that. And the email apparently read, quote, "It's not an exclusive," and this is from Jim Ryan about the Activision deal. He says, "It's not an exclusivity play at all. They're thinking bigger than that, and they have the cash to make moves like this. I've spent a fair amount of time with both Phil and Bobby," meaning Phil Spencer and Bobby Kotick, "over the past day, and I'm pretty sure we will continue to see Call of Duty on PlayStation for many years to come," end quote. And so I thought that is an interesting ding against Sony that needs to be acknowledged. But I think it shows that they were totally confident in keeping it the entire time, which I think indicates what I was saying, which is why Sony has no interest in signing any deals with Microsoft, because they don't have to. And I think that goes a long way, and that email I think proves it.
Yeah, I did see a perspective out there that was like people also Jim Ryan just lied about being concerned about Call of Duty not coming to PlayStation then, or like he's been like specifically like wasting the FTC's time, and he's been honest about that too. Jim Ryan's weird because he's honest but in like a lying way, and it's very bizarre.
What do you mean by that?
It's like I mean like he's the main concern publicly anyway for a while before this was like, oh, you know, Call of Duty, like PlayStation needs Call of Duty. You know, we need Call of Duty because that's a big percentage of our user base. That's like a big game for us, which implies that there is a fear of losing Call of Duty, despite the fact that internal emails seem to confirm that that was never really a fear. That's a little bizarre.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's true. That's true. However, I agree with the premise that, as I said, I don't know that they were ever afraid of it, but I think it is a game of chicken. But I was going to get to this later. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I mean, he the honest part of it was when he said, "I don't care about Call of Duty. I just want to block your merger." That's not public, I don't think. I think that was like a leaked. That was a conversation that was like kind of relayed. I don't think there's like a transcript of that.
Yeah, and then they confirmed that it was said in the deposition. I think.
So, I mean, that's obviously true. And he's doing his job if he's the head of Sony to do that, by the way.
Right.
Or the head of PlayStation.
I always think of it like you have someone, your competitor, or let's say someone you don't like, and they have a gun pointed at you, and you're like, oh, they'll never shoot it. But you don't want them to do that. You don't want them to have the ability to shoot you if they have to.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
This is in my notes later, but it makes a lot of sense now, so I'm going to jump to it, which is, I think the one thing that Jim Ryan, Crying Jim, is underlining is the importance of Call of Duty to PlayStation, and we've never really had material data on that until some bad redactions made it through. Yeah. And this is what Sony had said internally. These numbers, people are squinting at these numbers because they were basic. So basically what happened is that some intern or someone went over them with a Sharpie and then they photocopied them. So you can see through them.
So stupid.
It's awesome.
And so people are squinting at some of these, but this is basically what people think it says. And so,
that intern is dead, by the way.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
He's a skeleton underground.
It says, quote, and this is crazy. And this again reiterates something I've been talking about, another Colin was right moment, about how Call of Duty is just monument. So the only reason you have to, let me back up. You have to glean from Sony's vociferous attacks on this deal that Call of Duty is insanely important to the bottom line, and this proves it. Quote, in 2021, over 14 million users by device, so on PlayStation, spent 30% or more of their time playing Call of Duty. Over 6 million users spent more than 70% of their time in Call of Duty. And about 1 million players spent 100% of their gaming time on Call of Duty. In 2021, Call of Duty players spent an average of 116 hours per year playing Call of Duty. Call of Duty players spending more than 70% of their time on Call of Duty spent an average of 296 hours on the franchise. Sony made $800 million in revenue from Call of Duty in 2021. 1.5, and that's in the United States, by the way. $1.5 billion in revenue globally. $1.5 billion from a game they don't own, that they only get 30% of the money from. This is why they're so concerned Because if they lose that money, they're probably still profitable, but this has a deleterious effect on if their platform's even attractive, because they're showing so when you combine PS4 and PS5's user base and you get 14 million of those players in 2021 spending 30% of their time or more playing Call of Duty. You have $800 million in American revenue, gross, not net. $1.5 billion in gross revenue, not net revenue. So that's important. It's not profit, but the way they look at it is that it is all inherently profit. When you fold it into all of the money's made and lost in PlayStation, it might come out different, but this is free money. This is totally free money. So of course they're freaking out. They totally, that underlines that Sony spent and we're going to get into this later. Sony spent $200 million, a little more than that's developing The Last of Us Part 2, and probably made about as much money gross as Call of Duty brought them in 1 year. And they didn't have to do anything. It's just, Microsoft underplaying Call of Duty's importance is fucking annoying to me. Actually, there was a preposterous, I wrote this in here as apropos of nothing, but Dr. Elizabeth Bailey, who is Microsoft's economic expert, said this with a straight face. Quote, Call of Duty is an important game and it's a popular game, but there's nothing to suggest it's uniquely important. Shut the fuck up. Are you kidding me? There's nothing to suggest Call of Duty is uniquely important. It's just an annualized sports-like game that's the best-selling game every year. But other than that, there's nothing unique about that at all. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for that wonderful feedback. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to go back to the first page now. I want to get into Game Pass a little bit. Jason Vanover wrote in, as many people did, said, happy 4th, early 4th, fellas. Thank you. Our Lord and Savior Crying Jim was recently quoted in the FTC trial as saying, quote, the Game Pass business model appears to have some challenges and Microsoft appears to be losing a lot of money. I talked to all the publishers and they unanimously do not like Game Pass, end quote. While he doesn't outright say it, the stance he's appearing to take, at least optically, accomplishes two things. One, he's backing the developers and simultaneously adding some credence to what Colin has lamented since the service launched. Game Pass is, for all intents and purposes, a terrible idea. Maybe not so much for the casual gamer, but for the industry as a whole and the individual who prioritizes quality over quantity. And two, he genuinely seems to have us, the players, as his main focus. Sure, he's a suit who seemingly can't properly hold a controller for a dick, yet as time has gone on, it seems as though producing the best gaming Sony is more important than producing the best gaming monopoly. So I've got to ask, is it time we go ahead and admit that we've got the right guy navigating the Sony ship? This trial that I'd otherwise pay little attention to is certainly making it seem that way. Moreover, Colin, where does this rank amongst the Colin was right pantheon? Enjoy your holiday, gents, and hopefully, Colin, you land some killer can openers and pencil drops in that Moriarty pool of yours. I will, dude. Can opener all day. I wanted to read this one because I wanted to fuse this idea about hero worship. It's funny, but Jim Ryan's not your friend, right? Like, he wants to do right by PlayStation. He's fiduciary obligated to make decisions that are the best for PlayStation. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's I've never actually met him personally, but I did meet him a long time ago, but long before he was in his position. I had drinks with him in San Francisco and a few other people, but I don't really know him. I think he's probably perfectly fine. And I think he's doing obviously a very good job, but don't turn into some of these like just horrendous, frankly, Microsoft and Xbox fanboys that are deifying people like Phil Spencer. And this is what I was saying earlier. You're deifying the people that failed. You're deifying the people that are taking the stand under oath and saying, we can't do it. Mm-hmm. So I just don't think any of them deserve deification. I certainly don't think they deserve deification, but Jim Ryan, I mean, come on. You know, it's funny when we used to love Shuhei Yoshida and other guys. And I feel like that made a lot more sense because he was actually a game developer and kind of a personality. Jim Ryan's not Phil Spencer. He's not out there trying to do anything with anyone. He doesn't give a shit. And I think that's totally fine. It's a little bit different than the Sean Layden vibes or some of the other vibes we've gotten from executives in the past, certainly Jack Tretton. But let's ease up on the deification of Jim Ryan. I don't know that I can go that far. You know?
Right. Go ahead. I have to agree. And I'm just thinking, like, what happened 3 weeks ago when everyone was mad at him for live service, no gameplay at the showcase? Everyone hated him then, but now he's the PlayStation savior. It's like, calm down. I totally agree. It's like, obviously, he is a guy in our Sacred Symbols lore. We have a bunch of emotes about him or with his face in our Discord. We put him in our thumbnails, but that's like almost taking the piss out of it. It's like, it's a joke to actually be like, yeah, this is our guy. Calm down. Take it easy.
I don't know. I just want to, everyone, one of the cringiest things about Xbox fanboys is the Phil Spencer, like, whole, like, it's like, ugh. Like, I'm sure I'm getting a nice guy, but like, why are you deifying this person? Well, these guys are paid handsomely to do what they're doing. Yeah. And let's not pretend that it's any other way. Yeah.
Yeah. I think people just need to chill in general with this stuff. Because I actively, like, when I was reading this question, I laughed out loud.
Well, you should have.
When it's like, oh, he seems to have us as the players as his main focus. It's like, no. Let's
no, he's thinking about the shareholders. Like, absolutely.
He's thinking about the shareholders. It's his job. It's not his job to think about you. Quite frankly, it's kind of everybody else is under him to think about you in a more specific way. Like, he just has to make sure the ship doesn't sink. That's his duty, really.
And he's doing a great job. I mean, there's no doubt about that. PlayStation's killing it. Sure. But
I think the only reason Phil Spencer has any kind of following in the way that we see it is because he's just out there a lot and he's just kind of talking. He does seem like more of a human being than Jim Ryan, to be fair. And that's probably why people like him. It's like, oh, a person. But I mean, that's a pretty low bar. You know what I mean? Like, look, these are businessmen. Treat them as businessmen. That's it. Don't get too worked up about it.
Agreed. Let's narrow in, though, on something Jason and a lot of other people wrote in about, which is this whole thing about Game Pass and how publishers feel about it and if it's making any money. So it's important to note that things that are said in depositions and in testimony are under oath, and you lie at your own risk, because if your lie is uncovered in some sort of future exposure of documents or discovery, you're going to be fucked and you can get in a lot of serious trouble. People go to jail all the time for that kind of shit. So you got to be careful about that. So from all of the people participating, from the Microsoft side, the FTC side, everyone, I assume that they're telling the truth. Unlike when they're talking to journalists, which they lie all the time. There's no reason for them to tell you the truth. They don't have to tell you the truth. They're under no fiduciary obligation to tell you the truth. They're under no legal obligation to tell you the truth. It's one of those situations where it's like how cops can lie to you. Like, you have to know that as you're going through the situation. So when you're reading these things in the press, it's different. When you're reading stuff here, I take it a lot more seriously. So when I see Jim Ryan say, I talk to all publishers, they unanimously do not like Game Pass because it's value destructive, I totally believe him.
I have a question.
Now, I don't want to say like he's talked to every single person, but if you don't think Jim Ryan's talking to Strauss-Zelnick, if you don't think Jim Ryan's talking to Wilson, if you don't think Jim Ryan's talking to all these guys, you're crazy. They're talking about this stuff all the time. He would know better than virtually anyone what people think about it, especially because he's trying to spool up a competing subscription service based more on legacy products than day one, day and date products. So when he also says things like they're losing a lot of money and that this seems to be commonly known, again, it's what I've been saying the entire time. The math simply makes no sense. You can't make it work without wedging money from something else into it. And so I take it very seriously when they're having these conversations about value destruction, because they would know better than anyone. And as I said earlier, that is now 3 of the 4 biggest console gaming companies CEOs telling you on the record, and one of them under oath, that it is actually 2 of them under oath, that it's because Bobby Kotick went even more in on Game Pass later on, and we'll get into that, as being like a no-go. Again, I want to, before I get put, and Dustin, I know you all have a lot of things to say, and I want to get to you, but I want to say this. I want to underline this, because a lot of people just, they jump to conclusions. I understand totally and completely the idea that Game Pass is valuable to the consumer. I argue that it's valuable to the consumer in the short run and incredibly dangerous in the mid and long run, and it's being propped up by a mega corporation. I would argue that streaming services haven't all been roses and honey and butterflies and all beautiful things. The destruction I'm seeing in parallel industries, whether it's music, whether it's streaming services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, all these companies that are spending, dude, they're putting their products in. This is how much they care about your art. This is how much these big corporations care about anything, is that they're blinking things out of existence to immediately take write-offs on them, so they can write it down on their taxes. That's how much they care about this consolidation. And so, yes, the short-term gain in Game Pass is serious. In fact, I would argue the value is so serious that you're almost crazy if you own an Xbox not to do it. Because it's like, well, if you insist, then this is the way it's going to go. But you have to understand in the mid and long term, that money's not going to work. Game Pass is not growing at the pace that they were hoping it was. In fact, Satya himself said that they kept the metrics for Xbox's success very low on the stand in order for it to stay within the margins of operation or whatever, or of value to Microsoft. I think that there's something interesting about this lack of education and this lack of people really telling people what they're getting involved in when they go down a Game Pass route, because it's not working. And it requires, and this is what a lot of people were saying about the Activision deal, and you guys can read the depositions and the testimony, but the FTC is arguing like you are taking losses. Like when you buy Bethesda, you are stacking the losses in the front. When you buy Activision, you are stacking the losses in the front, and then you are making the money back over time, which is fine. That's the way things usually work out. But understand that's only happening because you have money. It's not happening because the market demands it. That is inherently anti-competitive. And I have no problem with Game Pass existing. I have no problem with Microsoft trying to get games on Game Pass. I have no problem with people subscribing to Game Pass. I think that's totally great. Like I said, I think it's a crazy good value, but I think it is completely destructive to the value of games long term. And I think you are going to be very fucking sad about what happens if things like this take hold. I am as a game developer and an owner of an indie studio, we are very interested in how it works. And I think that for studios like ours, we'd probably be happy as shit to get the money and put our game on Game Pass, which is why so many smaller games and like A-level games make it on Game Pass, because it's a risk mitigator. But this is what I said in Discord, and I challenge anyone in there to tell me, name a game that came to Game Pass exclusively, right? That was not a first or second party game, but a game that decided to go to Game Pass where you earnestly think the publishers are like, we can make hand over fist money on this game on the market right now. In other words, who believed in Game Pass so much that they're like, no, fuck it, we're going to do this. We believe in it so much. We have a game here that we think can sell 10 million copies, but we're going to do it with you guys instead. Where's that game? Until that game pops up, Lies of P is not that game. My Beloved Outriders is not that game. Until that game pops up where someone had serious amounts of money in the game where they can make an enormous amount of money and go to Microsoft and say, this is what we think the game is worth. This is what we're going to need from your value. Then of course, Microsoft's going to give you guys money because your game is only going to sell a few million copies maybe anyway.
Or maybe only on that platform.
Right.
In the case of Persona.
Right. Exactly. So I guess what I'm saying is that when you have Bobby Kotick, Strauss Zelnick not on the record, but multiple times to his, by the way, he says this on shareholder calls. So that he would be fiduciarily obligated in those instances to tell the truth, or he can be sued for that. So you have Strauss Zelnick, you have Jim Ryan, and you have Bobby Kotick later on saying Game Pass simply doesn't work. And that there is no way we'd be interested in putting our games day and date. And when people look at we're going to talk about PlayStation Plus later on, and you'll see a Call of Duty game in there for PS Plus for Essential for the month. Everyone's like, well, this totally, it's like, guys, that game, that's 3 Call of Duties ago. They're not talking about that. Don't you know that they're not talking about old games? They're talking about new games.
Yeah.
Colin, what about Silksong? If I'm playing a little devil's advocate, Silksong seems to be one of the most hyped indie releases in years.
Yeah, but it's not exclusive to Game Pass. I mean, I guess, but I mean,
yeah. It is a day one release though, and that's what we're talking about.
Right. But it's a fair point. It's a fair point, but that's still, I think you know what I'm talking about. If someone was like, let me think of a game that would be Dead Space, right? That's a game there where if that appeared on Game Pass, they'd be like, wow, that's fucking big ballsy money moves right there. But Microsoft would never pay EA what it would cost to put that game on Game Pass day and date. Instead, they go and find Outriders. And I'm not making fun of Outriders. Outriders is my game of the year that year. I fucking love Outriders. You know, or one of my games of the year that year. I think Far Cry came out that year. So I wanted to just point this out that I just think it's so obvious that people are using, and this is basically the testimony. Jim Ryan, I think, this is Jim Ryan's testimony, basically says that third-party exclusivity deals help devs hedge risk and in return they get the product. And that basically that's Sony's equivalent of doing Game Pass deals. So the two silos, Microsoft and Sony, have kind of their different approach with third parties, but to act like the third party exclusivity game begins and ends with Sony is disingenuous, I guess is what he's saying, because it happens on the other side too. But nonetheless, it's value destructive. And I don't care what person X on the internet says about anything to do with Game Pass now compared to what 3 of the 4 biggest console gaming CEOs have now said about it. I just want to underline that. They are all on the record saying it doesn't work for new games. And this is what we've been saying the whole fucking time. And by the way, later on, I'm going to read some stuff from you where Microsoft themselves were thinking about, do we walk away from this? So they, in 2019, 2020, they weren't even sure that it was going to work either. And I think it was Matt Booty, and I have to go look at the email after I throw it over to one of you guys, that said, like, we can't do that. And that's also what I've been saying the entire time. Like, you're locked in. They are completely wedged into this. There's no going back. The minute that they go, Halo's whatever, Halo, just the game called Halo, a new Halo game, it's not day and date to Game Pass. That's the end of that. You know, so they are locked in, and they were wise enough to know that they couldn't walk this back. And so it's a lot of like reiterating the things that we just knew to be true based on observing the market. It's just obvious.
Yeah. Well, you can also see to that point, I think they did it with Forza, and I think they're doing it again with Starfield, where like you can buy it and play it early.
Early access, baby.
It still comes to Game Pass, and it's still free under the subscription model, but you can also pay the money to get it earlier, which, to be fair to them, is kind of smart.
Yeah, definitely.
Good way to, but it also, kind of reinforces the point where it's like, this is clearly not enough.
Starfield seems like the kind of game, and we said this last week, where it's kind of the antithesis of a Game Pass game, don't you think? Like, it's sticky enough. It's so sticky that you should just go buy it, right? It's so long and big that it just probably makes more sense to buy it and own it. Right?
Yeah, maybe.
It's almost like that's almost not the kind of game you want for Game Pass.
It depends on the consumer. I think I could see a game like Starfield being a game that is so broad and so big that people would spend months just playing it. And if they're subscribed to Game Pass, they can just play other things in between and not have to. I don't know. I could see it both. It's not in the middle. It's either like the worst game for Game Pass or like a really, really good one. But I don't know. It's that the fact that they're doing that early access thing speaks pretty loudly, I think.
Dustin, I wanted to get your take on this Game Pass stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Jim was challenged on his assertion that publishers don't like Game Pass, and he retorted, quote, "This is a very commonly held view by publishers," end quote. Again, this is under oath. This isn't a surprise to me at all. I mean, the finances of this has never made a lick of sense. I don't know. You mitigate. People point at all these different games and say like, well, this game proves that that's not true, and Sega's proving that it's not true, and all this. And I'm like, guys, Sega's not really doing much of anything. They're giving like a bunch of games to Game Pass, which is awesome, but they've made their money on these games already, or are going to make a lot of money on these games on Switch and PS5, and they know that. Again, these publishers are not taking risks that indicate that they believe in Game Pass. They are utilizing Game Pass to make even more money. And why wouldn't you do that? But it doesn't mean that the market is equal and leveled out in any way. It indicates that there are just some publishers that say like, Eliza P is a good example, where I could see Microsoft being like, we'll give you, I don't know, because that game is going to be available elsewhere. I'm just making up a number, but it's like, we'll give you $20 million for Game Pass. A studio like that's gonna be like, fuck yeah. That doesn't mean that it's a good deal. It means that they're making the right choice for them, because they don't have the luxury of having to worry about the future and like the way things are going to work. They just want to get to the next game. These bigger publishers that are already dealing with the hypotheses of the next consoles and many games out and have things planned till 2030 and all this, they look at it differently. And when they make these deals, they say like, how is this going to affect us down the line? We don't need this money to survive, so we need to maximize our amount of profit. I just think that, to me, again, because what I was saying was I'm divorcing this from the FTC battle about whatever they're fighting about. This, to me, is some of the most interesting stuff in all of the testimony, because it just blows up this idea that it does work. It's not working. And Bobby Kotick makes it even worse, like, again, to the point where people think Bobby Kotick was sabotaging the deal. And we'll get to that later.
Yeah. There is the aspect of subscription services in general, and how long did it take Netflix to make a profit?
Oh,
it was an insane amount of time.
Yeah,
like to the degree that you would almost wonder why Netflix was even remotely successful in the first place. And I think there's a potential. I don't know how many people pay attention to Game Pass are also aware of the fiduciary realities of subscription services in that way, and if that's an argument that they're making. But that is a potential. Is it possible that the understanding of Game Pass is that it's going to lose a lot of money until it doesn't? Is that the idea?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what the FTC is arguing is the idea too. That it simply can't be done in any other way. It's a brute force operation,
right?
And it is. I mean, that's what we're seeing. That's why I'm saying, you see these little publishers coming out and saying well, we like Game Pass. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you fucking do like Game Pass. We're not talking about you. We're talking about big AAA day one release games. No offense. We're not talking about fucking Lilymo, my studio. That's why I'm saying, if Microsoft came to us and said Habroxia Zero or whatever, we'll give you $100,000 for it. It's like, oh, fucking course we would do that. We need that money to make the next game. We don't give a fuck about the future. We're in the now. I really do trust the people that are looking at it with a long view, because I think that they just have a more valuable look at it. Now, I looked up Netflix's profits, and they've actually been profitable on and off since 2003. However, the profits are mega low, marginally, until 2017. And then their margins grew to well over $1 billion. And now their profits are in the billions. A better example of brute force, in my opinion, because Netflix is a neater example because it's streaming service, but really the best example of brute forcing market realities into new market realities is Amazon. Yeah. Which is, again, why we look at Amazon, we use Amazon, we like Amazon. I get all that. But was it all good? Have you been to your local mom and pop store lately? Was it good for the dude that down the street that lost his job because of it? These things have deleterious effects. You have to understand and acknowledge them. And I think with Game Pass, and Dustin, I'll throw it to you. I think if you want A-level games, that's why I'm surprised that I think the most obvious purchase for Microsoft has always been Embracer Group, because that would be perfect. Those are the kinds of games I think Game Pass needs. Games that people wouldn't necessarily want to buy anyway, but they have no problem subscribing and getting a few games. And then you have your big AAAs, and you would sell those separately, ideally, and all of the rest. So what do you think about kind of the coming to moment here with Game Pass and the realization on the record under oath that this is not working according to the people that are most closely involved in the industry?
Yeah. Well, I think the biggest counter argument I see to this that I don't agree with is the big publishers that we do see making deals on Game Pass, particularly someone like Capcom with Exoprimal, or we talked about Sega with the Persona games they've put out and the Persona 3 remake. But I think there are specific reasons, as you've been saying, why they would do that. Exoprimal is a risky game where it is a totally a new IP, multiplayer focused game that they might not feel all that confident that they're going to sell and make their money back very quickly on. And so I think that the two things can be true, where it's yeah, we don't like Game Pass, particularly we don't like the idea of putting the games we feel like we can make a lot of money on day one, but we are going to take advantage of it when there's certain games that we think aren't going to do well. Then yeah, like you said, it's that safety parachute where Capcom doesn't have to worry or not if Exoprimal is going to sell day one, because they've made that money and they've locked that in. And so it's a question of, well, maybe Exoprimal ends up being really successful because they're able to put it in millions of people's, players' hands immediately just from virtue of the service. But if it wasn't on the service, then maybe people would be like, $60, $70. I can't remember how much that game in particular is.
And if Exoprimal is a great game, right? If being on Game Pass does put it in the hands of millions of people who wouldn't otherwise have tried it, and it is successful and it is great and people end up liking it, what are the chances that Exoprimal 2 is going to be on Game Pass?
Here's the other thing, Chris, is let's say it Probably is not. Great and people play it on Game Pass, they're going to go buy it on PlayStation. Like that's what happens with a lot of these Game Pass games. Outriders, right? Like sold a lot on PlayStation. I don't know if it was a lot, like a crazy amount, like it made it a bestseller, but it's a thing where it's like it's a good game. People are still gonna buy it, right?
Well, that's true. Yeah. Well, Game Pass did help that game a lot in the sense that it got the word of mouth.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
I do think. Yeah. I do think more.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, I was just going to say, I think more people on PlayStation did buy it because of the buzz that came from it from Game Pass.
Well, that's right. I think that if I were to see, no one has been ballsy enough to leak the math on their Game Pass deal yet, but in any material way. And I've done Xbox games with gold deals, and I'm not allowed to talk about those, so I'm not going to talk about those. But I have some workings with Microsoft in the background as far as these deals are concerned, because Hybraxia 2 is on games with gold right now, I think.
In Korea, right?
In Korea, but you can download it apparently anywhere. I don't know how to do it. And we've had like tens of thousands of people download the game, which is cool. And we made a nice amount of money on that. But the Game Pass stuff, here's the way I look at it. When Exoprimal's not going to do very well. I just can't imagine that that's going to be a game that people are going to care a great deal about. Back 4 Blood is a really good example of this too, back in the day when that seemed like a really big Game Pass game. But what you realize was that there's like kind of fundamental flaws with these games where, again, they're not the games the developers or the publishers truly believe in, because if they did, they would just sell them. And so I think what they're doing is saying like Xbox, and I wish they got more into this in the testimony, but it's really not germane, so I don't know why they would. But Xbox gamers are clearly being informed more and more by Game Pass. And because of this, games don't sell there very well. That's why when people are saying like, oh, Final Fantasy VI would have sold more copies if it sold on Xbox, like they would have sold like what, 3.2 million copies or something like that. It's like there's a kind of a bubbling of people not buying games there. We see that through kind of reflected in some of the physical sales and so on and so forth in the games that stick around on the MPD and all the rest. And from this perspective, they look at Xbox and they're like, well, we have an idea of how many games we can sell there. We're going to sell 15% of our copies there or whatever. That's X amount of money, which is, by the way, why a lot of people don't even bother bringing their games over to Xbox. And we discovered through this that Xbox has actually been bullied into giving people 80-20 splits instead of 70-30 splits, which is the long industry standard, which is fucking crazy. In fact, they testified that Activision threatened that they wouldn't bring the game Call of Duty at all to Xbox Series X if they weren't given an 80-20 split. And what that shows you is that the publishers themselves know that games don't sell when you bring them to Xbox a la carte. Very rarely are they selling big numbers. So you look at it and you say, well, what can we get out of this? Well, you can get some free money, more than you were going to make by selling your game there, which Microsoft is definitely overpaying for these games. And so there's that angle, which is interesting. So you take that money, and it's what you said, Chris. Then that's a marketing angle, because every time a game is for free on Game Pass, it just gets automatically promoted. Everyone just that game that did wonders for Outriders. I think Square Enix said that just boosting the player number was more valuable for their telemetry and all of the rest. So
yeah,
I think it's I think this is all incredibly relevant. People ask, why is it relevant? I say it's relevant that we continue to buy games and we don't fall into the prey of subscription models for day and date games as a rule, because you will not like the games that come from that. You are going to get forever games and you are going to get shitty games. You are certainly not going to get $250 million Horizon-like games. You are certainly not going to get The Last of Us, because you cannot make money on those games by putting them in subscription services. I hope that's clear. Now that we've seen how much money these games cost, by the way, through more bad redactions, right? We learned a few things here, and one of them was that The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million to develop, and Horizon Forbidden West cost $212 million to develop. Now, assuming that is the case, right? Assuming that is the case, and it is, it's in their own documentation. That doesn't include marketing costs and all of that. It's not quite like movies, but assume that to be happy with the investment, Sony needs to make $500 million on Horizon, which they've certainly made more than that on Forbidden West at this point. Then that would be what Xbox would have to pay for that kind of game to get on Game Pass. Does no one understand that? This is what I've been saying for years, and why the money situation for AAA gaming doesn't make sense, and why Game Pass cannot be profitable on its own one more time, because it doesn't take into account the lost sales and the subsidization of the development ecosystem in Xbox first and second party, where a la carte sales don't happen. This is It's all here for you guys. What I've been saying, if you still don't believe what I'm saying after all of this deposition, all of the court happenings, the examinations and the cross-examinations, then I don't know what to tell you. But it's all there in the numbers. To be able to, so as an example, Starfield, right? Starfield's probably 300 million plus, I would assume, considering how big it is, considering how long it's been in development. Microsoft's math for Game Pass monies in and out doesn't account for that development cost. That just comes from somewhere else within Xbox's ecosystem. But that is the entire point. Sony's argument, and a lot of these big publishers, Activision, EA, Take-Two, and so on, are saying the cost of sale goes into the next game. That's how we make games. Into the next generation of games. We can't just put them into subscription services. If they do put them into subscription services, they're going to pay an arm and a leg, and Game Pass is going to cost $50 a month. So is this salient? Some people are going to be so upset about this, but it's in all of this. It's in it.
It makes sense to me.
I don't need to see. So when someone's like, oh, this random casual publisher loves Game Pass, I'm like, that's great. What does EA think of Game Pass? Since we're talking about this, I guess I'd bring this up. Bobby Kotick on subscription services, quote, I have a general aversion to the idea of multi-game subscription services. Maybe part of it is being in Los Angeles and having large, big media companies move their content to these subscription streaming services, and the business results have suffered. Generally speaking, I don't believe that a multi-subscription service for games is the best way to enable players to make their investments. This is an interesting quote because he's not saying it he's under oath. First of all, Bobby Kotick's a very careful person, very, very smart and savvy person. So I'm not saying that this isn't calculated, but he actually doesn't say it's not the best way for us to make money. He actually does say it's not the best way to enable players to make their investments, saying like that he doesn't really think that this is necessarily great for players either. I don't know if he's speaking to what I'm speaking to, if he's just trying to say what he needs to say. But I wanted to ask you, Dustin, on this. What do you think of Bobby Kotick being kind of overt about, like, do you take what he was saying? I thought his testimony was pretty damning, personally. A lot of people were saying it wasn't, but from my perspective, I felt like you're the savior of Activision. You're the guy kind of leading the ship for 3 decades, and you're basically calling into question the entire approach of Xbox's ecosystem on the stand, and they're trying to buy you. I thought that was very interesting. And I thought that the interpretation of it, I felt kind of good when I was reading Matt Stoller and some other people, kind of more left-wing people, because it's really more of a left-wing feeling to want the government to not have this go through, like inherently from a principled standpoint. But I in reading these various things, I thought it was so fascinating to hear that people interpreted it that way, because I also interpreted it that way. I was like, this is so bad that he doesn't need to say this. Like, he doesn't need to say it this way. And there are a lot of people that think he might be regretting it. And remember, I said a few weeks ago that this deal has gone on for so long that Activision probably could extract more money out of this deal if they went back to the drawing board. So that might be another part of it.
So I'm not a legal expert, so I don't know if this is possible. But this is one angle that I was thinking about this, is that we're getting all these documents and emails of things that people said. Like we saw Pete Hines say stuff that is, we'll just say, negative towards Xbox, right? About exclusivity and stuff. Is it a possibility that Bobby in emails has said that he doesn't like subscription services, and so he knows that he's under oath and thinking like, well, I have in internal emails said that I don't like this, and so I can't lie about it now. Or else if a document was to be brought up where I said something else, then I'd be breaking the law.
Yeah.
Is that a possibility? I legitimately don't know.
Well, it could be. I mean, I think that it's possible. Hogue would be able to answer this more, but I'm pretty sure at this level, at this stage, his lawyers at least would have to know everyone would have access to the same information. It's about if you, like, what you're doing with it. Right? Like, you can't withhold things from each other. So it could be that they were aware that they're going to be like, well, what about this email from? So it could be in preparation for that. But I don't think there's any devil's advocacy here at all. I think it's exactly what Strauss Zelnick has been saying to on his financial calls for several years, which is like, we can't make money this way.
I'm not talking about what he said. I'm talking about why he said it.
Oh, but he said it. Well, he was asked. I mean, that's why I think
right. But I'm saying like, why? Well, why? If he is selling the company and he's going to be part of Xbox, the question is, why is he being so honest about how he feels? Yeah. That's what I'm trying to answer.
Fair enough. He's not going to be part of Xbox. He's going to get kicked out in 2 seconds. If they were smart, he would be running Xbox. But yeah, like the whole acquisition, it would be very complicated. He's a very divisive figure. But anyone that knows anything about games knows how much of a fucking actual madman Bobby Kotick is. And he's exactly what Xbox would need, and all things being equal, to turn things around. But
he'd walk into the room and threaten to kill Sarah behind
him. All right. Let me see what else is here that I wanted to get into that I thought would be interesting. Oh yeah, okay, we have this. This was an interesting one. We talked about this a little bit last week, but we can talk about it more. Benjamin Lippert wrote in and said, "Hello, gents. Through the Microsoft FTC trials, we have learned a lot about Microsoft's strategy, and importantly, that they are targeting more studios than just ABK, i.e. Sega, IO, Square Enix, etc. It seems like their desire is to just purchase the industry, and a strong-arm Game Pass as being the future of gaming. I mean, that's obvious. I don't know how anyone can argue that at this point. I know at some point they would not be allowed to buy more studios. That's actually not true. But that doesn't stop them from making deals like the one rumored with IO, where their next game is likely an Xbox exclusive. I'm just concerned that through pure power of spending, that Microsoft can effectively suffocate Sony with acquisitions and third-party exclusives. This means even going after studios that fit more in Sony's wheelhouse than, such as Sega, as we've seen with their recent marketing deals. You said last week that every company wants to put their competitors out of business, which I agree with, but not many companies have the power to actually do it the way Microsoft does, through pure purchasing power. I have nothing inherently against Microsoft and own all 3 main consoles and a PC, but the method that Microsoft is using to try and take over the industry just feels bad. What say you boys? Are we destined for a future controlled by Microsoft and Game Pass? Thanks for all you do. First of all, I don't think there's any theory anymore. I mean, that is what they're trying to do. I don't know how you can look at those documents of their targets and their interests and all these different things and be like, there's any rhyme or reason to any of this. Yeah. Like it's you can see some of it like in the Sega email there. So some of these are just in a document. Those documents, by the way, were redacted later. So they didn't mean to release all that information. And I think they realized that information makes them look fucking stupid. And it really does, in my opinion. Like that, I got to be honest with you. I saw that stuff. I'm like, Microsoft is exactly what I thought Microsoft was. Like, I don't know why I let anyone make me second guess myself about what they were trying to do and what they are trying to do. And of course, people want to focus on that Matt Booty quote about spending people out of business. And I think we discussed that a little bit last week. I don't take that as in and of itself a bad thing to say, I guess. It's just indicative of your style and what your intent is. Anyway, I'll go on. But Dustin, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah. A lot of people... actually, I just did a mailbag and there was a big question about Sega. I think that's kind of one of the points that people are fixating on, because this idea of like, well, if Microsoft did buy Sega, then think of your beloved Persona being Xbox exclusive. And I think that is a really interesting question, as far as we've seen Xbox buy exclusivity, at least in the United States, for Japanese games. But I was thinking about this and just how would it work for Sega? Because they are a Japanese developer making games primarily. I mean, Persona, as good as it, as well as it does here in other markets in the US and stuff like that, those are games designed and made for Japan. They are very Japanese games with Japanese culture. And so you would have to imagine there would be some kind of release on PlayStation for those, at least in the Japanese market as well, or else no one in Japan is playing those games. And that's like who they're made for.
Yeah, that's why I think the whole Sega confirmed that they're not interested, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw that. Right. And they clearly weren't. I mean, they probably did have conversations behind the scenes. I think with Sega, Square Enix, Capcom, Koei Tecmo, Bandai Namco, these companies, if they are purchased or were purchased by Microsoft, would have to remain totally independent. Like, there's just simply no way that they would stop releasing their games on PlayStation and Nintendo. Like, that's not even possible. That's why when I see people float some of these things, it's like, what are you talking about? You think that they would just betray their entire core audience like that. I don't think that the companies are that stupid. There is some stuff in the emails that were leaked through Discovery where, specifically with ZeniMax, where they were very aware that if we just announce everything is coming to Xbox, there's going to be a massive backlash against us. Can you imagine that backlash if they did that to Square Enix?
Oh yeah.
I mean, that would be like,
that came out today, I think, Colin, on Twitter, that Phil, like, they knew in 2021 that all future Bethesda games, regardless of IP, were going to be exclusive.
I have that in my notes.
They wanted to hide that. Which
they say,
I understand why.
Tim Stewart, who's the CFO,
yeah.
I think he was, I don't know if he still is the CFO, in a 2021 email, quote, this is, well, actually, no, I'm going to save that one. That one is actually even fucking more interesting. He says at a 2020 conference, Matt Booty says, I think, I wish we could just go out and say we were taking it all exclusive at this point, end quote. Spencer says, yeah, we just can't say, end quote. Booty says, quote, a huge fan backlash, end quote, could result in ZeniMax exclusivity. Quote, but upside to Xbox Game Pass and console sales may offset that, end quote. Bethesda apparently told Microsoft they didn't want their games not released on PlayStation. Because in a 2021 email from Stewart to a colleague at Xbox, it says, quote, not just new IP, but all games moving forward. Wow. Indicating that Bethesda was kind of pushing back against that. And the FTC confronted Stewart during his testimony on multiple financial models, which shows the obvious that they will sustain, and this is what we were saying earlier, substantial losses in the beginning by not going to PlayStation, showing how much money they have and how they could withstand unnatural losses in the space. So
this makes sense why Todd Howard, remember how he was kind of like, I don't want to say never or something like that when talking about Elder Scrolls, like, oh, we'll see. Like, clearly if there was some backlash from Bethesda about this as well. And it's just funny too. This is maybe the only thing that I'll say that Dustin was right, because I got a lot of shit for saying about Phil talking about two sides of his mouth. And this was from 21 around this time when he was kind of playing fast and loose, like not wanting to say exactly what was going on. And it's like, oh yeah, that was the game plan.
Totally.
Like, I fucking said that.
You were absolutely right, for sure. You should spike the football. And I think that was fairly obvious as well, that they weren't saying everything they needed to say. It just goes to show you, it reiterates why you should just not, I always assume people are lying. That's why I think that this stuff is so interesting, because they're not lying here. At least they'd be crazy to lie here, knowing that they get in a lot of trouble for perjury. It's different than lying to a journalist. It's different than saying whatever you want on Twitter. Say whatever you want. So that is, it is interesting that was their entire plan with Bethesda. And I think that that's really damning as far as their intention with Activision, because you could even argue that they just don't know. Like, you don't know. I mean, they made it was Pete Hines, marketing guy at Bethesda at ZeniMax, that was saying that they don't even really know what platform the Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be on. Like, they're like, maybe we'll come to PlayStation. We have really no idea. But it's clear that Bethesda didn't want to go down that road, and were forced down that road, and then were wondering why they got treated differently than Activision. Like Chris said, a kind of a Bungie situation internally at Sony. And Hines said, he was asked about, so you'll remember this. He said, in 2021, when we found out that Starfield wasn't coming to PlayStation 5, he said, quote, all I can say is I apologize, because I'm certain that that's frustrating to folks, but there's not a whole lot I can do about it, end quote. And I remember us reporting on that being saying, that's an interesting quote. And then he was asked about this by the FTC on the stand, and he said, quote, it bothered me that they were upset, meaning PlayStation fans. I don't like it when our players are upset over something we do, end quote. And then Hines during this confirmed that Machine Games' Indiana Jones will be the next game taken that was supposed to be for PlayStation 5. And I think that this is an important point for the FTC, although I'm less interested in this, which is that it is true that Microsoft's acquisitions are taking games that were intended for the platform away. Sony's acquisitions still don't really, I mean, first of all, Sony's acquisitions historically never did that, because those teams were always in second party relationships with Sony. But even the newer, like, kind of like I said, one night stands type thing they're doing now, where they're getting to know someone really briefly and then like, fine, we're going to get married. Those are still working on second party games. The only game that I can figure out that hasn't come out yet that was announced for Xbox that is not coming to Xbox anymore is that Project Eve game which is Stellar Blade, right?
Mhm.
And that was announced for Xbox. And then they took that away. Sony started to fund that. So Sony is playing that game now, but that's not a traditional game that Sony plays. It's the only title I can think of. Maybe people can write in, because when people say like, what about Spider-Man? It's like, Spider-Man wouldn't exist without Sony and Insomniac. What don't you understand about that? Spider-Man didn't exist and then was shot. That's not the way it worked. If you're making that argument, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, it's where does 7 Remake fall into that? Because that's not like a deal, right? That's like it
was a timed exclusive that was assumed to be available for everything else, and then it seems like Sony did something where they renewed that. So that could be, you could consider that, but it was never announced for it. You know, Project Eve was specifically like the end slate of the trailer says PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series.
Right.
So it's a good argument. Again, not really very important to me. Because I assumed that was what they were going to do with some of these games. I'm much more interested in what happens with the Elder Scrolls, because it seems like, and maybe even a future Fallout game or something, because it seems like their argument is that games with a heritage on other platforms won't remain exclusive, which makes me wonder about Doom, Wolfenstein, and other things that I would actually want on PlayStation. I don't really give a flying fuck about most of Bethesda stuff, to be honest. And I want to say, I'm just so honored that the 2 publishers that are getting bought continue to be publishers that I don't care about. So it doesn't really affect me in any way, shape, or form. I'm thankful for that. All right, let me see. There's a lot more here. I don't think some of this is not as interesting as I thought. Maybe I'm going to skip some of it. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's maybe it.
Those are the big. I feel like we hit on the big things. There's some stragglers that are just kind of interesting to.
Well, this I should say, because we talked a little bit about, Chris, about the developers they wanted to buy. There's a slate of developers that Sony or that Microsoft was interested in kind of examining. These all went at different levels. So they actually did actively try to go after Sega. That's clear from emails that they were having. They were deeply interested in IO Interactive, Bungie, and others. But there's actually a huge list. It's over 100 entities, which is why I think it's just so flagrantly monopolistic and ridiculous. It's totally insane. What is the rhyme or reason? What is the strategy? We often wonder. There is no strategy. Size is the only strategy. And content for content's sake is the strategy, it seems like. But here's the companies that they were looking at. This is just a reduction of what I thought were the interesting ones. This is not nearly all of them. So the big ones that I took out first were Square Enix, Sega, Supergiant, Niantic, which is ridiculous, although smart because they want to be in mobile.
They're closing their LA office now, too.
I saw that.
They're in trouble.
IO. And then in alphabetical order, here's some other ones that I thought were interesting. 4A, Avalanche, Behavior, Boober, Capybara, Certain Affinity, Crytek, Deck 13, Digital Extremes, Don't Nod, Drinkbox, Ember Lab, From Software, Gearbox, Gen Design, Giant Squid, Harmonix, Hazelight, Hello Games, Housemarque, Larian, Level 5, Mercury Steam, Pearl Abyss, People Can Fly, Playdead, Platonic, Rebellion, Relic, Remedy, Roblox, Splash Damage, Starbreeze, Supermassive, Tarsier, Team Cherry, Techland, Tequila Works, and That Game Company. Publishers included 505, Annapurna, Devolver, Focus Home Interactive, Paradox, and Team 17. That is basically a who's who of every major independent developer.
Yeah, it's just a list of
I don't ever want to hear ever again that there's any strategy, because there's no strategy. There is no strategy. Like, you just wrote a list of studios that you wanted to keep an eye on. Why? Why does Sony want to keep an eye on, or I'm sorry, why does Microsoft want to keep an eye on Level 5? The fuck are you, what do you want Level 5 for? What is the strategy there? I don't understand that. Mercury Steam?
What did Mercury Steam do?
They did the Castlevania Lords of Shadow games. They did the Metroid, the 2D Metroid game that just came out.
Dread.
That is baffling.
Bloober Team.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You should pay Bloober Team to stay away from you. Although Sony doesn't agree. I mean, they're funding Silent Hill 2, or at least partially.
I don't know, man.
Ember Lab. The Kenneth, right? Right? Harmonix, Crytek, The fuck do you want Crytek for? You kidding?
Yeah, it's really just everything.
It's just ridiculous, dude. It's I'm sorry, this is ridiculous. When people are like, Sony has the same list, I'm like, no, they don't. Like, they definitely don't. Not because they probably couldn't buy all those things anyway if they wanted to at the same time, obviously, or within one after the other. But also because that just doesn't make any sense. People often ask me, and in fact, Benjamin Schroeder wrote in and said, "Hi, CDC, do you think there's any merit to the idea that Sony could buy Square Enix? A lot of people embedded in the games community talk about it like it's an inevitability, or at least that it's likely, but I'm not sure I see it. Curious what you all think. All the best as always." I'm just going to reaffirm what I have said over and over and over and over again. Sony doesn't need any more studios or publishers, but they are going to be. If I were them seeing this shit, I would think we were suicidal not to begin to consolidate, because it is clear that our competitor has their eyes on fucking everything. You know, like old stalwart Microsoft aligned studio Housemarque, for instance.
Yeah.
You know, that famous Xbox collaborator Level 5. And that game company. And Gen Design, the guys that did The Last Guardian. I mean, I'm sorry, it's everyone.
Yeah.
Flavorless and lame. Another thing I wanted to say that, and this is a final kind of Colin was right moment for now. There'll be many more, I'm sure in the future, but Microsoft confirms what they've long said, or what I've long said. They want Game Pass on PlayStation. Tim Stewart, and as CFO of 2020, the CFO of Microsoft in a 2021 email, quote, and he's talking to someone at the business, "We need to go all in with a portfolio view, not title by title. It actually bothers me that Fallout 76 is on PlayStation Now without getting much for it. If we are putting titles on PlayStation Now, fine. Then we go in with the weight of all of our titles, and in exchange, put Game Pass or xCloud via browser on the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Otherwise, the downside of our titles showing up there is too great."
What, via browser? What does that mean?
So it means you stream xCloud through the browser.
Yeah, like
real.
Well, that's what it says. Yeah. So
that is how it works on the Steam. That is how you can get it to work on the Steam Deck, as far as I know. I haven't tried it yet.
A big part of that, to Microsoft's credit, is that they can't get a bespoke thing on the app stores, specifically on Apple's App Store. So they have to go through the browser. You know, and I think what they're saying is that Sony would just need to kind of like whitelist it on their end or whatever. But this just goes to show what I've said over and over again. And Phil Spencer has said it. People just ignore that these things have been said, is that they want Game Pass on PlayStation. They are totally willing to do it. Satya on the stand saying they want to get rid of exclusivity is another line and saying that they'll do it. And I really do think it's going to happen. I believe it. I don't think it's going to happen in the next couple of years, but I think it's going to happen.
I don't know. Do you think, I don't know. I feel like this entire court battle is kind of made, like, do you think that would even, I think this was more plausible, ironically, a couple of years ago when it was less entrenched or less of a focus of the industry than it is now, with so much clear bad blood and public bad blood between these two entities.
Yeah, they might not want to work with, you might be right, they may not want to work with each other too closely at all. I argue
if they're not going to ship, if they're not willing to ship dev kits, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's reasonable on Sony's behalf. At the same time, I don't know, what could you possibly learn from I mean, don't all these manufacturers communicate in some way anyway? Is it like all of I feel like most consoles in the last few generations have been more or less the same machine. And am I to believe they just guessed? You know, like, I don't know how much value.
I think there's assumptions. It's actually, I think Moore's Law said this, but I could be wrong, where there's assumptions on the manufacturing side that shit is leaked.
I see.
You know?
Oh, that makes sense.
Like, because people, so if you're at Sony or Microsoft, you go to these various factories in Hong Kong or China or wherever the fuck you are, Taiwan, and you audit them and you go there. And so, like, you see things, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
And you hear things.
Yeah, I hadn't considered that. Yeah, that's fair.
So I think that's ironically, because I always bring it up, but like the PlayStation 3 Slim that walked off the conveyor belt and literally appeared in a random market in Thailand months before the thing was even announced with no box. It was the craziest. I was like, what the fuck? It was so crazy. Like someone bought it. Like someone bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was real.
Yeah.
It was a real PlayStation, and so you never know.
It wasn't not a dev kit. Like
it was a real. Yeah, it was like it was
early.
I think the PS3. I think it was like late 2008 or early 2009. This thing, there was
that's about right.
A grainy video, and people.
Because it came out with did it come out with Uncharted 2?
Yeah, it was the same year as Uncharted 2, 2009. It was a little earlier than Uncharted 2. I want to say.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, there's so many interesting things about like. An example is Minecraft Dungeons was actually not going to come to PlayStation. In their internal emails, they talk about there's like an argument about if they should bring it to PlayStation or not. Let's see. Oh yeah, and we talked about already that Starfield was what kind of the impetus, according to them, about hearing that was going to go timed exclusive. Spencer does say under oath, he's asked by the FTC, quote, "Do you have any intention of this deal helping you climb out of the number 3 spot?" End quote. And he says, quote, "In console, we do not," end quote, which is an interesting answer. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Game Pass day and date. Matt Booty says this, quote, "If we reverse course on day and date, it's going to be hard to convince folks that things like Mixer or xCloud have much of a chance surviving scrutiny either." And obviously he said that before Mixer was shut down. Anything else here? Almost half of PlayStation 5 owners, according to Sony's unredacted information, have a Switch.
Mm-hmm.
1 in 5 PS5 owners own an Xbox.
The Switch thing is not surprising, but I'm sure Nintendo loves that. It's the perfect companion console.
Yeah. It's the perfect companion to either of them, really.
Right.
Let's see. I think that's it. I mean, I think that's basically the breadth of my notes. Do we have any closing comments on this very lengthy section of our show? That was a lot of fun. I guess I'll close out first and just say, I don't understand why anyone would root for this. I don't understand why you'd root for a company with just lots of money, but the inability to create things with that money, no matter how much money they have, to then consolidate around them. You'd want the small market team, to my earlier reference, to be the one that you would get around because you know that they have the talent. It's not just the money. It's not just Brian Cashman, the longtime GM of the Yankees, just writing $100 million checks. It's scouts in the stands and people with the know-how and making the right calls at drafts and doing all that. That's so much more impressive. And that's why I'm so much more impressed by Nintendo and Sony. Particularly Nintendo, frankly. Nintendo makes less money than Sony on games. So, and they are by far a bigger part of the zeitgeist. So it's just, so I want to underline that. I think Microsoft is just a monopolist at heart. That's just the way they've always been. They've always kind of just tried to take and do whatever they could. And this goes back to the 70s. And I don't begrudge them that. And I don't think that they're a bad company. And I don't think that they don't make revolutionary things. And I don't think that Xbox should be, shortchanged on all of the things that they've done right, especially with services and functionality, whether it's the Ethernet cable and Xbox Live and all the rest. I mean, they've done a lot of really important things for games. But when it comes to the creation of games, they're unable to do it. And the fruits of the Bethesda purchase are coming to fruition. Some of the acquisitions they made late in the 2010s are coming to fruition and all of that. And that's awesome. But I don't root for that level of consolidation. And I'll reiterate one more time that I particularly don't think Sony needs a goddamn thing in the West. I think if they do anything, and I've said this many times, Sony's salvation, if they need to acquire things that they feel they need to, is to double down on Japanese things. Because they're becoming big culturally again. They're important. And like I said, 2 of 4 of Square Enix, Koei Tecmo, Bandai Namco, and Capcom. I don't think Sega's for sale. I don't think Sega wants to go with anyone. So, and I honestly don't think any of these publishers are for sale. And in an ideal world, Sony would buy none of them. But I will say this, and Dustin, let's throw it over to you first. Get your closing comments on this whole saga for now, because we'll have more to say next week. Because the deal when we record next week, the deal might be about to be consummated, or it might be done. I mean, we're gonna
consummated.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't like that one.
You don't like that word?
No, not for this.
Consummate the deal,
or at all. Really, it's a bad. I don't like that. That's a weird word.
Yeah, it's a bad word. I wonder. So I want to kind of preface it with that to say, like, we're going to get deeper into this. I think we'll have more final thoughts soon, but I'm just curious what your kind of walk away thoughts are on everything that we've learned.
Yeah. So I agree with pretty much everything you just said, Colin, as far as I don't like consolidation. It doesn't matter whether it's Xbox or PlayStation or whoever for that matter. Keeping companies independent is a good thing, but also, of course, there's going to be advantages to having studios under a similar umbrella, but we want to make sure that we don't have a monopoly. And I think that that's where the root of things is for me, really. And the other thing, of course, to remember is just that there's no point in making either side of this part of who you are, because I see so much of that. And I guess this is not really about the deal. So whatever happens with this, it should just go to show that, like, you should be about the games and the things we actually enjoy and not the companies themselves. And it's particularly going and making these part of your personality and going and rooting for these corporations. And I know this is some of this is repeating what we said earlier, but I think it's worth repeating that it's like, when this deal either goes through next week or it doesn't go through, if you are truly crestfallen by this, or, you know, this is a huge blow and you need to like go and go nuts on Twitter and fight with people, you've kind of missed the point on life in general, and also just what it means to like video games. So I put that as a reminder. It's like, I understand that maybe you've got opinions, you want things to go one way or the other, but just keep the fandom at bay. Keep it locked in. Keep it about the things that we actually like, and that's the actual games.
Chris, any closing comments before we move on to the rest of the show?
I don't know. I mean, it's a very interesting situation that both of these entities find themselves in, and I'm glad that we have all of this information. I would echo what Dustin said to just like chill a little bit. It's like, I can't imagine being sincerely like depressed after receiving news one way or the other, like the life of that person. But I would also say, like, look, man, consolidation is not ideal, but it is also kind of, it is just going to happen. Like if Activision is not, it doesn't go through, then it will be something else, probably something smaller that they can get away with without raising.
Oh, they'll be able to get away with almost anything else,
and it will. Yeah, exactly, and it will continue to happen. And so I guess I would say this, assuming it doesn't go through, this is not the end of consolidation. Like, and I want to dispel that assumption, because I have seen that a little bit. It was like, oh, this will be like a, this will prevent this from happening in the future. No. I not even close.
Think, Chris, it's funny you bring this up, because I think one way or the other, it's going to create a consolidative effect, because
right.
You would assume that there's like inertia to this, like you're saying, but the consolidative effect, if the merger doesn't go through, is going to be much more urgent on the low end. If this happens at the top end, like, and if it goes through, then the consolidation will happen in the middle, because I think that fighting fire with fire, if you're Sony, is probably, or as best as you can, is going to make a lot more sense. Sony's not going to respond to the Activision Blizzard thing by buying a small developer like IO Interactive or something. They're going to buy Square Enix. They're going to buy Capcom. They're going to do something crazy like that, because they're going to realize, like, this is, I guess, the world we live in. That's why I think what has made Sony PlayStation function for so long, is at risk if they have to, and that's their problem, no doubt, but it's at risk if they have to fight on a different playing field. Because I'll just reiterate what I've said over and over again, that it is just much more impressive to do what they've done, or what Nintendo has done, with as little money as they basically put into it, comparably to what Microsoft has at their behest. And the idea that you want to fucking consolidate around the people with money but not with the talent is a big problem. We were talking about how it's weird that PlayStation is with Sony and Xbox is with Microsoft, and the dichotomy of that. The dichotomy is also in the group with all of this money being the one that doesn't have all the talent. Like that's that's also,
you should be able to easily poach that talent.
That's what Sony thinks is going to happen in their emails. That's what they think is exactly what's going to happen. Is that if the Activision deal goes through, those guys are going to get vested and leave.
The thing that's difficult for me, it's like it's hard for me to feel bad for either party in this, because to me it's like, if this deal doesn't go through with Microsoft, they're they've got so much money that it can't possibly have that much of a deleterious effect. It can't possibly affect them in a way that it would affect anybody else. And for PlayStation, if it goes through, I mean, like, that sucks. But, like, I mean, if these emails are to be believed, like, this is you technically instigated this in some way, which is not great. You know, yep. I wonder if the domino effect of them making that video of, like, sharing the game, during
right. That's like the little domino.
That's the domino where it's like they destroyed Xbox so bad that they had to do Game Pass to compete, and because they had to do Game Pass to compete, they had to fill Game Pass with content, and to fill Game Pass with content, they had to buy all of these publishers, and so it's what happens, man. You can win as far as console wars go, right? You can win a generation, but, like, when you win a generation like that, shit's gonna fly, man. Like, hands are gonna be thrown in ways that you probably couldn't predict. I don't think anybody predicted this in 2011. I don't think anybody could have predicted that this would be, like, the state, or 2013, that this would be the state of the industry right now, and, like, what would be happening and who would be at play, and, like, the deals that are being made. Like, no one would have predicted this.
It's going to be fascinating to watch it all play out. I am just reading in real time on Twitter that apparently the FTC had a very strong close with the CFO. I don't know if they put them on the bench intentionally in that order. I also know that it's not a jury thing. It's up to a judge, and we just have to figure out and find out where this is going to go from here. I'll be very interested one way or the other. I'll be happy that we can finally stop talking about it and kind of move forward. But I do think that this does push another set of dominoes in terms of where the consolidative efforts go from here and how Sony responds. Because I do think that it's suicidal for Sony not to respond if that is really going to be the situation. I just personally believe, all things being equal, it's not necessary. Like, I am skeptical. We all know Microsoft can't manage all their studios. I'm skeptical of Sony being able to manage anywhere close to that number of studios either. They manage a pretty small team of 20 very well, and they have their second party XDev initiatives plus their third party timed exclusives that, these games that they pay for, your Neos and all of this. But I don't know that you need very much more. I think you need to focus on quality, but if they feel like they're going to be foreclosed, then they're going to need to start buying things and foreclosing. And they kind of already have done that. I mean, I would consider Xbox soft foreclosed from Square Enix. For instance, they really don't get games from Square Enix of any consequence, very rarely. A lot of these games that seem to be promotional for other games that they can't buy there. So I wonder what their contingency plans is. I would kill to be a fly on the wall of Sony right now. And I do want to reiterate too, it's what Matt Stoller had said on his Substack. Sony isn't the good guy either. And Chris had underlined this, but it's important to end with this too, in that Matt Stoller had said, like, Sony acts like a quote unquote pig. That's the way they act. Like, they just push it and push it and push it. It doesn't mean that they don't have a lot of talent and, like, they're one of the most famous electronics firms in all of human history. But it's just that they don't care about playing fair, and they know they can get away with it. And they did kind of bring it on themselves. And if from Microsoft's perspective, what's so funny about the gradient in all of this is that I don't disagree with their approach. I just don't think they're good at what they're doing. That's all.
Yeah.
Like a broken a broken clock's right twice a day. Like, if you can deliver a good game every once in a while, that's great. But, like, you're losing. Your whole thing is that you're losing. So why would I want you to be anywhere near this? If you're losing, all things being equal, you lost.
Yeah.
And that's not rooting for one side or the other. That's just fucking obvious. That's like sitting on the side of a battlefield and observing the outcome. It's just a fact. So it would be like a losing general in a war saying, like, give me more soldiers and more money. And it's like, but you lost. But that's the way it's happening anyway. And then you get the losing general gets to dictate the course of the battle from here, or the course of the war. It's a little weird. And I think that's why the FTC is stepping in. So, but of course, we didn't touch on major parts of the FTC's argument, which has to do with cloud. And I don't care about any of that shit. I really just wanted to talk about the things that I thought were germane to our show. And it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the cloud, I think, is almost, I don't know. The cloud doesn't even seem to be an important part of the conversation, even in the grander scheme of the case. It seems like, because if what's being said right now, and if what's being said right now is true, that there's been a turning point in the case, it's not because of cloud. Like that wasn't what did it. And it never stood a chance because people don't understand dude, there are people who are in the industry who probably like should understand the cloud who probably don't, you know? And there's no way these people at the FCC understand it in any real meaningful. You can tell by the questions that they were asking the first couple of days, like they had a really loose understanding of what any of this stuff is.
It's very frustrating to watch that stuff sometimes when you know you can get some random person from a gaming community that can make this argument better.
Yeah.
You know, like,
yeah, it's like, who are they? Like, who is this?
Being
person?
a lawyer is hard because you have to become like an expert and then you have to move on. And it's probably really difficult, you know, if you don't play, but you would think someone on the FTC staff would just naturalistically be a player of games, you know, and would be like, you either get it or you don't. You think that would be a very valuable thing right now.
Yeah.
To just bounce people off. Like I try not to do too much consulting because I think it's time consuming and I don't really want to do it, but I do consulting every once in a while, mostly for companies that like want to understand games better. I don't really consult on games. I think that's kind of a conflict of interest for me, but maybe that will change in the future. I have no idea, but and you'd be surprised like what people don't know. Like I've been on calls with people where they just ask you questions about video games, like anything you could possibly think of, like just to get some idea of what is even happening, like what goes on. So like, what is this? What does this genre mean? What does this term mean? What is that? Who is that? What? And I'm sure the FTC had to go through that. You know?
What is save scope?
Let's see. I'm trying to go through Matt Stoller's stuff because apparently, and in closing, let's see. Yeah, so I guess the CFO is showing modeling that seems to conflict. Basically, the internal Microsoft modeling. The FTC got Microsoft to assume, I guess, a 50% loss in revenue from PlayStation in their internal forecast, which assumes, I guess, some sort of foreclosure. But I have to read about this. But apparently, Matt Stoller, anyway, is saying that this was like a killer ending. But who the hell knows? You'll go read that fucking Foss guy, and it'll be like the entire different thing. Someone's coming off as that guy in Iraq. You know, that guy. You know what I'm talking about? The guy, the everything's okay guy. Yeah. Which is like one of the great. What was his name? Baghdad Bob, right?
I don't remember.
It was like a very short thing for people that don't remember. During the Iraq War, there was like a very short-lived, because Iraq fell really quickly in the Iraq War. But there was like a spokesperson for the Iraqi government, and he was like basically in front of everyone and being like, everything's fine. It's like a famous picture, but there's like shit exploding and stuff, like shit going crazy.
Is that a meme from a movie?
No, I think that's,
everything is fine.
No, that's not the guy I'm talking about.
That's not what you're talking about.
I'll try to find it for you. Baghdad Bob.
Oh, it's nothing to see here. That's the meme that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, this is the guy I'm trying to yeah. I'm putting it in the thing here for you.
Oh, this guy. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's a great memory of a totally needless war that a million people were killed in for no reason.
That's fun.
All right. Let's move on to the rest of the show. God, that took a lot out of me. All right. We're finally out of the weeds with that, and we can get to the rest of the show. Although we're going to get into the weeds again later when we talk about what we're playing, of course. But let's get through some smaller news items that happened this week. There's not too much because everything's been dominated by the FTC stuff. However, I thought we would start here with GamesIndustry.biz reporting a long interview with CD Projekt Red's marketing director. And it's actually, he's the VP of PR and communication, specifically Michael Plakow-Galewski. And one thing he said in here I thought was very strange. People have been reporting on this, and a lot of people wrote in about it, including Lawrence McDougald, who wrote in and said, "Hey there, CDC. I just recently jumped back into Cyberpunk 2077. And this is, oh, actually, you know what? I thought this was about the question. I'm going to save this actually, because I want to talk about that later. I apologize. Let me talk about this first. All right. So at the end, if you scroll all the way to the bottom of the GamesIndustry.biz story, and again, called CD Projekt, we need to fix the relationship with our players. It's an interesting interview with this guy. He says that, quote, "I actually believe Cyberpunk on launch was way better than it was received, and even the first reviews were positive. Then it became a cool thing not to like it. We went from hero to zero really fast. That was a tough moment. We didn't know what was happening. We knew the game is great. Yes, we can improve it. Yes, we need to take time to do it. We need to rebuild the stuff. That took us a lot of time, but I don't believe we were ever broken. We were always like, let's do this." Some people are looking at this as kind of throwing off the shackles of responsibility for the state that Cyberpunk 2077 was in. Chris, I'm curious what you think about this. I feel like ill-timed kind of quote buried in the article. I'm surprised that they really buried the lead.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty long and you have to go all the way to the bottom to even find anything interesting in it. But they buried what this guy had said. And I kind of take umbrage with this because Cyberpunk 2077 was uniquely broken.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know it was great on PC, but that's not what we're talking about. And that's not what you're getting the shit kicked out of you, which is why I was saying, and we're going to see this actually later on with a game that we're going to talk about where the PC version could have came out first and you could have taken your time on the other console versions or canceled the last gen versions completely. Mm-hmm. And you have to take responsibility for that. You don't get taken off the PlayStation Store. No one gets taken off the PlayStation Store. That doesn't happen.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, it's an insane thing to say because first of all, the early reviews were PC, as far as I know, which was the best version. And I played it on Xbox Series X and I loved it. I had a good time. Like it didn't crash or I didn't experience anything crazy. He's not wrong in saying that it was a great game out the gate. The issue is that there were previous generation versions that were completely and uniquely fucked. And even the next generation version on PlayStation specifically just didn't really function even remotely as well as it should have. Sweeney was living with me at the time and we were both playing it independently. I was playing it on the Series X. He was playing on the PS5 and his version crashed, I think 60 times. So like it's not about like it was cool to hate it. It was very, very exciting that it was coming out. People were hyped on it. Reviewers got early versions of the best version of it and relayed what they thought of the best version of it to the audience. And that's why you had those great reviews. And then it got into the hands of PS4 players and Xbox One players. And even some people on PC who didn't have as souped up rigs as everybody was expecting or even the PS5 version or even the Series X version, which people were expecting more out of. So like, it's not a matter of like, suddenly it was cool to hate it. It's like you under-delivered in a way that was very, very unique. So unique that you got pulled off the PlayStation Store, which nothing does. So like, I don't know. It reads as like this weird attempt at retelling history. And maybe this is meant I know he was giving an interview and maybe it was just sort of like an off the cuff kind of thing. Maybe it was more of an emotional thing that he was feeling that he kind of let slip or whatever. But I mean, that's like a really not good way to put the past, especially if, I mean, dude, they knew. Is the assumption here that he just didn't know?
Well, no, Chris, he literally says that. He says, we didn't know what was happening. Fuck off. You knew exactly what was happening, bro.
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening.
That's bullshit.
I didn't know what was happening. I had no idea.
Go ahead, Dustin.
You went from 0 to hero really fast. Yeah, you did. And you know fucking why. What happened? Yeah.
We didn't know what happened.
We knew that the game is great. Yes, we can improve it. I think about just overlaying that quote over one of the videos that's all the bugs and all the crashes. The game is great, but yeah, we can improve it. We need to do some stuff, but we don't know what's happening.
Dude, even at the time when we talked about it, when it was new and I was playing it and I talked about how much I liked it, but it was also something that was like, dude, I can't recommend this game because it's so inconsistent. Like the experiences that people are having on, like some people are playing on PlayStation, they're having a fine time. Some people are playing on PC, they're having a dreadful time and it makes no sense. There's no rhyme or reason for what works in what version. It's the most inconsistent game I've ever played. It's great. It is. But I mean, I think anybody who's played it would, at least in its modern context, could attest to the fact that, yeah, it's a great game, but it doesn't stop the fact that you released it in a state that was embarrassing and just frankly, like, I don't know, man. Was there ever a class action? Because
I think the people did sue them, but I don't know what.
I don't know if it was successful, but like, dude, man, if there was ever a case for a class action on anything, it was like I can't think of a single game that launched worse than that, with the exception of maybe the Master Chief Collection. Was like the only other game that I feel even came close to being as bad.
Fallout 76.
Fallout 76 just sucked, though. You know what I mean? Like,
it was crashing like crazy, though, and people were getting like duplicating shit and breaking the economy
that's
and
true,
getting banned for it. And then there's all the stuff with the collector's editions and
those are the big five, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's Cyberpunk, No Man's Sky on launch, Fallout 76, Master Chief Collection, and I'm sure something else that I'm forgetting.
Right. But, well, that's the funny thing too, just to me, is that of all the things you could say right now, people are really high on the new expansion and are probably going to buy it blindly despite what happened. And he could have just been honest and be like, yeah, we really fucked up and we're really happy about the state of our next project, which is Phantom Liberty.
Yeah.
And then nothing, we wouldn't be talking about it right now.
Yeah. In fairness, I do think I don't know, man. I think they've done a decent amount to earn back at least some respect. Not enough for me to be like, I'm going to buy their next game sight unseen. That right. Level of trust is gone. But they've done a good job at rebuilding that game and or not rebuilding the game, but like getting it to a state where it's like really, really lives up to what it's supposed to be. And they've done a great job and they should get credit for that. But I don't know, man. You can't then, as you're on your redemption arc, pretend like that never happened. Or like if it did happen, there was like no reason and you just I couldn't even conceptualize why we went from hero to zero so quick. Nuts.
There seem to be 2 lawsuits that were filed, from what I can tell. One by a class action for players and one by investors.
Oh, interesting.
And the investors won but made 49 cents per eligible share. So it's a total of $1.85 million. And the class action suit seemed to have been settled for a similar amount. So unclear if they paid any other price for it. Their stock price went down precipitously and that cost them a lot of market value. But it's important to note that the game's budget was nearly $300 million and they made that money, which is an enormous amount of money for a game made in Poland, by the way. And that's probably one of the most expensive entertainment products, if not the most expensive entertainment project ever made in Poland.
Easily.
And they lost a lot of market cap for that, but they'll be totally fine. And I agree with you, Dustin, that they're going to just forget with this Project Liberty thing, or whatever it's called, which is cool. Phantom Liberty is what it's called.
Right.
But it's cool. I'm going to wait though.
I'll wait.
I might not even play it. I don't know. We'll see.
I'll wait to see.
All right. Speaking of games, I'm definitely not going to play. Scorn is coming to PS5. I have this written here as likely coming to PS5, but it's been confirmed since then. This is, of course, the Kepler published game from Ebb Software, Scorn, the kind of the horror adventure game. What's so funny?
I just like that you said Scorn with so much scorn.
Yeah, it was appropriate. Yeah, totally. Gamatsu confirms that the game's coming out on PS5 this fall. It was somewhat ill-received on Xbox Series X. I went and looked and it's in the 60s, so it's not horrible. But this game was problematic to some people, I think. I don't really know why. Are either of you interested? I think you guys might have already played it, actually.
I tried it, and I immediately was too dumb for it. Like, the first puzzle room, I was like, I don't even know what I can click on. Really?
I tried it and it was very slow. Like artistically beautiful. A really gorgeous looking game. And I feel like I almost would prefer it if it was just a walking sim through that environment as opposed to the puzzle game that it is. Because it is one of the most gorgeous looking games I've ever seen, but it's also just mind-numbingly boring to play. Like it's so slow. The FOV is so narrow. It's I don't know, man. It was not my cup of tea at all.
A game that is finally coming to PlayStation that I was happy to see, although I don't know how many people are going to play it. This also comes from Gamatsu, but Pixeljunk Scrappers is finally coming to PS5 and PS4 on July 27th. So in a little less than a month. And this is significant because all old school PlayStation fans will remember that Pixeljunk was once a staple of PlayStation's ecosystem, beginning in 2007 with Pixeljunk Racers and Monsters and Pixeljunk Eden in 2008 and Shooter 2 in 2009, 2011, Side Scroller 4 AM. There's so many games on PS3, PS4, and Vita and PSP. And then you had Pixeljunk Scrappers, which was originally an Apple Arcade game. And I think it's being ported to other platforms, but it's actually been quite a while since we've gotten a new Pixeljunk game on the platform. It's been 5 years, and the last new one we got was actually Pixeljunk Monsters 2, which is really just an expansion of sorts. So I don't know if you guys are interested in that. I just wanted to call that out because I like Q Games and I like Dylan. I think they're nice guys over there.
I like this article, Colin, it says, customize your garbage truck with over 100 custom parts. and battle rival garbage collectors in chaotic street brawls.
It's an awesome pitch.
It's pretty unique. I like the sound of that.
Yeah, I respect Pixeljunk's. I mean, they do make direct sequels, as we've noted. Monsters had a sequel and Shooter had a sequel and so on, but they really are loath to stick around too long, and they like to go on and move to the next thing. And I think that's really cool. I think that's dangerous. That's like living on the edge as a game developer, because you really never know how it's going to go. There are games that I talked a little bit about it when I had Dylan on PS Plus, or on Sacred Symbols Plus, but on that Pixeljunk 4 a.m. game. I don't know if you guys remember that game. I'm like, how many copies did that fucking thing sell? Like hundreds. It's like that was a total waste of everyone's time, but they try to take risks, and I think that's pretty cool. All right. Upcoming Larian developed for the first time Baldur's Gate game, and Baldur's Gate 3 is coming to. This is interesting. It's coming to PC sooner than it was supposed to, and coming to PS5 later than it was supposed to. So they announced this actually over on Steam, although you can find it on their official website as well. But the game was supposed to come out in late August on PS5 and on PC, but it's actually going to come out August 3rd on PC now, and it's going to come out September 6th on PS5 when it's ready for the PS5 version. And I don't know, are you guys going to play this game? I had Vince on to talk about Street Fighter 6 on Sacred Symbols Plus, and he was saying that he was really amped about that game.
I'm really intimidated by this game just because I tried to play Divinity Original Sin 2, and it's really, really CRPG heavy, and I expect this to be no different. I will say in this on the Steam post, when they talk about the PS5 version, the reason they're delaying it is apparently because they want to get it at 60 FPS, and they're close, but they want to make sure they don't want to downscale to 30 for launch. So they're just going to hold it so they can release it at 60, which is I think awesome. So I would be, if I was going to play this on PlayStation, I would happily wait to play it at 60. But do you guys see, I got to find the tweet. I think it was a Wario tweet. Maybe it's in this blog post somewhere that, oh, here it is. 174 hours of cinematics. Twice the length of every season of Game of Thrones combined. Now, what that could mean is that there are up to 174 hours of cinematics based on your character and what you decide to do within the story, since these games are all about the open-endedness of their story. But still, 174 hours, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's these are just numbers, and I hate them, because what does that mean? It's a dude standing like this talking to you.
Yeah, that's for an hour.
Is it as good as Game of Thrones? Like, that's what I care. Is it as good as Game of Thrones? I would like 2 hours of cutscenes that are as good as Game of Thrones.
We'll give you as good as the last 2 seasons. How about that?
Oh, geez. Yeah. All right. Finally, I wanted to end. These are 2 very deep Colin cuts that are relevant to few people, but I always promised that I would bring games to people's attention that I thought would look fun. And these are obviously going to be Colin games. But the first one I wanted to talk about, again, our friends at Gamatsu. Shout out to Sal Romano. I love you for writing all these awesome stories that we get to cite every week. I appreciate that. Inti Creates, one of my favorite developers out of Japan. They develop so many different games that I enjoy. Announced a new side scroller called Yohane the Parhelion, Blaze in the Deepblue. It's going to come to PS5 and PS4 November 16th. Looks fucking awesome. Can't wait to. I don't know if you guys looked at the screenshots or the art. It just looks totally beautiful. Definitely a Colin style game. And then the other game I wanted to bring up, someone actually wrote in about. Jack Fining wrote in and said, "Greetings, CDC. This is mostly for Mega Man Colin, but would love to know what everyone thinks. On Wednesday, the PlayStation YouTube channel dropped the trailer for a new indie game called Gravity Circuit, releasing July 13th on PS4 and PS5. For me, I usually see retro-inspired games come and go, and don't always give them the attention they deserve, but this one really caught my eye. I was wondering if any of you have this game on your radar or plan on picking it up. Appreciate all the content you guys have been pumping out. Thanks a lot." So, Gravity Circuit is actually a game we talked about previously on the show because I thought it looked so good. And it does have a release date, like you said, of July 13th on PS4 and PS5. You can go look at new trailers for it if you want. It looks awesome. It's basically an ode to Mega Man in some way, and maybe more like Mega Man X. I mean, some of it is so blatant that I wouldn't even know where to begin dissecting this for you guys, but it's an obvious ode to Mega Man X. And so I'm really excited about that. People should go check it out. Gravity Circuit. Thanks, Jack, for writing in. All right. this is where we're going to marinate again for a little while because it's time to talk about the games that we're playing. But before we talk about Final Fantasy 16, we'll talk to you, Chris, because you are not playing it. So let's hear from you about the games you're checking out.
Yeah, I'm not home yet. I'll be flying home soon, like in the next 2 days. I go from a wedding and then I leave the wedding and then I go from the wedding to the plane.
Nice,
which is going to be fun.
That's going to be hectic, yeah.
But I do want to get into Final Fantasy when I get back because the things I've been hearing about it, both negative and positive, are things that strike me as positive. At least to me, anyway. But right now, I'm on a Metal Gear Solid kick lately. And I don't know why. I'm playing Metal Gear Solid 3 right now. I'm fighting the end. And I think I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait a week before I jump back into it. So he dies.
It is annoying. Yeah.
I also just like that that's a thing that you can do. I just like, I'm reminded a lot of just Kojima's playfulness with the medium when I play these games. It's like, man, there's really a lot here that he's just really forward thinking in a way that is still, it's ironic to call it forward thinking because forward thinking implies that it's thinking that would be common in the future, but it's kind of not.
Did you know, Chris, you can snipe him when you first see him in the game and kill him?
Yeah, in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
It's really, really cool. Yeah, I like Metal Gear Solid 3. I do think I think 2 is still my personal favorite. I love a lot about 3, but I just think that the beginning of 3 is really just kind of, it's rough, and I think it's because it's teaching you a lot at once, or you're kind of getting to grips with the kind of tanky controls of Metal Gear while also trying to manage, digging bullets out of your legs and feeding yourself and eating a snake and doing all this weird shit. And I do think it's a rougher onboarding than 2, which is, I think, a little bit more streamlined and simple. But Metal Gear Solid 3 is awesome. And I'm having a good time with it. I'm going to wait a week to kill the end. But I still want to play. And I already finished 2. I don't really have easy access to 1 or 4. So I was like, what can I play? What can I get my Metal Gear Solid fix from? And I figured like, oh, I have Metal Gear Solid 5 on Steam and I have a Steam Deck now. I wonder how that would run and if it would run well and if it would be a good game for it. Turns out, yes, very, very much so, to the point where I'm like, wow, this almost feels like a game that really, really benefits from being a portable game, because the mission structure in 5 is so, tackle things as you please, and it's very, you get a grading system for each mission and all that. It feels very, very at home on like a portable console, and I'm getting a lot more into it than I think I ever did, even when I was playing it on console. And man, it's so good. I love Metal Gear Solid 5. I think more than I think most people do. I think rightfully people are like a little bit kind of weirded out at the story and certain narrative elements that didn't really hit as hard as previous games did. But like, man, Metal Gear Solid 5 plays so good, and that sandbox is so good, and it really is like ultimate stealth sandbox in a way that I'm surprised I didn't dig deeper into when I first played it. And I think I don't know, I really liked it when it first came out, but I didn't dig as deeply as I'm digging in now with like the whole building your base thing and promoting people to different developments and like, oh, I want this guy in R&D, or like scouting people and like upgrading my equipment with a specific thing in mind. Like, oh, I want my binoculars to scan people's skills so that I can abduct them. And it's actually when you think about like what Metal Gear Solid 5 is, and it's just like basically abducting people against their will to build your army. It's kind of fucked up, but
I love animals too.
Yeah. I did it to a dog. Who I forgot is like the dog that you get. I forgot that entirely.
D-dog.
But like D-dog, and I saw like this puppy just barking at me, and I stuck a balloon to it, and I watched it go flying into the sky. And I was like, this game is so it's such a fun game that's so melodramatic and serious, but also it's so wacky at the same time that I love it. And I'm really glad to be kind of back in this mode again, especially as we lead up to, these re-releases. I'm probably going to play them again on these. They're not remasters, right? They're like What's
They're
the
remasters, I would say.
Are they remasters?
I would
Proper?
consider them that, I guess. They're probably
well,
upgrades.
they're ports of a remaster.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll probably play through them again. I'll probably play through all of them again, especially one, because I never actually finished one.
The one is the one that people are. It's probably not going to be.
One is. Yeah, it'll be an
emulated.
up-resed version. Like there's no way they. I don't know, but yeah, it's just nice to go back into these games again, and I'm looking forward to playing them again. I'm playing so I played Metal Gear Solid 2 on Vita and I loved it, and now I'm playing 3 on Series X or Series S because I tried it on Vita and Vita's normally fine, and for Metal Gear Solid 2 it worked perfectly fine. But Metal Gear Solid 3 on Vita, I can't do, and I think it's largely because you're in the jungle and there's so much uneven terrain. And when there's uneven terrain and you have to use the analog stick to like aim like very, very specifically, and like everything's like you have to adjust up and down like constantly, it's like, ooh, I don't know if I could do this. But I'm excited to do all of them on PlayStation when that collection's out. But yeah, I'm just on a Metal Gear Solid kick lately, and especially on the Steam Deck, man. Like Metal Gear Solid 5 is a dream on that machine. It's crazy.
All right, let's talk about. By the way, I'm interested in going back to MGS5 at some point myself because it's been a long time. I didn't really like it, but I don't like a lot of games when I play them at first, and then I go back and I'm surprised. So
you can play the PS5 version and Volume 2.
Maybe I will.
That's true.
We talked about that last week, right? The leak. Maybe I should have had that in the news this week. Okay, it's time to talk about Final Fantasy 16. First of all, Final Fantasy 16 has officially surpassed 3 million units sold. That's awesome sales. People that are diminishing that sales figure for an install base this small are crazy. That's basically 10% of your people buying a game in the first few days. That's awesome for a third-party game. So congratulations to Square Enix for that. However, a lot of people wrote in, and I want to be clear that we're going to do a deep dive into this game when we're all done with it, and we'll do it on Sacred Symbols Plus. So you can hear that on Patreon. We're not going to spoil anything here. One of the great things about this game was that I was totally unspoiled. I had no fucking idea what was going on with this game when I was going into it. I think that's part of the excitement. So I want to be able to retain that for you guys too. So I'm not going to get too crazy with my thoughts. But we're going to touch on a lot of different topics here. Justin Payne wrote into us to kind of kick things off. He said, "Hey CDC, how are you liking Final Fantasy 16? I'm absolutely loving it. I haven't been this enamored with a numbered non-MMO Final Fantasy since 12. Everything from the presentation, graphics, story, characters, world, and music simply scream Final Fantasy. To no surprise to those of us playing 14 in the last 10 years, what is it? Business Unit 3, Creative Business Unit 3. Yes, he wrote CBU3. Creative Business Unit 3 has provided another. Why can't they name them? Has provided another truly fantastic entry in the series. Thanks, and remember to give your fine hound lots of pets. We will. Thank you. I'm curious, Dustin, what you think of Final Fantasy 16. Here's what I'll say: it's fucking awesome. I mean, I'm gonna put an exclamation after that. It's fucking awesome. Something like that, more like that. It's stunningly good. There are problems. There are conventions it falls into, but this is a mega high quality game with awesome combat and gameplay, a riveting story, a riveting idea for a story that, in my opinion, brings it all the way back to the first game. And there are lots of odes, as I said last week, in this game to Final Fantasy IV specifically, and I am not going to get into those here. I will get into them on the spoiler cast. But they're so numerous in some ways that it's almost I'm kind of wondering if the games are somehow connected to each other. And I have all these weird theories about that, and it's probably not true. And I won't get any deeper because I don't want to spoil anything. But I love that the game goes after the exact fundamental aspect of the world of Final Fantasy. I guess I'll say that. And it's brilliant. It's fucking brilliant. I do not understand how people that are into action role-playing games and Final Fantasy and all these things wouldn't like this game. It's got it all. And I feel like it really executes well. It puts a smile on my face often. Few scenes have given me goosebumps. Even like there are a few things where I was like, holy shit. Where there are boss fights where I'm like, this was a team of 20 people doing this for 4 years. Like that's how fucking crazy this specific boss fight is. and I'm wowed by it over and over again. The scenery, it's just the performance. That's the major problem, is the game's performance, and that is a major problem. I mean, that's a problem worth noting, worth dinging it for, specifically because I don't understand why it doesn't work when it should work best and works best when it shouldn't work best. And what I mean by that is, in combat, it's fluid as fuck. The game's
it kicks into a low resolution during combat, which is why.
Yeah, that works for me. I'm playing it on a 65-inch TV, OLED TV, or whatever. I think it looks beautiful. And but when you're running around these environments, it's like, why can't you run this? I don't understand why you can't run this right. And some people say play in 30 frames mode. I tried that. To be honest, the motion blur in 30 frames is outrageous. Like, I don't know how anyone plays that with that motion blur. It was not an option for me. Like, it's just not an option. So I have it at this vacillating frame rate. I'm not a frame rate savant, so I can't tell you what it's running at. What I can tell you is that it's very smooth during gameplay and but tends to chop sometimes when you're running around. Maybe never down to 30, but it's kind of indistinguishable because our TVs are not meant, I don't think, to see these weird frame rates, like these interstitial frame rates. So, but I could be wrong about that. I'm an idiot with that stuff. So that's kind of my high end on it, Dustin. And I'm curious to hear what you think about it. Like, my high end is that this is an extraordinarily good game. And there are certain aspects of it that I think are masterful. Like, I think the combat is masterful. I think the story is masterful. I think the characters are masterful. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And we're going to get into more in a little while, and as I defend it more and more, but I'm curious to get you on the record here. What do you think?
I think it's awesome. I think it's fucking awesome, actually. It's, I think I said this last week, but it's the main point that I want to reiterate. Is just the budget. You can feel the budget and how much money they spent on this game through, like you said, the environments, the quality of the voice acting, the combat, the fluidity of combat. And I think it's so funny seeing people talk about, the combat's actually, it's so basic. It's like, are you serious? You really think this combat is basic? Because you played just the demo, the beginning of the game, when that's when it's going to be the most basic. Come on. Like, the once you start getting into your skill tree and upgrading and getting new abilities that you can start chaining together different stuff, and that's when it really, really starts to take off. I'm trying to not get too much into the specific questions, but I will say that I think that one of the more contentious things I can kind of soft agree with, but ultimately it doesn't matter to me. I think that in terms of its gameplay, the one thing that I'm somewhat disappointed, but again, it ends up being null, is that it's not. I wish there was some more RPG stuff in it than just gear and weapons right now. It is very focused on being a character action type game, like Devil May Cry. And I think that is a totally fair comparison to say it is very much like a Devil May Cry game. But the reason why that it doesn't really matter to me is that that's just a disappointment of what I don't know about expectations, but like, I'm not going to knock the game because it's fucking awesome at what it does. It's one of those things like, I wish there was more RPG stuff. It's like, okay, but what's there as far as it being a character action game amazing? Yes, absolutely. So it's one of those things where in the end, it doesn't matter to me because of what it does so incredibly well. It is very linear, but I'm okay with that also because I'm enjoying the linear path of the story. I don't need everything to let me go a million different directions. The other sentiment that I'm seeing a lot that I definitely agree with is that the side quests are pretty boring. I've done every side quest so far that I've come across, and I'm okay with like boring actions in a side quest that add a lot of lore or world building, or side quests that don't do a lot of lore or world building that are really fun in terms of gameplay. And I don't think this has really either of them very well. Like, I just, the side quests for me, I'm doing them like, cool, I'm a little more powerful. Maybe I got some more gear, but the stories told within them, I'm not really feeling at all. Maybe they get better as they go, but you do learn some some light tidbits about maybe some of the people around you, but even then it's not that great. But the next thing is the performance, and Colin, you nailed it. The performance is absolutely disappointing. And I don't want to say it ruins the experience, but it is certainly, when we heard a year ago that they were spending a year to polish this game, I expected better than what we're getting right now. And it's unfortunate because I think there are half steps they could have taken to at least give us some more options. Because for me, the big thing is that the 30 FPS mode, I'm cool when I'm walking around the world with it being 30 FPS. I wish I could lock the world at 30, and then the moment you enter combat, it goes into that low res 60 FPS mode. So somewhere in between. That would be awesome. But the problem is you can either just hard lock it on the graphics mode, or you can do this unlocked performance mode, which for the most, it's really when you're walking around, not when you're in combat, where it's like, this is kind of gross frame rate all over the place. The other thing I think they could have done, particularly with being partnered with Sony on this game, and I don't know how much collaborations can happen when you're not dealing with first party and second party and stuff like that, or I guess third party, is that there should be a mode for people that have TVs that have 120 FPS modes to do the locked 40 FPS, much like Insomniac's done with Spider-Man, or the Spider-Man remastered, Miles Morales, and Ratchet and Clank, to enable like this 40 FPS mode, which I think the game could probably totally achieve. So I know they said they're working to fix the frame rate. My thing, and I know these are not apples to apples comparisons, but for example, with Starfield, people were saying, look at how beautiful Horizon is. That's 60 FPS. Why can't they get Starfield to 60 FPS? That's a dumb comparison. I think it is more fitting in this game, where I look at a game that's as beautiful and more open in a lot of ways than Final Fantasy 16, and they're able to achieve 60 FPS.
Horizon's a true open world.
Right.
It's not actually like this Tales type segment or Final Fantasy 12 type segmented world,
Right.
So I totally agree with you there. Like, it seems I'm confused by what they were doing, and like, what was the state of the game last year? Jesus Christ. I mean, it is a problem. And I just technically, I agree with 100% what you're saying. Horizon's a better looking game and a more technically impressive game. So there's no reason for this to run like this, other than that you just couldn't make it happen.
I have to agree with the Digital Foundry guys. I was listening to them, and the one guy was saying that he believes that maybe this game started with a target of 30 FPS, and then further in development, maybe pretty late, they decided to have a performance mode, and it's a lot harder to make a performance mode when you're not designing for that. So I could see that being a possibility.
Well, they would know way better than me. I mean, that seems like good insight,
Yeah. So that's definitely part of it. But those are my overall thoughts. I feel like I spent a lot of my time being negative, but mainly it's because of the things that I'm positive on. Colin, you really covered all of them. I think that the story, dude, I can't believe there's people that are complaining that saying the story isn't very good. In fact, I made a joke before release that Polygon, one of their main headlines, was about how the story wasn't good. I'm like, all right, lock this baby up. The story is going to be a 10.
The story's awesome. The story's awesome. Yeah.
That's the main thing right now that I'm like, dude, I mean, the combat's great too. I'm looking forward to every battle, even if it's just a stupid random one. And oh man, some of these boss fights, I don't even want to be specific at all. I'll maybe call in after the show, because I'm about 90% sure you're further than me. I did a boss fight last night. Damn, this is so good. This is one of the best boss fights probably ever, really, that in this game right now. I feel like that keeps happening. That's one of the major strengths of this game.
Well, you know what I've been thinking about a lot as I play this, and it's funny, is like, because it's always been a thing in Final Fantasy and other role-playing games going all the way back to the 8-bit era, where like enemies have random attacks. And it used to just be that it would just come up on the screen as like a random name of an attack and they would attack. But it's so funny from a design and aesthetic and artistic standpoint of just making all of this shit up. And for some reason, Final Fantasy 16 has really brought that to the fore, where Like, what does it look like when I don't want like mega huge creatures are fighting each other, and like all the things they can do? How do you even think that up?
Mm-hmm.
Is it, you don't have to just like, we're no longer in the period of game design where it's intended or it's up to you. It's like, it's shown to a T, and it's amazing. Dude just like throws a fucking huge rock, and this thing like grabs a huge lightning ball out of the air and throws in all. It's just neat. It's very imaginative, and in this way, a lot of people don't know I used to be a big Dragon Ball fan when I was a kid, and it reminds me of DBZ, like some of the boss battles, like straight up.
Yeah,
they really do. Like they really do. Like they're much more beautiful than DBZ in my opinion. Obviously, DBZ is very minimalistic and old anime, but it's like the whole like just like how much crazier can it get? How much crazier is the fight? Like how much more galactic does everything become? It's fun and it's outrageous. It's always been like the whole summon thing, especially, has always been outrageous in Final Fantasy. It's what's fun about it. It's like mega overkill, you know, and it's very imaginative and it's fun to kind of see. But one of the things that has been bothering me about the discourse around this game, and there's many things that are bothering me around the discourse around this game, is this. Juan Paolini wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, I'm a bit confused about the controversy surrounding Final Fantasy 16, quote unquote, not being a real Final Fantasy. I'm no expert. I've only played and beat 7, its remake, 10, 15, and now playing 16. But it seems to me that each Final Fantasy always tries something very new and different, especially from 7 onwards. LSM's own Gene Park tweeted how back in the day he almost got beat up for saying 7 wasn't Final Fantasy. With this track record and how good the Final Fantasy product is, how are people mad about 16? Love to you and your beautiful baby boys." I want to be unequivocal about something. I'm eager to say this. If your complaint about Final Fantasy 16 is that it's not Final Fantasy, you don't know fucking anything about Final Fantasy. You're entitled to that opinion, but you don't know anything about Final Fantasy. Like, you've never apparently played a Final Fantasy game or have much familiarity. You played like 1 or 2 and think that they speak for the entire franchise. The franchise has always changed fundamental parts of itself in every game. And this is what I was saying, I think maybe last week, and certainly in our Discord, is that don't confuse Final Fantasy for Dragon Quest. They're different. Dragon Quest is the consistency, right? Dragon Quest is predictability, and you know what you're going to get. Final Fantasy always changed things for better or for worse. The idea that Final Fantasy can't reinvent itself, in other words, is completely divorced from the history of Final Fantasy. Completely. I say this as someone who has played every one of them, except for the MMOs. And have 15. Beaten all of them except for 10.
And 15.
And 15. Oh, yeah, 15, of course.
Well, and that's the thing about 15.
Fucking horrible. Yeah.
The thing about, where were people saying this when 15 came out?
Exactly. 15 is probably actually the most radically different Final Fantasy.
Right. That's what I was going to say, is that I think 15 is still very much a Final Fantasy game. But if you want to use this kind of terminology and fight like this, then surely you would argue that 15 is not a real Final Fantasy game. That's the one that I can at least start to comprehend. It's like, yeah, the series, like you said, Colin, the series always changes up its combat in many different ways, just because it's not turn-based, which, yeah, it just said 15 wasn't turn-based either. And where is the energy? Why are people not mad about Final Fantasy VII Remake? Everyone, oh, that's not Final Fantasy because it's not turn-based.
They made Final Fantasy VII better. I mean, that seemed in the pre-release environment impossible. I remember going into that and being like, there's just no way. Arms crossed. Yeah. There's just no way you can deliver. I understand the arguments, because I thought Final Fantasy 15 was way off base, but it's not necessarily because it wasn't a Final Fantasy game. It just wasn't very good. And that's different. 13 wasn't very good either.
What was 15 the one with the boys in the car?
Yeah.
Yeah, the boy right. Trip.
That's all I know about it. It was like these Access looking e-boys in a car. And I remember being like, I don't know what I'm seeing right now.
Well, here's the thing for me, Chris, is like, people are like, well, it's not like the other Final Fantasy games. And I'm like, name 2 Final Fantasy games that were really similar to each other. Like, in all ways. Name them. If the numbered examples exist, like, there are fundamental differences that I can rattle off between all of them. If you don't know that by looking at it, that's your problem, but that doesn't mean that it's not true. Final Fantasy 2, for instance, completely redid the experience system, right? Like, totally different, one-of-a-kind experience system never seen again in a Final Fantasy game, because a lot of people didn't like it, where you were doing damage based on how much you attacked, and the more you attacked, the more you it was easy to break that system. Final Fantasy 3 introduced a robust class system, many times bigger in game space, very similar to the jump between, like, say, Dragon Quest and Dragon Quest 4. Final Fantasy 4 is when the series stopped being truly turn-based, where it introduced active time battle. Final Fantasy 5 introduced mega deep, always interchangeable class systems, where you can borrow things from class systems wherever, things that are used later in games like Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy 6 introduces, obviously, a new magic system, but also introduces serious nonlinearity in a Final Fantasy for the first time. The idea of optional characters you'll never meet for the first time. All sorts of different things in Final Fantasy 6. Final Fantasy 7, the materia system, reducing your party. By the way, the party in Final Fantasy 4 was 5, went 4, 4, 4, 5, and then it was reduced by 7 to 3. Final Fantasy 8 introduces the junction system and the draw system. Final Fantasy 9 goes back to a traditionalist point of view. We had never seen a polygonal traditionalist role-playing game from in the Final Fantasy series until that point. Final Fantasy X introduces massive things like upgrade trees. Final Fantasy 12, these interconnected, almost MMO-like worlds, and this kind of more menu/action orientation. 13, the new combat system. It's like, what are you talking about? This isn't Dragon Quest. And I love Dragon Quest, so I'm not insulting it, but the games have always changed. So to say that something is different and therefore cannot be Final Fantasy is ignorant, because Final Fantasy has always changed. And just because you're looking at screenshots of it, because a lot of people that are complaining about this stuff don't actually play video games, and you're looking at screens and you can't figure out the differences because you didn't play them. But go play Final Fantasy 8 and then play Final Fantasy 7 and tell me they're the same. Go play 4 and 6 and tell me they're the same. Go play 1 and 2 and tell me they're the same. 3 and 5, so on and so forth. Go on.
It's worth stating, too, that a game is not simply defined by its combat. Like that. So the only thing that Final Fantasy has to be is turn-based. But right? It's not about the setting. It's not about the summons. It's not about the different characters, like, having Sid in it or something like that. Like, there's so much more to a game being a Final Fantasy game than just it being turn-based. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I do know what you mean, but I would also argue, Dustin, that it is disingenuous to call any Final Fantasy game starting with 4 truly turn-based, because they're not. Like 12 and 13, depending on, I guess, on what you would do, would be like more turn-based even than 4, 5, 6. Because the point is that if I played Final Fantasy 3 and I just left the room for 2 hours and I went back, it would be exactly where I left it. If I did the same thing with Final Fantasy 4, I would have died 1 hour and 55 minutes ago and never been aware, because the game is moving. A truly turn-based role-playing game is Dragon Quest, where you get a turn, they get a turn. You get a turn, they get a turn. You get a turn, they get a turn. That's not the way Final Fantasy works. Like, you're on these active time bars where you can go 2 times for every 1 time the person goes, or they can go twice or 3 times for every 2 times you go, and so on and so forth. So it's that level of granularity where you only know that if you've played them. And that's why I'm really confused about people's reaction to that specific thing. I play this personally, and I feel like it oozes Final Fantasy. In my opinion, this is what Final Fantasy IV was. This is what our dream was of what it looked like. All of it. It's really why I connect those 2 games in my mind. But I find that particular opinion, and everyone's entitled to their own opinions, but that's just divorced from absolute, complete reality of Final Fantasy. You would think Final Fantasy was the same since 1987. It's not. Embracing the change is part of what gave us some of the greatest games ever. And Gene is right that Final Fantasy VII was a very divisive game, including to me. I loved Final Fantasy VII. I had the same arc with Episode 1, the Star Wars movie, where, like, I played Final Fantasy VII and I was like, that was awesome. And then as time went on, I'm like, oh, I don't know. And then you started seeing people drawn in and the genre changing and all that. And I kind of disowned it. And we've talked about that on the show, about how I came back around to Final Fantasy VII. And was like, no, this game just is straight up great. Who cares about all the other extraneous stuff? And I had a similar thing with Episode 1, where I walked out of the movie theater with Dagan and I was like, that was great. Everyone did. So much revisionism about that. I didn't know anyone that hated it out the gate. We all hated it over time. And so I just want to call that out. I just think that is so destructive towards the conversation around the game, because there's so many things to ding it for if you want to, that you don't have to make things up about how it's not a Final Fantasy game. It's not a Final Fantasy game if you don't know anything about Final Fantasy, maybe. But otherwise, it's most certainly a Final Fantasy game. And I wanted to call that out because that's very frustrating to me. But on a more positive note, Mighty Max wrote in and said, "What's up, gents? How about that Final Fantasy 16? I've been playing nonstop since its release, and without spoiling anything story-wise, I can safely say this is my favorite mainline game in the franchise since 9. The story is compelling and drew me in from the first few hours of the game, and with each passing moment, I see myself being more and more enthralled by its setting and characters. But the true shining star of this game for me is the combat. I am a very big fan of the traditional turn-based combat in JRPGs, but I have to give props to Ryota Suzuki. The action-based combat is absolutely awesome. It starts off a bit slower to get used to all the systems, but with each new set of moves added to your arsenal, each encounter quickly becomes a symphony of bombastic elements and music that always feels very epic and satisfying without ever becoming stale. There is a place for the action-oriented combat in Final Fantasy. This game proves it. What do you guys think of the combat and the story so far? Thank you guys for the very best content. Be well, my dude." So let's focus, Dustin. And sorry, Chris, we're going for a while. Sorry, okay. Sorry, Dustin. I'm sorry to you, Dustin, about the combat. Let's focus in on the combat. This is one of the shining parts of the game. I would argue one of the two most important parts of the game is this and the story. I can't believe people don't think the story is good. That's so wild to me. I don't even want to get into it because I don't want to spoil it here. But the story is fucking awesome. The story gets more and more and more awesome and crazier and crazier. There's actually a part where I feel like the game kind of becomes Final Fantasy VII. I wonder if that mysterious thing vibes with anyone. Where there's like a specific moment and scene where I'm like, this is the beginning of Final Fantasy VII. You know? And which is so interesting, like those echoes. But I wonder what you think of the combat. Let's get deeper into it. I personally think so. I'm really glad I went back and played Forspoken, because Forspoken is an example of a game like this where they give you so much shit that you cannot possibly, it's not nearly as good of a game, of course, but you cannot focus in on what makes the combat effective. You feel like you're distracted. They give you like a million different options. There's like 180 moves or something, right? In this game, it's square to use your sword, and then a combination of R2 and square or R2 and triangle to use special moves. And then you toggle through those sets of special moves. So there's really only like 4, 5, 6 things you can do at one time. It's the way that you do it and the symphony. There's actually a really cool thing. It's common in fighting games, I think, but if you go into the training module in the game, it actually shows you your button prompts. Did you notice this? Did you play around with that? Mm-hmm. And that's cool because you can really see how crazy it is. Like what you're actually doing on the controls, because you're constantly like pressing, what is it, R1 to dodge, and you're pressing triangle to just launch kind of chip damage magic, and it's wonder, and circle to like jump and like get on top of a person. The quality of the gameplay is symphonic. It is excellent. The gameplay is excellent. This is why I think Chris would really, really like this game. I mean, when you start getting into the nitty gritty, the only complaint you might even say is it doesn't let you fight enough, right? Like there is a lot of interstitial. There is a lot of exploration. There is a lot of start and go. And I think the game shines best when you're really fighting bosses, because you get to really get crazy with it. You almost don't need to get as crazy with it when you're fighting just random enemies. But the people, Dustin, that are saying like, oh, you just button mash and stuff, I was like, I'd like to see you beat any of those bosses hitting the square button over and over again. I'd like to see that happen. So what do you make of the combat?
Yeah, the combat's great. And here's the thing. Y'all need to put some respect on Ryota Suzuki after you're done with this game and go play the fucking awesome game Devil May Cry 5, because he also was the combat director for that game.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that.
Yeah, because
I own it, I think.
That was the thing about it. I was like, oh, he's the combat director? Yeah, the combat's going to be awesome. So
he also called this his masterpiece in an interview.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So
that's nuts. Devil May Cry 5 is awesome, by the way. You should absolutely. I'm surprised you never played it?
Me? I never played Devil May Cry 5, no. The last Devil May Cry I played was probably 2.
It's so good.
Or 3.
It's so weird that
good.
Yes, that's one of those things where it's like it's weird that I would have played it, but you didn't.
I didn't.
Yeah. That's one of those.
Yeah, I'm not crazy. I'm not. You know, like the ninja guy. What would you call them? Like the Japanese action, like the hardcore action RPG or the action game, like the remade Xbox Ninja Gaidens. That's kind of what Devil May Cry was becoming, and I'm not really into that. Like what Devil May Cry was more my speed. You know,
right.
But I'm also judging a book by its cover, because if it's anything like this, then I'm going to be all over it. I mean, because the combat in this is just phenomenal. Also, the scoring in Devil May Cry games gives me serious agita. Like the S rank stuff, I was like, oh god, I can't. You know.
I thought you meant like musical scoring.
No, like where it insists on telling you how bad you are all the time, and I'm like, fuck. It's like you beat the stage where you got a D. It's like, oh, cool.
Yeah. No, I mean, everything I hear about it seems like it's something that I would like, barring just the performance. I think what I'm gonna do, like when I get back in LA, I'll play the demo and go from there. But I don't know, man. Like it's calling to me in some weird way, in a way that like most of these games don't. Like I liken it similarly to how Elden Ring called to me in like this way, where it's like I don't normally go for these games really, but there's something about this that's like telling me to play it.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking forward to actually like trying it.
Oh my god!
At the very least, the demo.
You're gonna. I really think, Chris, that you're gonna love it. Like I know you very well. I know your game taste very well. I don't recommend you very many games, and this is one of those where I was like, Chris is gonna love this game. Like, I think your complaint will be that it just doesn't let you play enough. But I personally am okay with that because I like that.
That's a good complaint. Yeah.
Well, I personally like that. It's like, yeah, breathe with your fucking expensive ass cutscenes and your amazing voice acting and your awesome writing. It's all just hitting, you know? So it's like, yeah, there are times where you don't play for 20 or 30 minutes. I feel like there seem like cutscenes where I'm like, this is taking forever.
It's very Metal Gear Solid.
And it does feel like that sometimes, a little Metal Gear-ish. But it's good, man. Oh, man.
One thing I mean, I know this is true for most Final Fantasy games, but I don't know. Like you said, they change a lot. This is completely independent, right? Like this is not like some continuation of
they're all
something else.
Yeah, I know all the Final Fantasy games are separate, except if they're in numbered versions of each other.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so you're safe with that. Just like Persona and the other games, like Dragon Quest. Technically, the 3 Dragon Quest games they're trilogies, but that doesn't even really matter. It's just like, you know, some enemies are the same. You're gonna have your chocobos and and all of that, but. So just world building stuff. But as I said earlier, I have a theory that this game is connected to Final Fantasy IV, either spiritually or in some other way. Like it's just very weird to me. I just can't escape that. But I do not want to get into that here. Not saying that itself is not a spoiler because it could mean one of millions of things, and it actually means quite a few things to me. But you were going to say something, Dustin?
I want to talk about combat.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, here's the thing. Okay, and this is a little tip for Chris and anyone else. If you play the demo, the combat does start basic. I will reiterate that. You're going to, at the beginning, I thought, oh yeah, this has got to expand. And it does. And that's the thing. What I really like is eventually, and this is not spoilery, there are more abilities in a Final Fantasy game. If that's a spoiler to you, fuck off. But eventually you really do get a lot of extra new abilities, and that's where it gets awesome. One of the base abilities, though, I really like is, and hopefully the buttons are the same. I'm changed my buttons so they're more like Dark Souls, where my attack is R1 instead of square. And so if you press, I think, left trigger or L1, you will instantly dart towards an enemy. It's like a really awesome way to get to space the gap really fast. And then the other thing I really like as far as combat flow is that, I forgot to mention, I got a DualSense Edge. I meant to talk about that last week. I have my DualSense Edge set that my back button is dodge. And so if you dodge a perfect timing, right, it'll like slow down time for a second and you'll be able to do like major damage in that moment. And so it really is this perfect flow of like, okay, I'm doing attacks. I see one revving up. Make sure you dodge perfectly at that time. Maybe try to dodge around the enemy, keep fighting. Eventually, when you keep fighting the stronger enemies long enough, they will get tired and like, well, I'm trying to remember think of what the right word is, where it's like they eventually just like when you've hit them enough,
they get like exhausted or whatever.
Yeah, they're like exhausted for 20 seconds or something.
Like stunned.
Yeah, they're stunned, and so that's when you're like, okay, you kind of want to
smoke
time
from
out.
Canada's getting to your head, huh? A little bit.
The what?
The smoke from Canada getting to your head?
Oh, yeah. I'm so excited to talk about the...
No, I'm only kidding.
Yeah. So using all those... You want to time all of your specials around that time when they're stunned. So there's a lot of different dynamics. I love too, one last thing, is just how it can be aerial if you want it to be. Because you can control your dog, Torgal, there's this one move where he'll launch enemies up in the air. So what I'll do is I'll have him launch enemies up in the air. Then I'll press L2, which it launches me up in the air. I'll, cut them up there and then do a downward thrust and slam them. And when you can do that, when you can pull that off, man, feels real good.
It's good. I mean, there are moments, dude. There are just moments.
Like a good downward thrust.
Oh, I love a good downward thrust. A good downward.
Clive is real good at those downward thrusts.
He's good at soaking too.
Yeah.
When necessary.
When necessary.
I don't want to talk too much about the characters and the story because I really feel like, guys, I want to underline this, and I know it's hard for a lot of you, and trust me, I get it because I do this for a living, so it's hard, it's almost impossible for me to do this, but I really didn't see a goddamn thing about this game. Not one thing. I don't know how I managed to do that because it was announced, right? And there was like some trailer or something, and that was literally it. And then every time it ever came up, I'm like, nah. And so I went into this game with no clue. No clue what the combat was like, no clue who the characters were, no clue. I knew it was that guy, Clive. I knew it was, but I didn't know, like, what this. I had no clue what the story was about. None. The story, dude, the story is so good. It's so powerful. It's so powerful because it works on different levels. And I think it's allegorical in some way, but it's cool because it's about one thing, but it's actually about something so much deeper than that. And I love that. It's so wonderful.
Without, again, no spoilers, but Colin, it's got class, it's got politics, it's got magical elements. It has such a wide range of different things that it tackles, but it is able to marry them all beautifully, I feel like. And can we get Colin, can I have you read? I feel like this is something really important to talk about. This one from Josh.
Definitely. Josh Kiskall wrote in and said, CDC, I hope everyone is enjoying Final Fantasy 16. I actually don't want to talk about gameplay or performance, but rather a feature I pray many future story-heavy games include. That is the active time lore feature. I can't tell you how many RPGs I played, and I don't remember anyone in a cutscene or places being mentioned. Being able to pause a cutscene and get backstory for each character, faction, or location in the game is truly revolutionary. Have you guys used it much? Do you hope to see this in more games? Thanks, and keep rolling. Come on! So thank you for writing in, Josh. Dude, active time lore is so awesome. So I don't want to get into even how it works because I think that's even a spoiler, but the game collects all of your knowledge and you can access it either in real time during events, or you can go to a person and study whatever you want. And you know what it reminds me of, Dustin, is Mass Effect. But where Mass Effect has the planetary thing and like all of the different codices, which are really fun to read, but this is so much better written and so much deeper. Because I used to love reading about those fictional nerdy planets. You go to like a gas giant, and it's like, this was discovered in 2280. And it's like, all right, I'm like fucking reading there, smitten by it. This is good shit. And is really, really smart and necessary. And I wonder who came up with this idea. I wonder where this came about, because it's not that codices are unusual in games like this. It's the way that it's presented in such a cogent way, because one of the cool things, and I'm sure you'll get into this, is that each of the like a character will be tagged with a bunch of different things. So it's like, this is fucking Fred, and Fred's from this town, so go read about this town. Fred does this for a living, so go read about that. Fred is with this faction, so go read about that. It's really,
like Wikipedia
really
within the game.
Yeah, it's
lore.
Great. It's great.
It's like Chris, it kind of reminds me of, what's the Destiny, the Grimoire cards? What are they called?
The Grimoire, yeah.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of that, but imagine you're watching a cutscene, and like Josh writes in, there are many times where I'll just click it during a cutscene to see what it brings me up. Okay, who's this again? What is this faction? Who is in charge here? Where are they? And I saw the argument. I think it was again like either Kotaku or Polygon or something. I was trying to make an argument about how the story and lore was too confusing that they had to add this mode. I'm like, no, shut the fuck up. This is awesome. It shows how in depth the world is. To me, that's rewarding, learning about these things and figuring out. It's been tough at points, I'll be honest, where there are many different factions that it's hard to to remember which one's which, how they feel about each other and how they interact with different elements of the world, we'll say. And so having this feature, it for me takes it from, shit, I gotta pull up my phone and remember who this is and maybe get a spoiler or something, to like, oh, nice. Okay, I'm right back on the same page.
That sounds like a really good idea.
It's awesome.
That was always the big frustration point with Destiny 2 is better, but D1 always it had this great lore, but it was like it wasn't even in the game. Like you had to go to like a website,
the app.
You have to go to a website. They made like books out of it. I have those books.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Dude, they're so cool.
Yeah, let me see. Open it up. Let me see what it looks like.
Yeah. It's like
oh, so it's that's awesome. So it is just a lot of writing and stuff. That's great.
It's literally just a bunch of like art and writing and like all this lore. And it's like I wish more. Like it's cool to have a physical thing of that. That's really cool. I love that shit.
Yeah, that's neat.
But to have that accessible in the game in a easy to use way at the very least, it sounds like it's like because the codecs were kind of buried in Mass Effect, and like I liked them to a degree, but I it was always kind of like, do I really want to navigate through the menus to get to this? If I'm not prompted. So does it show up during like cutscenes? Like I don't understand.
Like you can pause any cutscene at any time, and it'll and I think you press the touchpad and it brings up like array of things that they're talking about, and then you can like basically
really
and then when you click on one, then it'll give you all the stuff, and then below it'll say like all the associated things with it. So you can just keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. And what the game, I'm so thankful because the QOL things, quality of life things in this game are huge in that it tracks in the separate active lore battle menu what you've read and what you haven't, because you can also just go and see everything alphabetically or everything that exists by category. And so it'll tell you like you've never in any context read this. So you should read this. Like you haven't clicked on this yet.
Right.
And I agree with you, Dustin. The story is complicated. I think this is where the Game of Thrones commentary comes in and resonates most with me, because it's actually not very Game of Thrones in a lot of ways. Aesthetically, maybe a little bit, but where it really becomes Game of Thrones-ish is all of the competing factions and countries and the people. And I've said this before, and this goes without saying, but I don't think people think about it in really tightly woven, expansive worlds like this, that things not being true, we have to learn all of it, right? So what I mean by this is, we know Russia and Ukraine are fighting. Those are real places. We can visualize it. We have that whole understanding of where it is in the world and who's involved. There's nothing fake about that. That's in the real world. But when it's like this kingdom is fighting this kingdom for this person and this, and you like, I don't know any of this. I have to learn, where is this kingdom on the map and who is this? And you have no inherent knowledge. And I have been lost too many a time, to Josh's point that wrote in. I've been lost many a time in a game where I'm like, what? And there have been times, the end of I don't want to spoil the end of the original Final Fantasy, but the end of the original Final Fantasy is kind of crazy, and I didn't get it when I was a kid. And we talked about that on our knockback episode, where I was like, what? When I beat the game, it was crazy. And I'm gonna let people fast forward. I'm gonna tell you guys what it is, because it's not. Do you guys care if I know? Okay, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds, and you can just skip ahead a little bit. Because someone said I did it too quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At the end of Final Fantasy, it never happened. It's awesome that like the heroes of light have to do this certain quest that undoes this cycle and of constant destruction, like birth and destruction. But in order to undo the cycle, they have to have had never existed at all. And that's fucking awesome. And I had never gotten that. When I was a kid. So
that sounds like something else, but I won't say. Not Final Fantasy, but a show I've watched.
Yeah.
So I just say that in the sense that if I had, an NES wouldn't have been able, or a Famicom wouldn't have been able to have this obviously, and we had no idea what the fuck was going on in these games when we were kids anyway. But if I had something like that, I might have gotten into the ending better prepared as a kid to have known that. So if you're ignorant on the story and it's easy to become confused with what's going on in the story, there actually aren't that many characters. I would say there's a lot more just plot. I actually appreciate that there are very few characters. I'm 25 or 30 hours into the game, and I'm shocked by how few characters there are, actually, like of meaning that you meet. A lot of it is about, like you said, politics and drama and destruction and magic and all these different themes. And it's just so wonderful. And I think the active time lore, what I love about the active time lore, and again, no spoilers, is it collects it from you, and you'll really enjoy how it does that. I think, like how it works, and even the sound effects and the graphics of how they accept it from you, and all the new lore. It's so beautiful and so evocative of the old games. And one thing I wanted to say, and I don't often talk about game scoring, soundtrack, right? Like the music. The music in this game is fucking sick. Like there have been times where I'm like, oh my God, this is so good. Because I come across the games every, I'm a podcast gamer. I like to game and not really pay attention to things sometimes. But once a quarter or so, I'll play a game where I'm like, I have my headphones on and I'm totally engaged, right? Your Last of Us is, your Horizons, your God of War is, whatever. And this is one of those games where I'm just like headphones on, no distractions, playing it. And so I'm hearing all of it. And the music is fucking phenomenal, dude. There's a boss. I don't know if it's the boss theme or if it's one of the boss themes, but there's a boss theme where it grows and grows and grows and grows. And there's like a crescendo and then it just like dies. And it's like almost like an interlude as the song builds back up as you're fighting. And I'm like, this is insanity. Like, this is beautiful. There's a scene, Dustin, I don't know if you know, how far are you in? How far are you in the game?
I don't know how to describe it. I got new clothes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
not recently, but kind of recently.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. So
it sounds so insane.
Yeah, it's so vague. But there's a scene where you come across a new area and you're in this field and there's like something vaunted huge thing in the distance.
Oh,
and the music is almost like John Carpenter.
I think I'm exactly actually at the point that you're
and I'm like,
that's where I stopped playing.
This is it's like there's like a synth song basically, almost like this weird. And I was like, wow, man, this is really interesting. This is really experimental and really moody and emotional. It's as you said, I don't know how many more times we can underline it. It's expensive. This game is really expensive, I would imagine. And you can tell. And that's what I'm saying, baby. $70 games. Good. All right. We can move through the rest of this quickly if we like. Game of the year, Kickstand asks. He says, why did Square Enix have to go so hard on Final Fantasy 16? The music is outstanding, both modern and nostalgic. Love the horns and a lot more. The gameplay is fun and fluid. I like all the characters and the writing is really nice overall. Can't be at points, but still fantastic. I agree. I have technical qualms about the game. It isn't perfect, but it's exceeding my high expectations. I'm probably 25 hours in. I'm about there as well. As I write this, the PSN tells me I'm 48% through the game. So we'll see. I'm probably 25 hours in as I write, he says, and I think it will probably be my game of the year, at least as far as PlayStation is concerned. Your thoughts? So I'll be interested for Chris to join this conversation when the time comes, but this game will certainly join the game of the year conversation. And right now, I think it is my game of the year. Dead Space was my game of the year before. Dead Space is phenomenal. Highly recommend Dead Space. You must play Dead Space, but man, I mean, this game is just hitting for me. I'm
telling you, man, we had this conversation last night. It's a good year.
It really is. I mean, this really is an all-time year. Again, as I said last week, Dustin, a lot of these games are not even hitting for me because they're not really my kind of games. Like if I was into some of this shit plus Final Fantasy 16 plus Dead Space and Resident Evil 4 remake and all this, we're eating really, really well right now. So does this game factor in for you this year?
Oh, absolutely. I don't want to say it is my game of the year yet. I think that would be wrong since I'm not quite as far as you yet, but I would imagine that if things continue to get better and better as they have so far, then absolutely.
Brad Berry wrote into us. I'm going to end with a different question, but he wrote in and said, men, should we wait to play Final Fantasy 16? I played Final Fantasy 15 at launch and it was fine from a gameplay perspective, but the story was all over the place and incomplete. Many people, including Gene, who played the game a ways after it came out with all the DLC, claim it had a great story and is a great game. With consensus around Final Fantasy 16 being it's good, but the one thing lacking is story and performance. Should we hold off for a more complete version that runs better? I just want to reiterate, because I do hear the story complaints out there. Those complaints are crazy. I don't know what the fuck people are talking about the
There's
story.
There's people comparing it to Kingdom Hearts. Do you see that, Colin?
Yeah, I did. I don't know enough about Kingdom Hearts to know what those connections
Well, maybe
would
you
be.
should find out then.
No, that's not
Come
happening.
on, man. That's what we're saying. Let's go.
I don't want to play as Daffy Duck. But in my opinion, and here's what I'm going to say. We say it about our own shows, right? Like we appreciate the people that support us financially because you have to put your money where your mouth is at some point. We can't do what we do without the support of the people out there. And we talk about that in small ways. This is a really expensive, big game. And I think it deserves your attention and your money. Like if you're into action RPGs, if you're into Final Fantasy, maybe don't be crazy like me. If you don't want to, go watch a trailer, go familiarize yourself with it. Don't go in sight unseen. But this is the kind of game you don't wait for. I mean, this is the kind of game that you want to play, that you don't want to be spoiled, that I think it's important that you put your money where your mouth is. Like, this game wasn't just shit out of nowhere. And
yeah,
while Square Enix is not in quite the renaissance, anywhere close to the renaissance that Capcom is in, they are putting out some of the highest quality games in the industry. And I know millions of people are already playing Final Fantasy 16, but there's no reason to wait, especially because there will be no DLC. Unless they are lying, because they said that they are not doing it. Now, they might look at the success of the game and change their minds, but I think they said they made the whole game to be one package. And I think that they realized that DLC for kind of games like this don't really make sense. It's like, let me play and really get immersed in this for 60 hours, and then I'm gone. And I'm never coming back, like
they'll pump all the extra content into foam stars.
Right, exactly. Did you hear? Did we talk about on the show that the game is actually supposed to be really good? Did we talk about that?
Foam stars?
Yeah,
people that played it.
Yeah, the people that played it at what was it at Summer Games Fest? They were like, this game is like, I think actually our friend Andy Robinson at BGC was like, this is the game of the show.
That's fucking incomprehensible.
Yeah,
to
I agree.
God bless.
I agree.
God bless.
What do you think? Should he wait, Dustin?
No, I don't think so. I think that it's worth playing now. I think that you heard both Colin and I talk about the performance, how it is disappointing, but the pros just so severely outweigh the cons for me that I don't want to wait. I don't want to risk any spoilers or anything like that. I guess that, if money is a thing and you got to wait, I get it. They will, I would assume, improve performance or at least give more options in the future. But if you're interested, and here's the other thing that's really important. Final Fantasy 15, they did fuck up and release and update story sections of the game. I don't think that that's the case. That doesn't seem to be the case at all for this game. It's not like they're going to go and revise the ending or revise an entire chapter of this game. That's not something you need to worry about. I can understand that argument for that game. It's not with this one.
Finally, Felix Huesca wrote into us and said, "Hey, CDC, I've been playing Final Fantasy 16 and have been absolutely blown away with the production quality of the game. Even my partner, who's a gamer herself but has never been into Final Fantasy, watched me play it and was completely astonished at how captivating and well produced it is. Yet my entire Twitter timeline is full of fanboys and haters who can't help but talk shit about this game. I don't understand where this is coming from. Are they actually even playing the game? Do we believe these are our true opinions of the game? Not even a veteran of Final Fantasy, but I can see clearly how much effort and money was put behind this. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the matter, as it's becoming really annoying to see this on my timeline, especially since I try really hard to curate my timeline to avoid it. Also, shout out to Gene for his epic backhand to a hater in the Twitter comments. Thanks and much love for all the great content." Yeah, Gene had a nice viral tweet where a guy was saying that he was talking shit and how much everyone loved Final Fantasy 16. And then
go play Zelda or something. He said, go jerk off to Zelda or some stupid
but he
shit.
sent them an image of like the prestige images that publishers make for their games where it's like 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5. And then there's a huge quote at the top of it. And Gene's like, that is literally my quote.
A must play title.
Like, that's literally me. So I thought that was funny and good for Gene. I love Gene. I tell Gene, though, he's got to go read only on Twitter. I don't know how many times I have to tell him that. Like, it's not worth it to like fight with people on Twitter. And this is what I wanted to bring up. Why I wanted to bring this up is I think sometimes the greatest agents of change are ourselves. You have to rob people like this of oxygen, and unfortunately, like this new algorithmic reality of Twitter. I must admit that I've been very bullish since Elon bought Twitter on the show, and for honesty's sake, I do think that he's blowing it where it comes to not when it comes to functionality as an app, but when it comes to showing me what I really want to see, because it's showing me things that I think it knows it's going to annoy me or something. I don't know how it knows that. I don't even click on a lot of these things. And I don't know if maybe that's just the nature of Twitter now, but I think we have to be the change that we want to see. That's why I think really, like, instead of tweeting out of my ass on Twitter about the FTC stuff, we just had a 2-hour conversation about it, right? You may disagree with it, but you know that we like said what we needed to say for the most part anyway. And with this, it's especially true. We just had an hour conversation about Final Fantasy 16, and it's positive and it's negative, but it's all these things, but at least it's deeper than just this drive-by fucking nonsense that's always happening on social media platforms. I think you have to just ignore these people as best you can. And if you really want to get in the weeds, I do think some of these people should be challenged on games, like what they play, who are they? What is their why are they so invested in these different things? That's the thing I really want to teach people too, and I hope that they can take away from our show. And I think they know that I feel this way, is that I'm not invested in the way other people feel about the things I like. I have no interest. Like, I really don't. Yeah. Like, I love when people love the things I like, but when people criticize the things I like or love, I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck. It's irrelevant to me. It has no bearing on my experience. I could be the only person at a Dredge concert. Right? I'm not, but I could be. And I'm here because I love Dredge. I'm not here because other people love Dredge. I'm not here because other people are talking shit about Dredge. Whatever. I'm just thinking that because I'm wearing a Dredge shirt today. I happen to be wearing a Dredge shirt, but I don't know if that resonates, but that's the way I kind of feel. Is I think people are often affected too much by the outside too. It doesn't matter what other people are saying as long as you feel a certain way and you be true to that. That's the easiest way, I think, to kind of circumnavigate these waters. Dustin, you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, often these people are just screaming loudly these bad faith arguments, and they're really easy to identify. And it's one of those things where with Twitter specifically, and I'm guilty of this, not just on Twitter, but in any space online, really, is that there are a lot of idiots out there that want to make you mad. They want to try to bait you. They want to, that's kind of the name of the game and through the internet for years now. But I learned, one of my history teachers in high school was like, if you walk by an idiot and a really smart guy arguing loudly, but you don't know that, you walk by, you're just going to assume that it's two idiots arguing, So don't be the smart guy that argues with an idiot. Just let him go. Let him be an idiot and argue in bad faith. And like Colin said, starve them of oxygen.
Yeah. What's interesting is that about people like that, especially on social media, is that that's what people expect out of them. I think the sad reality for a lot of these people, I'm not going to name it. I'm thinking of some of them, and I'm not going to name them and give them that satisfaction, but they know who they are. No one cares about what you think about games. They want you to represent a certain team vociferously on their behalf. And the second you stop doing that, they're not going to care about you anymore because you have no substantive content. You have nothing substantive to say. And that's a big risk for you if you want to do this for a living anyway. So yeah, I just think that just keep all of that in mind. And really your own reaction is up to you. And they have the freedom to say what they want.
To be 100% clear, I know I don't really need to say this, but I'm not saying anyone who doesn't like the game that you like is the idiot. I'm talking about a very specific type of person with a very specific type of messaging and way that they do that. You know what I'm talking about, that they, the people that are baiting a reaction. If you see a well-constructed argument about something you don't like, that's totally different. But you're smart. You can discern the difference between the two. Don't be afraid to just leave those people alone.
Yeah, I just think we have to change the energy a little bit. I think the sardonic energy is funny. I think like all that's good, but like the just constant negativity and trolling and just making fun of people and things, it's just very tiresome, and it's not fun. And it's kind of ruining Twitter for me. I got to be honest with you. That's why I brought it up earlier. Is like I've kind of been wrong about the evolution of Twitter. That it's not that anything goes is the problem. It's that the algorithm is not funneling right. It's funneling towards you clicking on things out of anger, but not out of interest. And I don't think it has to be like that. I just don't. I think that a Twitter or a social media platform that allows you to have a lot of input. So it's like, this is the specific stuff I want to see. This is the specific stuff I'm interested in. And then show me that. And YouTube is the best that does that.
Yeah.
And that's why everyone's so serious about I'm dead ass serious about my YouTube search. I don't let anyone use my YouTube. And my YouTube search is fucked. That has no idea what wants me to do sometimes. It's like, you want to watch chess videos or tree trimming videos? What do you want to watch?
Yeah.
Or summoning salt? And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or
the history of Splinter Cell or growing homunculus in Russia live.
Right, exactly.
It's a mess.
It does the best it can though. All right, there are 3 news items other than what we've talked about this week that I want to get into. These are bigger news items, but we can move through them quickly. The first one is this. Don't look now, but the original Red Dead Redemption, the PS3 game from 2010, has been rated for release by the South Korean Games Rating Board. While not specified by console, website Gamatsu notes that the code in the rating, NV, indicates a console release, and since RDR was a PS3 game already, we assume it'll come to PS4, PS5, or probably both. For the uninitiated, Red Dead Redemption is actually the second game in the franchise, which is confusing for some folks. Other players will remember that Rockstar San Diego's seminal Red Dead franchise actually began on PlayStation 2 when Red Dead Revolver came to the console. It was a linear, story-driven third-person shooter, though quite different from Red Dead Redemption, which was an open-world action-adventure title not unlike Rockstar San Diego's sister studio Rockstar North's Grand Theft Auto franchise. Sadly, Red Dead Redemption isn't playable on PlayStation 4 natively, and obviously not PS5 either, but this will likely change things. The only question is if it'll come with its popular DLC, Undead Nightmare, which originally launched later in 2010, and which was extremely well received. And naturally, Red Dead Redemption was followed by a proper sequel, Red Dead Redemption 2, which launched on PS4 in 2018 and has sold well over 50 million copies to date. Thus, priming an RDR remaster for modern consoles doesn't seem like that much of a stretch, though we need to keep in mind that Grove Street's disastrous GTA Trilogy ports from 2021, which have now been largely fixed, nixed an apparently aggressive Rockstar's plans for more remasters, including 2008's beloved Grand Theft Auto 4, which, like the original Red Dead Redemption, isn't playable natively on modern hardware. I can say that I have seen confirmation that this is real. I don't think you need that confirmation, but I had someone reach out to me behind the scenes that showed me, they asked obviously to be anonymous, but are talking on background, showed me something that definitively shows that this game is coming. Maybe even imminently, with an announcement maybe in like August. So not a huge surprise. That you don't need me to tell you that South Korean ratings board doesn't just rate things; they rate things that are submitted to them. So Max Dexter Smith wrote in and said, "Good day, Sacred Sons. With the leaks out of South Korea, it seems inevitable that we're finally getting the Red Dead Redemption 1 remaster that was reportedly canceled last year. Given the popularity of Red Dead 2, a remaster seems to be a safe bet to be successful despite the issues of the GTA Definitive Edition. I guess my question is, what are you lads expecting out of a release of the original Red Dead Redemption, and what lessons can take to extract from the failed launch of the GTA Definitive Edition?" It's important to note that the Red Dead Redemption rumor didn't, I don't know, say cancel as much as it kind of like threw into question the quality of what they were doing. So it seems like they got more time. Chris, let's go to you. What do you think about Red Dead Redemption? 2010's Red Dead Redemption looks, I mean, I'm telling you it's coming to PS4.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think so it's weird because I have every machine, and so on Series X, both Grand Theft Auto 4 and Red Dead Redemption 2 or Red Dead Redemption 1 you can still play those, and you can play them at like a higher. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 1 specifically, I feel like I've had the privilege of playing what is ostensibly going to be what this remaster is in some way. So I'm not necessarily like excited to jump into it because I don't think it's all that new for me. But the fact that this game is going to be playable on all modern hardware is great. We need that for Grand Theft Auto 4, though, real bad. So I hope that this is like a sign that they're like those first 3 Grand Theft Auto games that they should have treated with more care. You know, that was a mistake. We won't let that happen again. Where here's Red Dead 1, obviously an important game that should be playable on modern hardware. Move on to Grand Theft Auto 4. That'd be great. That would be what? Grand Theft Auto. I've been playing Grand Theft Auto 4 on and off like while I've been here because I have this stuff here to play it. It's so good. It is such a good game. It's unreal. And that definitely needs a modern version. Like it needs it yesterday. So my biggest takeaway from this is that it hopefully indicates that they are more serious about, at the very least, the next few games in their portfolio that they have not yet put back on modern hardware just yet. So
indeed, well said. I totally agree that GTA 4 is awesome and needs there's a whole generation of people that never even played it probably. Which is crazy. And I must say that the Grove Street ports of the GTA trilogy were woeful, but in playing GTA 3 more recently, and again, I'll be doing a Sacred Symbols Plus episode on it soon, just like, 20 something years later, really going into it for the first time and how much I really loved it and how kind of perfect it is in a lot of ways. It's they really did fix it. It's not meant to be seen in that resolution. The AI like rewriting of the science and stuff is very bad, but it's the spirit of the game is still there, and whatever they did, they fixed it. I don't know why they thought they should release it in any other state than what it was released in, but I think they gave it RDR the amount of time that it needed. The one big thing for me, Dustin, is and I said this in the write-up, is Undead Nightmares. I actually never played that expansion.
Yeah, me neither.
So
I never finished it. I started it.
Are you going to check out RDR? It coming out later this year?
probably not this year with how many games and stuff coming out. But I'm so glad that it will be available to so many people that probably either never played it or haven't been able to go back to it, something like that. For me, I would want the improvements to be more than just up-resing and frame rate. Like I think there probably is some room where I don't need a full graphical remake, but maybe go in, improve some textures, clean up some different character models, stuff like that. I would love it if they would add the first person mode. Not that I exclusively played Red Dead Redemption 2 in first person, but I would toggle into that mode every once in a while just to get a different perspective. I really like that that's an option. I gotta say also, I hope that they don't just leave it at Red Dead Redemption 1. The ultimate dream is to get a Red Dead Redemption 2 PS5 port that gives it the full 60 FPS along with higher frame rate. But even if they just went in and did a half step like they did for Last of Us Part 2, where you say, hey, we're not doing a full PS5 port, but we will let you up the, maybe up the resolution a little bit, up the frame rate, whatever, something that you can at least take advantage of some of the PS5 features would be really nice. In fact, I think the original rumor was the Outlaws collection that had both, but that was so long ago and I don't remember what was real and what was fake. But
yeah, I can imagine that plan's probably shifted in some way.
Yeah, what I'm seeing, I have here. Yeah,
Red Dead 2 at 60.
It doesn't say. I mean, it says something. I don't want to. I was asked not to say certain things because it could be tied back to people. But yeah, Red Dead Redemption is real.
Hell yeah!
Came out 13 years ago.
One of the best.
Okay. GTA 4. Get it. Hurry.
I accidentally closed the document. Let me go back in here. There we go. My God. Okay. Number 2. It's time once more, as it seemingly always is, to discuss new PlayStation Plus games coming to the service. This time we're talking about PlayStation Plus's core so-called free offerings for all subscribers, regardless of subscription level. So the 3 or so games we've gotten each month for more than a decade now, as long as you have an active PS Plus account. And the freebies this month are actually quite impressive. For starters, and perhaps confusing to some, considering Activision's vehement testimony at the FTC hearing that it doesn't believe in subscription services, Activision is making Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War available on PS Plus for PS Plus users on both PS4 and PS5. However, Cold War is literally 3 Call of Duty games ago and came to both PS4 and PS5 in 2020. In addition, one-time popular survival horror Xbox exclusive game Alan Wake, first launched on Xbox 360 in 2010, is also en route to PS Plus in the form of the Alan Wake Remastered, the Alan Wake Remastered for both PS4 and PS5. The remastered version of Alan Wake, of course, launched back in 2021 on both consoles and was the first time Alan Wake was playable on PlayStation hardware. This is no doubt a move by developer Remedy to prime audiences for Alan Wake's long-awaited sequel, Alan Wake 2, which comes out on October 17th later this year. Finally, the third game also on PS4 and PS5 is called Endling Extinction is Forever. Launched on both PS4 and PS5 in 2022, this survival game comes by way of Hero Beat Studios. You can begin downloading these games on July 4th, and as always, you should add them to your download list, even if you don't intend on playing them now, as you'll have the option to do so later if you change your mind, as long as your PS Plus account is active. Anything here for you this month, Chris?
Rough one. This is a rough one to me. Like, because I played Call of Duty Black Ops. It's Cold War. It's fine. It's probably riddled with hackers at this point, knowing how Call of Duty tends to support their older games. I can't even I saw a video of some guy trying to play Modern Warfare. I think the original Modern Warfare 2 recently, and it was just like a disaster. But Alan Wake is like, I love Alan Wake, but it's also like it's a game that's a specific type of. It's like a very specific age where a lot of people will play it again. They'll probably like not really jive with it. And I could see that happening. As for this other thing, Endling, I have no idea what this is. So for me, I don't. It's like I don't see anything that I haven't already played. What happened?
You play as a fox, and it's one of those sad animal games I'm not down with. I don't want to see animals being sad, trying to save their babies from other animals or whatever, trying to kill them.
Land Before Time.
Yeah,
I'm not. That was a scarring movie.
Yeah, it was for everybody.
Which one?
All of them.
Well, yeah,
all 49.
Yeah,
of
there's
them?
so many of them.
Isn't the one there's like a locust infestation? They gotta their home's totally fucked.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm on my phone because I'm looking at my PSN account. It's not. I thought I might not have owned Alan Wake, but I actually bought Alan Wake when it came out just to show them support because I like Remedy. So I already own it. I'm not interested in Call of Duty. Yeah, Endling is actually supposed to be pretty good, but it's not for me. So, something for people to look forward to. July 4th. You have time, obviously, between now and then, if you're hearing this before July 4th, to download the games from this previous month. Make sure to always do that, just because, man, I mean, you're eventually going to come across something that you want, or something a friend will want to play, or a spouse or a sibling or something. So it's worth doing.
Something.
Number 3. Finally, we have some new game sales to discuss, particularly concerning the American market. This data out of the US accounts for the month of May 2023 and primarily focuses on the top 20 best-selling software by sales dollars in the market for that month across platforms. Keep in mind that these numbers are no longer broken down by platform, but do include both retail and digital sales for most games. Not surprisingly, Nintendo Switch exclusive The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom remains in the top slot, but interestingly, Hogwarts Legacy has snuck back into the second spot, up 4 places from the month prior. The top 5 is rounded out by 3 through 5 in order: Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Dead Island 2, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Other notable games include MLB The Show 23 at 6, Resident Evil 4 Remake at 9, Far Cry 6 at 10, Elden Ring at 11, God of War Ragnarok at 16, and Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga at 19. On the back of Zelda, and again, not surprisingly, Nintendo Switch won on the hardware front for the month, both in selling the most total units and in grossing the most money, which is crazy considering the differential in hardware prices. So you imagine Switch severely outsold PS5. PlayStation 5 slotted comfortably in second in both categories and remains the calendar year's best-selling hardware in both the numbers sold and money gross categories. So nothing too interesting there. Zelda continues to dominate. Hogwarts Legacy doing well. I mean, these long tail... actually, WB's killing it right now, man, because they have these long tail games now in Hogwarts Legacy and Lego Star Wars that are going to just exist forever and make so much money for them. But nothing too crazy there. I'll be interested to see how the sales adapt as time goes on. And I'm disappointed that we don't get the granular data we used to, because that was way more interesting. All right, my friends. With that, let's get into the listener inquiries and wrap this episode up. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. We could not do it without you. Every week I put up a thread. We put up threads for all of our different shows as we need them. You can find them in the newsfeed. If you do not see a thread in the newsfeed for Sacred Symbols, it's because one is not yet live. I typically publish them on Wednesdays and I delete them on Thursdays. So you have a day to see them and then they go away, so you don't waste your time posting when they're no longer needed. VRG wrote in and said, "Hey guys, the reveals of Concord and Farigame were received poorly by fans. How can PlayStation generate some excitement for these games? Do they need to provide gameplay the next time these games are shown?"
Yes.
Chris, yeah, talk to me about Concord and Farigame. What can we do for these games?
Yeah, we could see them. Would be like would be the best way. I don't know. It seems like, look, CG trailers are they're fine. Like I get it. Like they have to exist on some level, but at the same time, it's like, they're not as exciting as they used to be. At least not to me as an adult. Like I'm not 10 anymore, where like a photorealistic tear falling off of a photorealistic eye to the sound to the reveal of a logo is going to do much of anything for me anymore. Like I'm going to need more than that, especially with just the sheer amount of these that we're getting now. Like I don't know, man. I got to see him, and not to begrudge them for doing one of these first, right? Get it out there, get the message out there that you're working on something. That's totally fine by me. But I'm not going to put much stock into any of these unless I see these things in action.
Yeah. To add on to what Chris is saying, not only do you need to show it, but in the world of live service, you have to show why your game is better than what you're currently playing, or why it's worth at least paying attention to. Because you think about other live service games that have failed, where they even have a hook, but not a good enough one for people to really invest in, like Rocket Arena. Okay, so it's a game like that, but it has rockets. Cool. The dodgeball game. Cool. None of those had legs though. So when you show the gameplay,
cool. I feel sad about that one because that was a cool game.
It was a Knockout City,
Knockout Arena, Knockout City or something. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah,
but
it was cool, but it's not enough. It just wasn't enough. So
you know what it reminds me of? Did you ever play Monday Night Combat?
Oh yeah, I remember that was an Xbox 360 game, wasn't it? Or
yeah, it was an arcade. Yeah. It was like I
remember that game.
It was an exclusively multiplayer arena game.
Yeah, we played that.
It was really good, actually. Like it was a solid amount of fun.
An awesome name.
But like
that's a really awesome name for a game.
Yeah, it really is. I think that's the only reason we paid attention to it. Was like, what is Monday Night Combat?
Yeah, it's actually like one of those sick names where I'm like, damn, that's a good name.
Yeah, it's frustrating that it's kind of been used and now it's probably gone forever. But I don't know, man. You just need legs. You gotta sell me, And you're not gonna win everybody over with any of these necessarily. Like these are all chances are a lot of these live service games that Sony's making are going to appeal to very, very different crowds. I would imagine that's the point, so that you're not necessarily cannibalizing each other, but there's still a reasonable amount of overlap that you might appeal between certain ones. But if Fair Games delivers on the concept of what it is, I think it could be really entertaining. And Concord, we know jack shit about outside of like maybe art style and general aesthetic, and even then, that's like a massive assumption.
Jiggly Burger, that's what we know.
Yeah, Jiggly Burger. It's a game about a jiggly, disgusting fucking burger in space
in a locker.
It's I don't know, man. You need more. We need more.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly true. I think you guys both kind of nailed it. And my one thing with Fair Games is that, and I remember saying this when it was announced, was I think that's a great name for a game, but you got to lose the dollar sign.
Yeah.
I understand the point, but you got to lose the dollar sign.
It's bad. I'd imagine it's just bad for SEO as well. Like I don't. You get rid of that.
Yeah,
it's so gross looking.
Yeah, it's stupid. It reminds me. I've said this, but it reminds me a lot. I worked in the industry like as a journalist when Infamous came out, and I remember Infamous is written lowercase I, lowercase n, and then famous in all capital letters.
Yeah, famous.
And we refused to write it like that. And I remember them being like, this is the name of the game. Like, that's what it's called, is Infamous, like that. And I'm like, we're not writing it. Like it was actually Greg at the time. I was like, we're not writing Infamous. Like, because you guys thought it would be cool to write it in this stupid way. We're not going to write it like that. I remember the band, I used to like a band called Trust Company, and it's one word and it's all lowercase. And it's like, all right. I mean, if you insist, but Fair Games is cool. I like it as a compound word. Yeah. But yeah, you got to lose that dollar sign. Got to do it.
Yeah.
They're not going to, though. Rough. They're not going to.
No, they're gonna put more dollar signs in.
Yeah. Fair Games.
There's gonna be a tilde over the E and all sorts of nonsense.
They're gonna add
umlaut maybe.
I'm not it's gonna be a euro.
Yeah. It's gonna be, yeah, I can see that.
That'd be awesome.
Bunch of umlauts all over the place for.
They're gonna call it Fair Games with a Y, so they can use the yen, like FAYR.
Oh my fucking God.
Euro S. Can we get the pound in there? The pound's an L, right?
You might as well just.
Yeah.
The name of the game is just the download code that you put into the PlayStation Marketplace after a certain amount of time.
But I'm not a Fair Games hater like a lot of people are. I think that Sony could use a techno thriller, and I think it kind of looks cool. I don't know. I mean, we're not thinking.
Techno thriller Payday seems like a good idea. And the concept of it, at the very least, Fair Games, this trailer, as opposed to Concord's was more like I don't even know what the hell. It was like just like a teaser.
This was like, we need something now.
Yeah, we need something. We need to show people that we're doing something. And does anybody have a burger that we can motion capture?
We have the first 10 seconds of the trailer we were planning on doing next year. And they're like, all right, give us that.
Yeah. But at least Fair Games had like a fully fleshed out. At the very least, even if it's not gameplay, at the very least, it's a representation of what they're going for, which I think is actually that's useful information. I think, even if it is not indicative of what the gameplay will be moment to moment, or if it's accurate to what will ship in game, having a generalized kind of concept of what they're going for does help. And so with Fair Games, at the very least, I can give them that, where it's like I get what they're doing. It's like a Watch Dogs type Payday techno thriller heist game that's co-op and potentially PvP. That's cool. I dig that. That's awesome. So I still have to see it though to be excited.
Totally. It is funny how they made a Ubisoft game. Like the team that's made of all Ubisoft people that we were saying over and over again. It's just like the same, and they made a Ubisoft game. That is the Watchdog. A lot of the Watch Dogs team. I think the last game she shipped was Watch Dogs. Unless I'm mistaken. As executive producer,
I like Watch Dogs, kind of. I don't know.
I got to go back.
I don't know if that's controversial.
I got to go back.
It's not amazing, but it's like one of those solid like sixes. You know what I mean? But it's like a good 6 where it's like, I remember playing the original Watch Dogs and being like, this is not nearly as, because I think everybody was hyped on that first reveal trailer. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, look at the rain and look at how rainy the rain is.
That was the first. Do you remember, Chris, that was the first PS4 game we ever saw? We didn't know.
Yeah.
Because they didn't announce it like that, but I think it was at Ubisoft 2012 E3 press conference, something like that. Yeah. And historically, it ended up being the very first next gen game at the time we had ever seen.
Yeah, it was. I mean, yeah, it was a really good trailer, but I remember just kind of going in with no expectations because I was like, I didn't really care that much about it one way or the other. and I kind of enjoyed it. It was campy. It was a little bit edgy in some way that I don't think it really landed well, but like it was a solid concept and solid time.
I played it at PS4 launch and I didn't spend any time with it because I remember like you start in like in a stadium, I think, and you like do some shit in a stadium and then you get outside into the open world. And I remember being really smitten with some of the cool things. Like you can see the information on each person, like how much money they make and what their job is and all that. Yeah. It was pretty cool, but I never played it.
Yeah. That's kind of the stuff that it's more of that's more of a game that's just a lot of set dressing. And the set dressing kind of carries it in a way that I think is not particularly enthralling, but it's also fine. Like, I don't know. I think people hate on Watch Dogs a little bit too much.
I may get back to Watch Dogs at some time. The one thing that you can give them credit for is they did make 3 pretty distinct games in that franchise.
Yeah, those 3 games look nothing alike. That third one I'm curious about, too. That
Legion.
Like permadeath.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably never going to get around to it, though.
I don't think it did very well.
Nah, I don't.
Ubisoft always kind of believed in Watch Dogs more than the market did.
Yeah, they did.
Which I get. Yeah. Like, you don't want to make one-off games. They're not even making they're making a sequel to that fucking Gods and Monsters game. You know, they'll make a sequel to anything. What's happening?
Sounds like there's a fucking train
on your roof.
Oh my god, man! Yeah, on the roof. There's a train on the roof. God damn it! Damn this city!
Damn it! God damn it all to hell! Liam Venencia wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, there's been much talk about consuming various media at increased speeds, but what about playing Final Fantasy VII at 3 times speed? I recently completed the modern console port of the original game and played through the whole game at triple speed. I would be lying if I said I didn't use the invincibility option more than a couple of times and also disabled random encounters during long stretches of going back and forth hunting huge materia. With this in mind, can I truly say I've experienced Final Fantasy VII? I must say having the option to increase the speed of some of the older JRPGs is a godsend for someone with limited time to play games these days. On a side note, the recent podcasts coming out of The Last Stand have been excellent, even if hearing your voices played throughout the house via Alexa on a near daily basis may have driven my girlfriend insane. Thank you for all that you do." We're responsible for a lot of endings of relationships, I think.
Yeah.
Good. All sorts of different fucking traumatic experiences.
Hey, Liam's girlfriend. Lay off him, dude.
Hey.
What the hell's going on in there? Jesus Christ.
All right. Liam, did you really play Final Fantasy VII? Not really, no. But it has nothing to do with the 3 times speed thing as much as I think that if you're just breaking the game over and over again, I don't know. These games require a lot out of you. And I totally get that. And I will agree that speeding up battles is key, man. Like, I don't think I would have ever made it through Trails of Cold Steel if I couldn't play the PS5 version or the PS4 version, I guess it was, and fast forward battle. It's like, I couldn't even believe that I was thinking about playing that game without that. And so I understand that, but I don't think you should be speeding through like cutscenes and walking around and all that kind of stuff. I would always shut it off during that. And I tried my hardest, and I didn't cheat when I played Final Fantasy VII on PS4, except for when I fought, I think, Ultimate Weapon for the Platinum Trophy. I think I used you could just limit break yourself over and over again if you want to, and I think I did it at that point. Just like I cheated when I dropped it to easy to beat the Valkyrie Queen in God of War. It's like, at that point, I don't really give a fuck anymore. But keeping it on the up and up throughout the game, I think, is an important thing. But did you experience it? A lot more than a lot of people experienced it, so you have that. But you didn't experience it the way we originally did. Is it better the way you did? Did you stay engaged because you did it this way? Probably, and therefore, it might be better this way that you played it than not at all. Dustin, do you think you played Final Fantasy VII?
That's how I played Final Fantasy VII. I wasn't trying to... I wasn't feeling like, oh yeah, I really beat Final Fantasy VII. I knew exactly what I was doing, and I was trying to get in to hear the music, to get the story, the character interactions, stuff like that. That's exactly what I wanted from the experience. That's what I got. And yeah, I guess if you're looking for some kind of gamer cred or something like that, then no, you didn't experience it the intended way. But if that's how you wanted to do it,
you only cheated yourself.
You only cheated yourself. But if that's how you wanted to do it, then more power to you. Like I said, that's how I did it, mainly for the remakes and stuff like that. I'm glad I did it. So yeah, however you want to do it, man.
Yeah, I studied the blade while you played at 3 times speed.
I love that image.
Me too. I just love that whole back and forth like that. I don't know what you would call that. That's not creepypasta, I guess. It's like something else. But it's like, I did this and you did this, and I did this and you did this, and it's like,
while you were out dating women, I was studying the blade.
Right, exactly.
It's always the same picture of that kid.
All right. Oh, Chris, by the way, how do you feel about playing games quicker than they're intended? Like this quality of kind of feature. I think psychotic in 90% of games, but I think the games that it lets you do it in, it makes sense in some way.
Yeah, I don't think any game that wouldn't benefit from having that feature would have it. You know, like I don't think there wouldn't be an option to speed up Doom. You know what I mean? Like, because it doesn't behoove you to speed Doom up. But like in a game where there's like a lot of grinding and it's old and it's, you know, something like Final Fantasy VII that launched on the PlayStation 1, where there's a lot of, I don't want to say filler necessarily, because there's like a connotation there that is more narrative leaning. But I mean, a lot of those games it's a lot of fighting, and it's a lot of specifically fighting fights that aren't particularly interesting so that you're strong for the fights that are. And there's a lot of grinding in that. And it's back then, especially like an amount that was kind of unbelievable. And it was meant to give us as kids something to sink our time into because we had infinite time. As an adult, I don't think there's anything wrong with skipping that stuff. I even as a kid, honestly, in this day and age where you have like so many options available to you, if you have like Game Pass or like whatever subscription services, you're swimming in games right now. So, I mean, the option to speed through it and get the important parts, like get the story, the music, the narrative, the characters, which I think is that's really what, if there's anything that Final Fantasy seems to be about, even from the outside looking in, it seems like it's that. Because that's the only thing that's remained consistently a focus throughout the entire series.
Yes, amen.
So,
James Schubert wrote in, said, "Greetings, sacred soakers. Is the single-player FPS dead? Rarely do we see an FPS release without some sort of games as a service mechanic now, and even Call of Duty released the single player of the recent Modern Warfare 2 early, making sure more people play it." And he says with a question mark, a little bit of a weird structure for your sentence. Are the worlds too much to build without turning sections into multiplayer? Or is the fan base just not there? I'd happily pay a premium for the ill-fated Titanfall 3 if it was to release, just to play anything close to the second installment in that franchise. Am I on my own in that, though? So we talked about that one Fear-like game last week that looks cool. I already forgot what the hell it's called. It's some weird name. But
it was like Tenpang
2 or something. Yeah, that's what it was. Something like that. Yeah.
Trepang?
Yeah, Trepang 2 or something like that. Yeah, that's what it was.
Trepang 2, yeah.
And damn. So
terrible
good
name. Holy shit.
Great name. And so I think that there is like some bubbling. We talked about that. What do they call that boomer? That genre boomer shooter.
The boomer shooters, yeah. Bolt Gun just came out.
Right, exactly. And that's getting some entries. But it is weird because he's kind of describing in some way an era that doesn't exist anymore of like the tacked on multiplayer. But there is this dearth of games like that anymore. Like we always say we want Killzone back too, but Resistance really did have multiplayer, but what represented something different, something more robust. I also think about Raven's Singularity, which I was really into. We bring up the Fear games and others. They're just Condemned and all these games. There just doesn't seem to be very much. I don't know what that's all about.
I remember like Time Shift and like Darkest of Days and these really one-off shooters. I don't know. I think what's happening is not so much that they're not happening anymore. I just think like if you have a formula that's really, really good, and a lot of shooters tend to have that immediate. That's why I love shooters. It's like it's an immediate feeling of satisfaction, like while you're moving and while you're playing. Oh my. When movement is satisfying and everything clicks constantly, that's a good loop. And in some ways you are kind of crazy to not want that loop to keep itself going with something like multiplayer. I think first person shooters just generally lend themselves well to multiplayer more than most other genres do. Like I don't think a JRPG doesn't lend itself to a multiplayer game naturally. You have to do a lot of tweaking to get that working. And the same thing goes with like a lot of other genres. Shooters, I think, are just uniquely suited to that genre. And so what we're seeing from like big developers is that like, okay, well, we might have it's almost like a tacked on single player in some ways now, where it's like, yeah, we get it there so that we have something, but the bulk is in the multiplayer because that's where the money is. That's where the people are going to keep themselves entertained for years and years and years with this loop that we've built. It's very, very, very well defined and repeatable and satisfying. And so what's happening is I think single player shooters are kind of falling to not indies, but smaller teams that are really more passionate about that aspect of it. It's why I can't think of a single player shooter that we've gotten over the last couple of years that wasn't kind of awesome. Like I think of Bolt Gun most recently. And even just obviously Doom is Doom Eternal is one that I think of, obviously, which is like more high
Has
profile.
there been a AAA single player shooter for FPS since Doom Eternal?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I can think of a few.
Far Cry, right?
Oh yeah, Far Cry. Okay, so that's that.
Because Far Cry is not exactly a multiplayer.
They want it to be, but I don't think anyone really gives a shit.
Yeah, like no one's.
So yeah, there's Far Cry.
Yeah, there's Far Cry, and there's
like I'm sure they exist. Man, it's just I guess what I'm saying is you're right when you were talking about Time Shift and all those games, or like Turning Point, Fall of Liberty. Like there was like I felt like there was one of those every month, and that was kind of common going all the way back to Wolfenstein. Like the Wolfenstein and Doom clone was fucking huge forever. So
yeah, Hexen.
Right?
Was it Hexen?
Well, Hexen is like is their own game, so I would consider. But that is it's like a it's like a magic shooter.
Yeah.
But there were just so many Doom clones at that time, and maybe we just have to come back into that space. I love the first person perspective in shooting, man. I love it. I think I might prefer third person, but when I think about first person shooters, like AAA single player first person shooters, they're either meant to be played with other people, so like Borderlands or
Destiny
something. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't think of anything since Doom and Far Cry, I guess, would be the last one. I'm sure they exist, but I would love to, because
they're less prevalent. No, I was going to just say they're less prevalent because, like, I mean, that loop, man, that's a good loop. There's a reason why Call of Duty is popular. And, you know, it's personally not my style of shooting, but like, obviously FPSs do something like, and they do something to the brain and people like it and they want to like it with their friends. And so that's just where the genre is just kind of naturally gone. If there's one thing that kind of bothers me or depresses me a little bit about Marathon is that there is no single player component at all. I do think they're going to keep narrative as a big focus on the multiplayer, and that's interesting in and of itself, like how they're going to do that. But that would have been really cool.
They did say, right, like you could play alone, but that the game doesn't adapt to you, right? So like you'll still have to go against teams of 3 if you're by yourself.
Yeah, you're gonna be. Yeah. It was
like me entering. Like I used to try to enter the dark zone or whatever in the division, and I used to do it by myself, and I would never get ever got out of that place. You know, like it was just impossible to get the fuck out of that place. So yeah, it's not going to accommodate you and try to kind of wedge you, which I think is kind of smart if that's what you intend. But you know what, Dustin, I'm curious what you think of this. You guys make fun of Far Cry, and a lot of the audience does, and how much I love Far Cry. But you know what's on the charts every single month on the MPD, and it's not by copies sold. They're not selling $10 copies. It's by money grossed. Is Far Cry 6.
There's a lot of things that are popular that I don't like.
Well, but what I'm saying, no, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that it's kind of the only game of its kind. You kind of wonder, like contemporaneously, right? So you kind of wonder if it's just getting a lot of the attention, because we don't get a game like that every 2 or 3 months. We get a game like that every year or two.
Right.
In a real AAA capacity, unless it has a more multiplayer component. Because I think I play Borderlands 3 by myself, but it's, again, not meant to be played like that. So I do separate the two. And I wonder if you think that maybe that shows, it's much like how the Switch did so well uncontested. It's like you see something like Far Cry 6 just floating there. It probably cost $150 million to make or something like that. Canada is obviously very generous with their tax cuts and all that for their studios, and Ubisoft Montreal is doing great work. But I don't know. I just wonder and Ubisoft Toronto and others too. I just want to know if you think that maybe there's something to be said about Far Cry 6's popularity, that there is land to be contested here.
Yeah, and I think they probably actually are going to start competing with themselves this year when they release that Avatar game, which looks like Avatar Far Cry. Which,
hell yeah, it does. I'm fucking amped up. I'm going to kill all those little blue creatures. I can't wait for it.
I think that
I'm going to play
Halo.
Yeah.
I think Halo started to get into that category with Halo Infinite, sort of making a Far Cry style game. But I mean, that Far Cry style is really like Ubisoft open world style focused on FPS shooting. So, but yeah, as far as the overall topic, definitely a lot less first person, particularly story based single player games. For me, man, I got to shout out Wolfenstein 1 and 2.
Oh, hell yeah.
The new ones. Both, I think, man, it's so sad to me that the last time we've seen that series is Wolfenstein Youngblood, which is not very good. But man, Wolfenstein.
I'm bleeding like a stuffed pig here, Jess.
Oh man,
I'll never forget that line.
Oh, man.
That was the line that made me shut it off. I was like, I can't believe this is happening.
Yeah, I really wanted to like it, but it wasn't happening.
It didn't let you.
No.
The game didn't let you like it. Like it's a wild game. But I'm looking through this list. It's like it's a lot of it is just fallen to indies, like Ion Fury, obviously Bolt Gun, which is, not exactly, it's a smaller studio, but like, the Wolfenstein, Fear, like every single player shooter that's out right now has been out for a long time. Dishonored, if you could qualify that.
I think part of the reason probably
Prey.
You would think, yeah, like BioShock. You would think that part of the reason, certainly as we kind of decompile this information, is expense. You either have to make a boomer shooter. I think that's why boomer shooters are becoming a thing, right? Is like the entire idea of like lo-fi, looks old, don't got to worry about it. If you make an FPS that looks kind of rough, I think people are going to have a problem with that too.
Yeah.
Far Cry 6 is pretty beautiful, so that's it's got that going for it.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. There's a pretty good chance that the next high profile single player FPS that we get will be Judas.
Yeah.
That's like a non-zero possibility, because I can't even think of a single, because Fallout is way far away.
Oh yeah.
So that's not happening. Doom, what if that's even happening? If there's another Doom, like I can't imagine that it's close.
I assume, right? That would be so stupid. You bought id and then you didn't let them make Doom. Man, oh man.
Yeah.
The only question is if it's going to come to PlayStation. I sure hope so. That's something I might cross over for. I just think Doom is kind of irresistible. But to me, I still got to go back and beat Doom 2016. Like it's one of those games I have this horrible habit of just being like, like towards the very end of the game, like I did with Tunic, where I got to the last boss in Tunic, then I'm like, I'm good.
You're so crazy, because then you leave it at the point where the game assumes you're really proficient.
Right, exactly. So you can't go back.
And so you're gonna jump into like the last level, still trying to get your sea legs.
Yeah, it was a huge mistake. It was a huge mistake. No doubt about it. But I think that it must have something to do with expense and assuming all that, and the cheaper indie games and the styles of games you can make or whatever. Maybe people are more forgiving in third-person games. You can get more stylized. I don't know what the answer is. Although that game, Avium, Immortals of Avium, I guess is kind of a first-person shooter.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Right. It's like Hexen.
Yeah. I completely forgot about it.
So that'll be cool. But
yeah, that
might be the most recent example. So looking forward to that.
Yeah.
All right. Tyler Van Valdenbrini. I'm sorry. Hello, CDC. With the direction video games are going, do trilogies make sense anymore? Games are so expensive and take so long to make that trilogies could take a decade to end. Not only do they take so long to make, but as games get bigger, the commitment to completing a trilogy grows too. You can likely complete the entire Mass Effect trilogy in the same time to complete Elden Ring. God of War Ragnarok's decision to end the Norse saga in 2 games feels like the right choice moving forward when compared to Horizon's exhausting trilogy. What do you guys think? Thank you for another amazing podcast. I don't mind trilogies. I just think that it's true that it's taking so long that I think it's exhausting for everyone involved. And I actually read something from Corey Barlog recently on Twitter. I don't know if you guys saw this, it was just kind of in passing, where I think he was expressing some consternation about having to work on something for so long and how horrifying that sounds. Like that he would rather just not do it at all than work on a game for like 8 years or something like that. It's getting crazy. And I feel that. So my aversion to trilogies or my aversion to sequels, whatever, doesn't come from really a personal point of view as much as I want I think the happiest developers will make the best games, which is why I think people kind of want to move on. I think a lot of people do want to do sequels because you got to get to do what you want it to do, but then like move on to something else. Because if your games are taking 5 years and assuming you work on it the entire time, or even 4 years, and you have a 40-year career, that means you only make 10 games. I mean, that's not a lot when you really think about it. And people want to move around and they want to do different things and they want to try different things. So I think in order to keep the developer pool satiated as well and to feel them as compensated and creative and spry creatively, you want them to move around to different things. I think that like we should encourage more moving on, just generally speaking. But I just know that that is anathema to the focus of publishers that dump money into games in hopes that they become the next big franchise, and that abandoning things just doesn't really make any sense. And I think that that's kind of what Naughty Dog came up with The Last of Us, was that like it just doesn't make any sense. Like when you don't revisit something like that, it's almost like you're doing it for yourself at this point, but you're not. You're doing it for other people. It almost is like, why wouldn't you just do it? So I understand the draw, but I do think it's going to come to a head. I do think that Sean Layden's words on his exit from Sony were prescient, and he would know. I mean, and it all came true. Dude, we were talking earlier, and Dustin, I'll throw it over to you. We were talking about the numbers that leaked about The Last of Us and Horizon 2 and their development numbers. And people are like, wow, $215 million for Horizon is a lot of money. And I'm like, dude, $200 million for The Last of Us is way worse of a sign for them. That's a PS4 only game that began development way before Horizon began development. So I can only fucking imagine the kind of money they spent on that Factions game. You know, and I can only imagine how much God of War or the Santa Monica spending on their sci-fi game that they're apparently working on all this. We're talking 253, 354, I think, for some of these games, you know, especially when you take marketing into account. I just think it's the expectations are going to grow, and it's going to get so extreme, and we need to educate. That's why game length is such a destructive way to look at games. And I don't know. There's a lot to say. Anyway, Dustin, what do you think about this? Yeah,
I feel like the issue comes down to, like you said, with game length, is that these games are taking so long to make, and a lot of them are getting a lot longer when they don't need to be. Famously, we've talked about Red Dead Redemption 2, which we voted as our number one PS4 game, is too long.
Right. And I would argue, just that, sorry to interrupt real quick, is that my two favorite games on PS4 probably are The Last of Us Part 2 and Red Dead Redemption 2, and they're both too long. That's the biggest criticism I have for both of them. Yeah. So
my solution to the problem isn't to make, would they be duologies or something, like 2 games instead of 3, but to make those games shorter, back to like when we were doing trilogies that took less time to make, because I think there's this idea about game, we've talked about this, but game length, the longer the game, the better. And that's just never been the case. In fact, in those 2 games, Colin, that you mentioned, these 2 amazing games, that might be like the number one negative aspect is how long they are. So I just hope that the people that are out there that are the people that are, oh, it's not this long, it's not whatever. It's like, I hope that developers aren't listening to them truly, because a lot of us don't want that.
Yeah, I think about Red Dead Redemption 2 a lot in that way, because it really is just, I don't know, there's a certain point where it's like, I finished Red Dead 2 despite itself, you know, like despite the fact that like it was so long, but it's not like I didn't finish it because it was long, or it didn't grab me because it was like this long, arduous thing. I finished it because it was really, really good. And I had to deal with the fact that it was long, like way too long. And I don't know, it's weird that people view that as like an asset.
It's only an asset if you like, I don't know if you guys saw, I put it in the Sacred Symbols Discord yesterday. I think when I was doing research for the show, a website was tweeting out a story to a thing where it's like old whatever whoever developers have the new 10,000 hour game. And I was like, do you have any idea how long 10,000 hours is? That's the amount of time that people suggest that you can go from not knowing something to mastering it. Like being a master of it. Like you would never have touched a piece of wood before, and then at the end of it, you are sculpting the most amazing artwork you've ever seen in your life. That's 10,000 hours. That's fucking stupid. I can't even begin to describe. That would be like film, where it's like you're going to watch one 30-hour movie in the theater, instead of acknowledging that, no, maybe that makes more sense for TV or like some other thing.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think console gaming is meant to be that insane. I guess it can be whatever you want it to be. I don't always want us to move on to the next game and like forget about what we're playing and the things we're enjoying. And we're bad. Everyone's bad at doing that because everyone's so busy with everything. But this idea that anyone wants to spend 10,000 hours with a game is like, that's preposterous. I'm insulted that you would even think that that's interesting. Yeah. That's not alluring to me. What's alluring to me is to say like, this is the best 10 hours you will fucking ever get in a video game. If you make that proclamation.
Yeah, I'm in. Love that. A manageable amount of time. Sick. Love it.
And that's why, again, I think the Callisto Protocol was not very good. And it was certainly disappointing. I mean, I don't think anyone would deny that was disappointing, but it did get a lot of things right. And one of the things was like, it didn't stick around very long. And I think that's what you need. A game that almost feels like it takes place in real time, which the Callisto Protocol does. So if I remember correctly, and I think that that's really cool. Resident Evil 4, I think, is the similar. No, Dead Space, it takes place in real time. Resident Evil 4 doesn't.
Yeah. Dead Space was great too.
Right.
That's the thing, man. I feel like that generation had like the perfect pacing. Like I both of those games, Resident Evil 4 and Dead Space, I finished them and I was like, man, that was like really on point, perfect. Like the perfect amount of length. Like I am exactly satisfied. I want more, but it doesn't hurt me that there isn't any more. And I can go and replay it. And there's like a lot. That's what I think a lot of this is missing, right? Like replay value is really, really important. Like almost more than just sheer length. Because to me, and I talk about this a lot, that original Halo trilogy, man, that's like maybe like 8 hours a campaign max. I can't imagine. Like maybe Halo 2 is a little bit longer, but not by much. And I've played those campaigns endlessly. Because they're just really replayable and they're that well designed. So to me, it's like, give me a shorter experience that's well designed over a 10 million hour fucking slog. Even if it is good, it's good despite its length, you know?
Forever gaming is going to be a big problem. And this idea that they own you in some sense and like you're going to be dominated by games. It's already obviously happened for years, but it's preposterous to even use those kinds of numbers. All right. Nade Sticker wrote in and said, hey, CDC, I want to start by saying it was great seeing Dustin and Dagan at Too Many Games. I actually skipped someone, but I'll go back to him. Thank you, Dustin, for signing my Kingdom Hearts games and Dagan on complimenting my Final Fight and Contra shirts, which leads me to my question. Is there a time period or historic event you'd like to see explored in a video game? While perusing the vendors at Too Many Games, I came across the History Channel Civil War: A Nation Divided, and I am sure its much anticipated sequel, History Civil War: Secret Missions, both on PS2. I can't say I can think of any other games that take place during the American Civil War. I would love to hear your guys' thoughts. Been loving the recent Sacred Symbols Plus episodes. Thank you. Dustin, is there any specific time period? Like, well, let's talk about events. Time period or historic event? Because we've done time period before, but like historic event. What?
I had time period in my mind.
Well, no, let's do that then. Yeah. If that's what you were prepared for.
I was just thinking of games like LA Noire in the 60s. And we get games kind of like that with BioShock, where they're sort of in the 60s, but not really. But
was LA Noire in the 60s? I don't think I even knew that.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, I think it's
earlier than that, isn't it?
Is it earlier?
1947.
It's either the 40s or the 50s.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Because it's noir.
I'm totally wrong then. It's been a while since I played the game. But anyway, even so, like I'm thinking of a game that takes place and looks like Mad Men. I think would be awesome. I don't know what kind of game. Like I actually think LA Noire. I'm sad that the LA Noire sequel. I guess it wasn't a sequel, but it was Team Bondi. They were making that the Whore of the Orient or something like that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sad that never got made. But I don't know. More games in the 60s would be sick.
Yeah, I'm on their wiki page now. Here it is. There's actually a wiki page for it. Horror of the Orient is a canceled action-adventure video game. The game was in development. It was targeting a 2015 release, but was canceled in 2016. All right. Well, fair enough. Anything come to mind for you, Chris, in this respect, the time periods, events?
Yeah, dude. I loved the setting and the vibe of Mafia 2 so much. And that's, I think, the 50s. I believe, if I'm not. And I thought that time period is really it's just really cool and satisfying. I liked the way it felt to be in. And something that I feel like is not really, or a setting that I don't think is all that utilized, is the 1970s. Which I understand why, because it's a lot going on, but at the same time, like there is an aesthetic there.
Concord,
I think,
is going for that aesthetic.
That's the one thing about Concord that has me interested, is the general, like, oh, it's like 70s. There's that Atari wood paneling kind of. Yeah,
there was that. The only other game I remember with that like specific 70s vibe was that random, I think it was Double Fine did that game Headlander. Do you remember that game? Where you like played as a head? And it was like a Metroidvania where you played as a head and you like went onto other people's bodies.
I do. And that
was like
this.
Very 70s as well.
Yeah.
That game was awesome.
What's that game called?
This game looks ridiculous. I forgot about.
Yeah, I remember playing it back when I was in San Francisco.
Yeah, but yeah, like I think the 70s is really interesting. I think the only experience I really have with it outside of that Concord teaser thing, and I guess actually, to be fair, there's another teaser on the Xbox side of things. Contraband has a similar kind of vibe going on. They even have Steely Dan and playing in that trailer. But like, I don't know. The only game that I can think of that really does it, and it's a cartoon. It's like a cartoonish kind of exaggerated satirical way, is Destroy All Humans 2, where like it's end of the 60s leading into the 70s. So you get that kind of 60s flair and you get the 70s flair. But it's like, man, it's like an interesting aesthetic. Even if you were just to base the art design of something around the aesthetic of that time period, like a sniper rifle that looked like a station wagon type deal, like it's interesting art at the very least. But I loved Mafia 2's take on the 50s and how it felt so gray but also like weirdly. So I don't know, man. That city was so cool to explore.
It's funny you brought up Mafia 2, which is a game I really like, because I thought Mafia 3 was also a really great setting in the late 60s New Orleans.
I never played Mafia
3. It was really interesting. I liked the character too. He's like this black guy. It was like it felt very real.
He's like a veteran, right? I've seen one cutscene from that game that's like it kind of goes viral on TikTok every now and again, of like some. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna spoil it, but like it's some assassination thing that happens in the middle of Mafia 3, and I was like, this is kind of nuts that this isn't a video game. Yeah, it deals with because it's very real. It deals with a lot of interesting topics like racism and things that game, especially in 2016, I guess that was that. Games weren't necessarily still don't really deal very seriously with those topics, but something that I always think about, and that's why I'm so excited I know it's out in like some sort of early access, I think, but 6 Days in Fallujah. I just think that it's time for us to start touching on some of these other American wars that we seem really hesitant to go to, and I don't know why. Is it because it paints us in a bad light? Maybe it should. Maybe the game should, and will paint us in a bad light, and that's okay. It's fiction, but I think things like Vietnam, especially Vietnam, like a AAA $200 million Vietnam first-person shooter would be fucking wild. And that would be so fucking sick. And obviously Afghanistan and Iraq, I just think that it's time. And I know that there are like kind of more PC simulation style games and strategy games that deal with that stuff, but that's not what I'm talking about. You know that I'm talking about the nitty gritty of, we get these like very realistic, expensive World War II games over and over and over and over and over again. And they do go to Vietnam and they go to the Cold War and vaguely do all these things, but they don't really. Yeah. And I want them to do that more. All right. Finally, Blue Moose wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Studs. With a lot of major games getting demos like Final Fantasy 16 and Pikmin 4 recently," Micah's fucking digging Pikmin 4, man. She's really, really loving that demo. "I wanted to get all of your thoughts on demos. Do you prefer demos that are the first few hours of the game, a vertical slice, or something else? I personally like demos that give me a taste but don't show too much. Love all the amazing content and stay sexy, my friends." I don't think I have an aversion to demos, as we've talked about in the past. I just don't really give a shit. I was actually more interested when I was younger in demos. I even bought games to get demos. I forget what game. Oh, it was The Bouncer. Came with Final Fantasy X's demo, I want to say.
And I bought it for that. Zone of the Enders, as we said, it came with Metal Gear Solid 2's demo. We used to get like the jam pack discs or whatever they were called.
The jam pack,
and all that kind of stuff.
I have a few of those where there's like a lot, and I have a lot of PlayStation Magazine demo discs that's how I played a lot of games. So like they were, I don't know, man, demos used to be really important. I don't know. I don't think they have, I mean, they could have some, I know I'm definitely going to check out the Final Fantasy demo, and that's going to be a big factor that's going to be a big deciding factor in whether or not I wait for the performance to be fixed or not, you know? So I do think they're still useful, but I'd argue with just the sheer amount of subscription services that exist and just the sheer availability of a lot of games compared to the way we used to have them, especially at the price point that we used to have them, they're not as important to me anymore. But I can imagine, like, you know, if you're not a Game Pass subscriber, or if you don't have like PS Plus or whatever, but you're still interested in video games, I'd imagine a demo is great. The Liza P demo, I'm sure is probably like a big deal, you know, and same thing with Final Fantasy. But I can't say I'm more nostalgic over demos than I am interested in them, if that makes sense.
I think I have such an aversion to, well, I think it's two things, and we've touched on it, but demos don't really have a use anymore, in my opinion, because you can just watch things and kind of get a feel. I guess I don't want to overstate it, but like you can kind of tell the way things control by just watching them, or at least get a vibe much better than some low res grainy screenshot in PSM in 1997. So I just think that there's something about that. I want to remain as pristine as possible, because I do think that one of the cool, although dangerous things of the early eras in gaming were the kind of the unknowns of like, you really had no fucking idea what you were getting sometimes at all. And some of it was really dishonest. And we always talk about those on Knockback, and some of them were unexpected and exciting. And so people are like, why didn't you play Final Fantasy 16's demo and all of that? And I'm like, I'm so glad I didn't need to be sold on it, first of all. And I was so shocked by it. I totally get why people were into it. It's like, oh yeah, this is awesome. So, Dustin, you have anything you'd like to say about demos as we exit?
I think they're great. I think they're a great option for consumers to be more informed before they make a purchase. Even for me, I checked out the Valkyrie Elysium demo, and that convinced me to buy it. And even then, the reviews for it weren't very good, but I played the demo and I liked it. And I still played that game and thought it was not too bad, not great. But I think that's totally, especially applicable when you think about Final Fantasy 16. I'm willing to bet that demo, I bet you they have the data, how many people pre-ordered after that demo came out. And I would imagine that was huge, just because that demo so strong. I mean, Colin, you now know the context of everything that leads up to the opening sequence. That was the demo. And right where that ends is so crazy and so good. And obviously, a lot of people didn't need that demo, including myself, to play that game. I'm glad that that's the way they did it. And the Blue Moose asks about vertical slices versus first few hours or something. It's totally dependent on the game, for sure, and what they want to show. Sometimes they can show too much. But yeah, I just think it's nice that if you don't know if you want something and you want a little more than someone's review, why not play it? That's the number one way to really know. So I think they're great, and I hope more companies do them.
I will give a shout out as we close that my favorite demos ever were the demos for Mega Man 9 and Mega Man 10, because they were, from a nerd like me that gets into that stuff, it's so exciting because at Capcom's like booth, it would be presented as, you know, the classic Mega Man stage select screen with all the different bosses, but it's all just question marks because they haven't announced any of them yet.
Yeah.
And then only 2 of them are like selectable, and then you select one, and then when you get to the end, like when you're going to fight the boss, it ends or whatever. And I loved that because I was like, oh, it's such a fucking awesome tease. Like you can just kind of gleam who the boss might be based on the stage and stuff. I loved those. And those were really memorable for me. All right. That's it. That was a long ass episode, but we got through it.
Yeah.
Chris, any closing comments?
Just like to take IGN to task for a second, because they tweeted out something, and it was like something about Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul return as themselves in Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah. And I clicked on it. I was like, oh yeah, I'm curious about that. I like Always Sunny, and I like Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul. And it was like a review. It was a review of like I think the new WWE game or something.
Yeah.
In its entirety with the context of like Always Sunny. And it was so late at night when I was watching it that I thought I was going insane. And I had like a mental crisis for a brief moment. Because I was like, this doesn't look like Always Sunny at all.
You know?
Yeah. Love it. But I just thought that was
amazing.
Yeah,
well, it was, because I did the same exact thing where I was like, oh, what is this? And I hadn't really been paying attention to Always Sunny. And
no, me neither.
Like it just kind of, the new season starts. I'm like, oh, it's time to get Hulu again or whatever. Yeah, it's funny that happened to both of us. Dustin, any closing comments from you, my friend?
Closing comments, Scott mentioned a little bit earlier, but thanks everybody who came out to Too Many Games and hung out with Dagan and I. We had a great time.
Oh yeah, I meant to ask you about that. So did you you went to dinner? Are you bonding with my brother? How's it going?
Yeah, we went to dinner together. We went to this like cheeseburger place that was like a 50s diner. I'm a little upset because I was expecting my meal to be served to me in one of those cardboard cars, that the kids get. Yeah. I didn't ask for it, but it was pretty good. Yeah, we had a nice romantic dinner together, got to hang out and meet a lot of listeners of the show, which was super fun. So maybe we'll be there next year, maybe not. I don't know yet, but we had a great time.
I was thinking of crashing it.
Oh, dude,
because I was in technically in the area, but like I think you were on the way there basically after we had recorded, right? That one day?
I went the next morning. I left on Friday morning. So.
Yeah. I had like no time and I was like, damn, I'll go next year, I think.
Dude, it's
I didn't realize there were so many people there that I didn't expect to be going there. Like people that I know from like Europe, who like have like, you're here?
There's a lot of YouTube people there too. I
had no idea.
Yeah.
I might make it. I might make a trek
with some interesting people. I didn't talk to them, but I'll tell you in a minute.
Well, I'm glad you had fun. Dagan sounded like he had fun too. Mm-hmm. So, and we talked a little bit about it on Knockback, I think, or I don't know where it was. But thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand Media, Sacred Symbols, etc. We couldn't do without you. Patreon.com/Last Stand Media for early ad-free access, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, Sacred Symbols Plus, and so on and so forth. LastStandMedia.store for merch if you're interested. And otherwise, we'll see you next time for more Sacred Symbols and Sacred Symbols Plus. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.